All right. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. Attendance at the start of the meeting is, we're missing Councillor Hughes, which is not normal. But I've got Councillor Broadhead online. Councillor Killick is online because he's not feeling well. Thank you for staying home, Mike. And then Councillor Jolly. And in chambers, I've got Shelley Bermansky and Councillor McKay. So that's very strange. I don't know where Sheena is. That's unlike her. But we will start with that. Let me know if I miss her joining in. Thanks. Oh, there she is. Okay. She's here in person now. Councillor McKay, can I look to you for an adoption of the agenda?
Absolutely. That the October 15th, 2024 agenda be adopted as presented.
Alrighty, I will call for the vote on that one. Councillor Hughes, you can just give a verbal, yeah.
Yes. I'm just
in favor.
Hang on, I don't have it on.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead and Councillor Killick, do you know where your check marks are for voting online?
That's because
I think it's under the reactions button. Not a thumbs up. look under reactions, but we'll take that for the agenda for now. But I think, let me look myself.
how sick are you?
Yeah. You got it? Okay, perfect. All right, and all three of you will have to remember to unclick it so we can register your next vote. All right, so that we have adopted the agenda as presented. All right, I have a list of registered speakers, and it's a long one. I'm going to just call out names, and I won't be calling out the public hearing speakers because that's a separate list. So, and I have a few signed up that I want to just make sure you signed up to speak, or if you're just here as an observer. So I for sure have Eileen from the Pickleball Club. I saw Eileen here. There you are. And okay, okay. That reminds me, we have a rule in the council chambers, no cheering or booing. The reason for that is if somebody is in the room who does not agree with your opinion, they might be scared to stand up and speak. And it puts a lot of pressure with the cheering on council when we're making big decisions. So I appreciate that. It's more about the booing than the cheering, but let's just keep the cheering out because it also takes up time. I have Trustee Rouse. They're way up in the back corner. Now you wanted to speak on the Lakeview Business District. That's going to be like way later in the agenda, so I'm assuming you're going to probably want to go right away. Or, well, you can. I give people the option to wait to that agenda item, but because we have a public hearing at 2 that I think is going to be 3-ish hours, and then yeah, it's probably not going to be till after dinner. So I'll let you go now. Okay. Okay, then we got land use bylaw, land use bylaw, land use bylaw, land use bylaw. Okay, the rest are for the land use bylaw, except I had William Yang. William, are you in the room? Oh, yeah. Did you want to speak today? You're just here to observe. Okay, and then I think it's Bob. Is it Thornett? It's kind of scribbly. Bob, did you want to speak or just want to observe? Excellent. And then the last one was Rita Thompson. Just observe? Okay. So Eileen, you're representing the whole kit and caboodle, the whole club. Yes, thank you. Okay, so now that that's established, I'll get into it. Eileen, you are the first registered. I think you've been registered for over a month now. We've been seeing your name. So I will let you have 5 minutes. For everyone's sake, everyone has 5 minutes to speak. And because there's such a crowd, I'm going to keep to that timeline. So Eileen, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. In the summer of 2014, the first meeting of the St. Albert Pickleball Club had 26 members in attendance. 3 of the first interim directors are present in the gallery: Ron Koratash, Mickey Melnick, and Stella Rafuse. The club that started with 26 members has now 1,055 members. It is interesting to note that while many people believe pickleball to be a senior sport, 67% of our members are aged between 19 to 64. As can be seen by the slide, the Alpine courts are slightly larger than the ice rink beside it. Alpine can allow 48 players playing pickleball at one time, while only 12 can play on the ice rink at one time. Pickleball is land use efficient. This is so important to note. Our club executive actively participates in provincial and national pickleball organization. Ken Densian is a tournament director for Pickleball Alberta, and I am a director for Pickleball Canada. Not only did our members win 75 medals at provincials in 2024, our members, namely Ava Weeks, was Junior Female Player of the Year in 2022. Gary Spencer was Male Player of the Year in 2022, and Jacob Balkowy was the Youth Player of the Year 2023. Our club hosts 3 tournaments a year. One of them is a sanctioned tournament where over 300 people from all over Alberta come to play. This summer, we also supported the first Rotary fundraising tournament, which is now slated to be an annual event. We taught 450 school students and coached a youth Pickleball Alberta program called Hot Shots for 21 youth. We coach youth every Friday evening for our 17 youth members. Every Sunday, we teach a free lesson to public non-members, 400 people each year. We do not advertise this program. It all happens by word of mouth. By giving up club prime time in the evenings, 2024 was our second year to coach the Special Olympics. Our total volunteer hours are over 5,000. 20% of those are for coaching non-members. There are 32 courts noted in the slide. Why 32 courts? Simply put, 32 courts can fit in one soccer or rugby field. They can accommodate 128 players at one time. Land use efficiency. 32 courts in one location maximizes economies of scale. There are over 1.4 million pickleball players in Canada, and as stated on the slide, the growth of the game continues to increase and usage is expected to double every 3 to 4 years. Medicine Hat, with a population of 63,000, has 20 courts. Cochrane, population 37,000, will have 20 courts in 2025. Okotoks, population of 38,000, will have 24 new courts in 2026. And our next door neighboring club, the Parkland Pickleheads, Spruce Grove, population 51,000, are building 24 courts scheduled to be open late 2025. Red Deer, who built 20 courts a few years ago, already are adding 10 more as the sport continues to grow. The schools are using court time more and more. As I said earlier, we taught 450 students this year, and in order to have club programming continue, we taught the students at La Rose while accommodating schools who wish to use alpine courts. While this limits club programming, we provide 6 courts at any school request. This year, the schools used alpine courts for 660 hours and used La Rose for 166 hours. Already one school, Lauren Atkins, has booked alpine for 2025 for 10 days in May for 6 courts for 3 hours. That's 180 court hours given to one school already booked for next year. The club also schedules 52 hours of programming each week. And all of this coaching and programming is done by volunteers. A new venue will serve the community better. The information already shown demonstrates that court demand is already exceeding capacity. This cannot be underestimated. On weekdays, weeknights, and at weekends, the public are waiting constantly to use the courts. Building new pickleball courts outlined with the city's recreational assessment priorities. Pickleball supports active lifestyles for all ages. It is a multi-generational sport. Families with grandparents, parents, kids play together. Pickleball provides community interaction and is a conduit for clubs, schools, and charitable organizations. St. Albert Pickleball recognizes the financial outlay for such a project, and as an active club, we have been planning for this. We can contribute 200,000 from our capital reserve. We will also apply for any grants available, a CFAP grant of 1 million, and we will actively seek sponsorship to assist in the overall funding. Thank you.
All right, Eileen, first of all, thank you for coming and thank you for bringing such a contingent. I remember my very first term. I always like to go back how long I've been here. And Len Bracco said the word pickleball out loud. Wes is online, but he and we all looked at each other. I'm like, what is that? That was about 2010 or 11. And then when we opened up Alpine and you dedicated that bench to him, it was great. So I've been watching this journey and it's been amazing. 100 or 1,055.
1,055 members now.
Yeah,
to date.
exactly. I know there's probably going to be some questions from my council, but I'll just kick it off. 20 plus courts, maybe 24, 26, whatever you're looking at outdoors. Have you thought about where you would like to see these go?
We have a new facilities team, John, Mike, William, Janine, and Dawa, and we have been going up the highways and the byways, looking at every piece of land that's for sale. And we're actually right now, we're looking hopefully at one of the rugby fields to see if that's a possibility. We'll go anywhere because we realize you have to stay away from the communities because of the noise level. And so we'll do anywhere, anything that can get us at least 20 plus courts, because we want to hold a provincial tournament and hopefully the national tournament. But we need a minimum of 20. And the rugby field that we've been looking at holds 35 courts.
Have you talked to the rugby club?
We're just in the process of doing that right now.
All right, that's new to me. Pardon? But actually, no, I've got Councilor Bermansky's got her hand up, so I'll go with her first. Go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you, Eileen, and for the group in the gallery, because you mentioned the volunteer hours and their silent volunteers that I'm so grateful for. The question I have is, if you host a provincial or national, what's the ideal number of courts to host something like that?
Minimum 20.
Minimum 20.
Red
over-
Deer's has hosted the last two provincials. I
Mhm.
guess national would be a little bit bigger because I mean, there's 800 people.
Right.
So that's why we thought, because we know that 35 courts can fit in a rugby field.
Mhm.
People think 35 courts is so big, but it can fit in one rugby field. We think that that's feasible. And if we're going to build them, because we're the second largest club in Alberta, we're going to build, we build now for the future. Like we built 20, there's no point looking in 5 years that we need to build another 20 more. So our hope and plan is that we can at least go for 32, 35. Because don't forget, the public will be using those courts also.
Right, and that's generally over 3 days a tournament would last.
Yeah, national sometimes will go over 4 years, or 4 days, sorry, 4 days, not 4 years. 4 days.
Okay, and just in regard to the footprint, is it 4 courts that fit in a tennis court, or what's the accuracy number on that one?
Alpine was 4 tennis courts and we have 12 courts in there.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your great presentation. I really appreciate it. One of the things, I guess, it's pickleball is becoming very popular, so popular that you're starting to see private interests start
Yep.
to build their own facilities. And I realize there's a cost to that, but has the club explored partnerships with private operator as well that potentially could build a combination indoor-outdoor facility?
Well, the one that's just been, was going to be open in November. We are going to book some of the courts, but of course it's a top premium dollar, which is quite expensive. Partnership would be another big thing. Again, massive money. We also book courts at one possession. We even have done it at level 1 in Edmonton. We book Red Willow Church during the day. And we're very fortunate because of the reciprocal agreement. We get the schools in the evenings. We went from 1 school to we have 6 schools. Like we're open every night somewhere in some school for some segment of our population. But if you, for example, we have over 400, about 3.5s, and we only can fit 12 on a court or 16 on an indoor court. So, I mean, the idea sounds wonderful, but for the private business like Rays Athletics, they have to pay their bills, and they already put their outlay. So at the moment with the Rays Athletics offering those courts, we will try to use it for our members, getting a good deal. And as I said, but we're focusing on outdoor courts now.
With the numbers that you have up there, Parkland, does that include Spruce Grove, Parkland County and Stony Plain, or just
That's
Spruce
just
Grove?
Spruce Grove, because the Parkland Pickleheads were for Spruce Grove. Now they're I believe they'll be giving up the 12 courts, or they'll be going back to the community when they build these 24 new ones.
My next question, I'll probably ask administration afterwards, because you identified the rugby fields, and of course they are built on old lagoons and potentially old waste.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I don't know what's involved with actually laying down and.
That's what we're looking into. What is the process? Can we get the lease given to the Pickleball Club? What would it involve? We've just started this process. But I mean, if everything, if all the stars aligned, it would be good, but we know we've got bridges to cross. You know, because we went out, we've looked out at, John, our chair of the facilities team, we went out to, Sturgeon Road, and there's land there, and we worked with Sturgeon Green Space, but the guy wants to sell the 14 acres, which we don't need, and most of it's in floodplain. We only need 4 acres. So we were looking at anything. In fact, as Mayor will say, when I went to the Rotary Club, I said, anybody got a field out there? Whatever it is, we'll take it.
I think there's a song there somewhere. Anyways, thank you. That's all my question.
Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Hi, Eileen. With the Stony Plain North Park, I believe that's a private partnership with Pickleheads. And that they're building 14 indoor and 24 outdoor. And it's a partnership between the Stony Plain Land Development Corporation, a private company. Do you know any more about that as to how that is model could work for St. Albert with a partnership, because they've got a building, washrooms, and it's not just pickleball courts. You need all the services, etc.
Yeah. When they started like last year, and they lost the land that they were looking at because of the complaints from the neighbors. So then they went looking again, and this has come. It's still quite hush hush, but as Gloria, the president, will tell you, they're responsible for 24 courts. Their members will get a deal with the private company who will have the outdoor, the indoor courts, but that's what they'll get. So it didn't start off with a partnership, but I guess as they progressed and looked at the grants, et cetera, and they needed to get it built because they have to use their CFDB grant by next year. That's the partnership, I guess, materialized. We've reached out to many, but nothing has come our way because, of course, we need the land and you need the money.
Yeah. And do you know what on their website, it mentions that it's a provincial funding is also going into that? Do you know?
CFDP grant, they got the million grant.
Oh, okay, that was $1 million. Wow.
They got the
Okay.
CFDP grant.
Okay.
That's why we're excited that we started as a small club. We're having 200,000 from our capital reserves. We think that's brilliant.
Yeah, that's a good first step.
Yeah.
Just another question then. The facility, we're looking at the slide here now, but this also takes a lot of parking, because I think parking has been a problem over at Alpine for almost since day one, I think.
Yeah.
So would you envision that you would use the rugby club's parking as well, or some other way to address that?
As I said, the plans are in the infancy, but one of our thoughts are, because of the Kinsmen parking over there, the Kinsmen use it for the rodeo in the summertime, but during the rest of the summer, it's not used very much. We're thinking that if the land was viable, et cetera, we would approach them, do a tournament for a fundraiser for them, and work out a deal in order to use their parking, which they are not using. So, and knowing that on the weekend of the rodeo, that we wouldn't play pickleball or sign anything like that there. Because the rugby club has the parking, and we could use possibly if we do an agreement with them, because none of them, they're not playing the rugby during the daytime, and most of our sports is playing in the daytime. But in the evening time, that's why we have to come up with an alternative. But all these ideas are in their infancy, thanks to John and Mike and William, Janine and Dawa on our team. This is what we're trying to do.
Okay, and my last question then is, as you've obviously done a lot of research on some of these other big facilities, Red Deer, Cochrane, even the new one in Stony Plain. Do you have any idea, a ballpark on what this would cost? Like what you're proposing here would cost if we had to just go build it from scratch?
Sherwood Park is just shared because Sherwood Park's council approached the club there, the Strathcona club, the Sherwood Park as we know it. And they've given a project of 2.3 million, and they're building 20 courts. So they're going to
Okay.
go for the grant as well. And I believe the city has given them the land. I'm not sure if that works it all out, but we actually got a breakdown from them. So we know it's in that ballpark for sure.
Okay. Good, thank you.
All right, Councillor Romansky, you have another question?
Thank you. Eileen, could you describe what percentage your membership increases in the summer months for outdoor play is compared to winter?
It's really difficult because we have a lot of snowbirds.
Mhm.
We start our membership in October. You can join in October, which lasts for 15 months. So it straggles in from October and then it starts building January, February, March. And I guess throughout the summer, more and more people join. We've never tracked it. We just know that it grows. Art, our info guy, it goes steadily, Art. It just, sometimes it's 20 people in one day, sometimes it's 40 in a month, but it's just growing exponentially. I mean, as I said, it wasn't that long, we were at 900, now we're at 1,055.
Right. And which months are you accommodating the schools predominantly?
May, June, September, and we just finished our last one in October last
Okay,
week.
so
We do the 4 months.
thank you. Thank you.
No more questions from council. You've been here before, you know the process that we ask you questions, finish all speakers, and we ask our admin questions. So there might be some more questions after trustee was. So I have one last question for you. I love the idea of hosting provincials here.
Yes.
Does it have to be all in one site?
Yes,
Because I'm just doing the math. We've got 12 in Alpine, 4 or 6
six
in
in a row.
LaRose. I know those are not reservable, but I would assume for provincials, we could probably work something out. And then some proposed up in the new amenities site, which might get us to 20.
Yeah.
Why does it all have to be at one site?
Well, because on the day you'd have men playing and then you have mixed. So in the mixed, you could have 300 people playing in the mixed. So 300, that's the guys and the gals together. So they can't be split because you do it in round robins or depending on how you do it in your brackets. So they all have to be there as each game is played, then they move down and move along. So they'd have to be in one spot.
Okay,
You could do like when we have our sanctioned tournament and we host about 300 because it gets harder after that for the numbers. You do so many each day to try to at least accommodate those.
Mhm.
So when you're looking at the provincials, which is 500 and 600, people don't want to be driving to Alpine and then driving over to La Rose and trying to get back and then
yeah, okay.
missing their game. So it's not feasible unless you've got a composite number in one location.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
But no. I assume, maybe it's a question for my staff. There's no room to add a few up at Alpine.
I don't believe so because it's the
yeah.
baseball field beside us and the playground beside us and
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. Yeah, I haven't been up there in a while, but okay. Councillor Killick, I just saw your hand pop up and then pop down. Are you good?
oh, he's muted.
You-
I was going to ask the same question, whether there was a thought if Alpine could be expanded, taking out the hockey arena or moving it or something to add another grouping of courts to get
think
to the
his
24.
thought. Yeah, it just exacerbates the parking issues too, so. right.
It would
Yeah.
exacerbate that, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Romansky, did I go, you have one more, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, one more question. Eileen, last year at La Rose, there was one court that was shut down for a good portion of the year. Are all your courts in good order now?
In Alpine, they are. La Rose still has one court shut down. We trained 29 students 2 weeks ago, and we had to split them over 5 courts because there's a big hole in one of the courts when you go in. But Alpine's pretty good when they did all the refits, and so far all the cracks were all done last year. So Alpine's looking good. Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, I see no more questions. Hope you didn't expect us to make a motion and give you 2.3 million and a piece of land today.
And why not? Why not?
But I appreciate you guys all coming out and making your case. There's examples out there of partnerships with municipalities and not just pickleball. We have the ACA group building the outdoor rinks in partnership. They're fundraising. We've given money. So there's always opportunity and options out there for us. We just got to figure it out.
Which we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Trustee Rouse. Did you bring a big cheer squad for yourself too? Renee Crimson. You guys must like hearing about the reciprocal use, so that's awesome, yeah. You know what? Let's just wait till everybody clears out, yeah. The rugby, that's a good option. I would. I could find somebody for that if they would get a seat grant. Wish you well. Thank you. Alrighty. You know what I was thinking? The public hearing's not till 2, and so we're gonna have to bump up Lakeview anyway, so probably gonna talk about it almost in 5 minutes, so.
Okay,
Anyway, go ahead.
awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, council and Mayor Herron. Just before I transition to our topic today, I would just reiterate Eileen's points about schools are happy to host pickleball through the reciprocal use agreement and do so through our schools already. So happy to see a vibrant sport year round for sure. While the population of the city of St. Albert grew 9.2% between the 2018 and 2024 municipal censuses, during that same period, student population in St. Albert Public Schools grew approximately 13%. And since 2012, student enrollment growth has exploded by 41%. St. Albert Public Schools are highly utilized and will soon be delivering education to over 10,000 students. On September 18th, the Alberta government launched the new School Construction Accelerator Program to address rapid provincial population growth. In the announcement of the $8.6 billion program, Premier Danielle Smith said, quote, "As we build, we're asking school boards and municipalities to work with us so we can get shovels in the ground as quickly as possible." End quote. This will require adequately sized and serviced sites for schools on municipal reserve land. In the short to medium term, the St. Albert Public Schools capital plan prioritizes a large high school in the northeast and 2 large ECS to grade 9 schools in the west to meet enrollment demand. The new 1,600 student Paul Kane High School is full, and Belrose Composite High School saw increased enrollment this year and is currently undergoing expansion as part of phase 2 of the high school space solution plan. As council deliberates servicing of Lakeview Business District today, along with requirements associated with the Northeast Area Structure Plan in the coming weeks, St. Albert Public Schools not only urges consideration of the unlocking potential and economic boost associated with both investments and what that will make to our community, but also how our school board and our municipality can act together now to take advantage of the Provincial School Construction Accelerator Program. Public schools are economically enabling public assets, and St. Albert Public Schools are vibrant community hubs and continue to be the choice of families in the city of St. Albert. Thanks.
Okay. Honestly, I was waiting for you to ask for a school site in Lakeview Business District.
Hey, sure.
Because what we're considering today is really just servicing for just that small area, not for the north or the west. Let me look. the school site in the community amenities is shovel ready.
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. So that one is already serviced. I was trying to figure out where you're going. Okay. But we could put a school site in the middle of a business district. But I will open it up to questions of Trustee Russo. Counselor Jolly.
Trustee Rouse, not Russo.
Counselor Jolly. Oh, did I say Russo?
It's a beautiful name. My question is just about the
Sorry.
priority to get a school in the Northeast. So I guess is the school board familiar with kind of constraints in that area any time in the short term? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
they were in attendance at our standing committee of the whole to observe
Yeah.
the Northeast servicing conversation.
Okay, so I just want to make that clear that that's not shovel ready, I guess.
No.
Okay.
You guys are
That's-
well aware what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you guys coming. It's always good to keep that connection going. And by the way, your requests that came to standing committee at the end of, or the beginning of the summer, like last year. So far, it's just the public school board who has really expressed that. Completely willing to do it. We
Thanks for
asked
coming,
everyone
Dee.
else, they're welcome, but if it's just us, we can still go forward. Yep.
Yeah.
Go to the mic. Yep. So you've got the other school boards interested? Okay.
Yes,
I'll follow up.
we do.
That's completely separate, but I'll follow up tomorrow.
and I think we have a date.
Oh, you guys are way ahead of me. Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
All right, that's it. And that is all our speakers outside of the public hearing, according to my understanding. Yes. Okay, council, let's get to agenda, which is any questions arising from either the school board or the pickleballers? Counselor Jolly, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my only question is that I just want to confirm that pickleball is on the list of activities that are kind of considered or prioritized when capital projects are being recommended. Like, is that going into prioritization somewhere in that list?
Yeah, thank you. I think the short answer is yes, but I see Danielle Podlubny's popped up. I'll ask her to expand.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Through the chair to Councillor Jolly. So we do consider pickleball as one of our sports within our recreation needs assessment. So it is considered as we continue to plan for recreation needs within the community. We do look at it when we're doing park planning. We also look at all the sports available as we're considering community amenities and future facility development.
And so I know in terms of priority, I think swimming is probably at the top of the list right now. Where is pickleball following in there right now?
So pickleball was in the grouping of the medium high priority. So it is a higher priority, but it is in a grouping that we had with a number of other sports as well. But aquatics is our only high priority at this point for recreation needs.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilor Bermatsky, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to administration. I'm just checking with Parks, I guess, if you've had any conversation with the pickleball club regarding the agreement with the rugby club at all, or have they not approached?
I saw some surprise looks in the room. Danielle?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky. St. Albert Pickleball Club, we did meet with them a few weeks ago and this did come up as an idea. It is fairly, the idea is in its infancy, I would say at this time. So there's lots of work that would need to happen in order to investigate that as an option, including discussions with the rugby club. There's some environmental assessments and work that need to happen because of the land within Riel. So there's quite a bit of work that still has to happen, but it is in an idea phase and they did bring it to us a few weeks ago.
Okay, and do you have any idea if the rugby club does have area that they don't use, or are you not up on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, we would facilitate a conversation with the rugby club, but we have not had a conversation with the rugby club and the St. Albert Pickleball Club to date. That is something that's on our agenda for this fall, is to have an initial conversation with the association, but we have not initiated any of that work to date.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, Councillor Killick.
Thank you. Has Parks and Rec had any opportunity to look at any other sites that might accommodate this within our land inventory? I'm thinking maybe the old snow dump site or anything like that. have you done a kind of a opportunity needs assessment to see if we have any land available?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, maybe I'll take a start at this one and I'll ask Mr. Cameron if he has anything else to add to what I'm gonna kind of lay out. So in alignment with kind of the priorities for recreation amenity needs, we've been planning for the priorities that we've identified, aquatics being our first priority and pickleball being in our medium high priority. So we have been planning for pickleball, but more at a recreational level. So in terms of serving the balanced need for recreational sport within the community. And that means that we've identified a site at community amenities for sport courts. We've also been looking at other opportunities for, I would say, smaller base courts, you know, a grouping of 6 of that nature, at other parks and maybe rehab into some other parks that currently exist within the community. Because we don't typically build out competition sized facilities of this nature, that's not been a priority that's been identified. We haven't been sourcing a large parcel of land for something like this to date. And Mr. Cameron, if you had anything to add, I would turn it over to you at this point. And I don't see him raising his hand, so I would assume that kind of summarizes it.
Oh, okay, and that's fair, Danielle. I appreciate that this competitive site or competition site is quite different than recreation sites. It would typically be spread around the community.
We're also watching, I think, the evolving nature of pickleball. So with all these private developments coming up, there's quite a significant influx we're expecting in terms of private development within the St. Albert and region as well, and also the regional development. So we want to be very aware of what's also happening from a regional and private context, because that does also influence potentially future needs. So we are just keeping an eye on all of that. And for example, when we all built outdoor artificial turf, almost every community in the region built one. And so we just want to be aware of what the impacts of all that development is long-term and make sure that we have development that really meets the regional need as well.
Yeah, this is may be a real stretch of a question, but does the $2.3 million plus land estimate even seem reasonable at this stage when it was almost $400,000 just to rehab the courts in Alpine many years ago, and we all know what construction costs are. So has anybody had a chance even to kind of ballpark whether $2.3 million is even close?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, I would say that's a tough question to answer, only because I think without having a site identified, and I'll give Riel as an example, there's lots of nuance to development in different land parcels that have different costs. There's different amenities you may be required to have that would change the scope and scale of a project like parking. So there's lots of pieces I think that would need to be determined before we could give you a finite cost on what that development would be. So I would say it'd be a little premature for me to tell you if that's an approximate value that seems reasonable. I can give you for context, it was about $400,000 to refurbish 2 tennis courts into 12 pickleball courts. And that was in 2018 dollars, to your point.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just didn't want, I wanted to ask the question so that we don't get locked in on thinking $2.3 million is the right number. Because I think there would be a lot of background work that would need to be done to come up with a more realistic number. But thank you for the comments.
Danielle, when you say medium to high is where it's slotted in need, that comes from surveys and community feedback. Does it also come from data collection?
Well, to the chair. Yeah, absolutely. When we compiled the recreation needs assessment, that included a number of factors. And if you remember, we walked through that, there was pieces on public feedback. There was also data collection on usage. So hours used, there was growth of groups. There was a number of factors that went into influence that ranking. I would suggest we have it queued up for 25-26 to reassess all of those amenities that we assessed in 2020. And we'd be doing a reassessment to see if something slides up or down the scale as well. So that might be a good opportunity for us to take the growth that pickleball has seen and demonstrated and reassess whether that slides it up or down the scale.
Yeah. I'm kind of guessing it might slide up because of the increased population, it's just a popular sport, but it could slide down because of the data if they're using the private facilities, right? So that will
Correct.
be,
There's a lot of influence to that needs
Yeah.
assessment. So it's not just a simple number. It's got a lot of factors that feed into that for sure.
oh, Councillor Mansky, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you through the mayor to administration. When you were looking into specific neighborhoods, like maybe transitioning a tennis court or whatever, was there discussion about the noise too? Because I know that they had to put the sound barriers up at Alpine and a lot of neighborhoods wouldn't be, really enjoying having that sound without some sort of barrier in several neighborhood areas. Was there a discussion about that?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, as we have conversations about looking at and investigating transitioning courts maybe to another type of sport, that is absolutely something we think about. We think about things like the ancillary needs you need to run that sport, things like parking and washrooms. We think about things like impact to the community. So noise, we know with pickleball is a consideration. We also think about things like land use and maybe changing use and what the impact that is onto existing sports. So there is a number of factors certainly that we use in assessing that, and noise is absolutely one that we're well aware of when it comes to pickleball.
Right. And in that amenities site, I think it was only 6 courts planned in that one, right?
It's right now identified as sport courts, so either a couple of tennis courts or like 6 to 10, I would say, pickleball courts. We are very aware of putting too many pickleball courts in one location, only in terms of noise, unless it's at a commercial site or a site like a recreation facility. So there is some potential, but right now we're looking at six or 8 kind of courts at that type of facility.
And are you aware if in the region, most of them are sort of in a isolated area on their own in most cities?
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, I would say it's different in every community, but I would say that we all municipalities are learning similar lessons about the dynamics of the noise of pickleball. So I think they are getting more common in industrial or commercial areas because that's less impactful to the other businesses and such in the area. I think it's also about getting into greenfield locations prior to communities moving into them. So there's a lot of different factors that I think are being considered in the placement of those kinds of amenities. That's different than, let's say, tennis was 20 years ago.
Okay. And then your, I guess the community ranking, you said finished in 2020 then, right?
Correct. It was 2020 that we finished the first round. And so we'll be looking at doing a review of that in 25, around 25, 26.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Mackay.
I probably should have asked this question to Eileen when she was here, but maybe I can ask it to administration. They might know. The implication was that they needed the outdoor facility to host Canadians and provincials and Canadians. And I'm wondering, can that not be held indoors?
That would be a question I would defer to the pickleball club in terms of the exact games that they were talking about. I don't know the specifics of each individual sport and the requirements for provincials. I would suggest that it is a potential at probably being indoor or outdoor, but I would defer to them to maybe they have more information on the specific games they were looking at.
Yeah, it would just be something where you could work with a partner that has 26 indoor courts.
Yeah. All right, I see that we have exhausted the conversation on pickleball. That's we're on to consent agenda. So can I have someone, nothing was pulled off, which was really only the minutes and the standing committee conversation on vision and pillars. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes. Thank you.
The recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes for October 1st, 2024. 8.1, sending committee of the whole item, community vision and pillars of sustainability, policy update approach. And 10.2, bylaw 27/2024, municipal elections bylaw, first reading.
All right, call for the vote. There we go. Okay. That passes unanimously. So next on our agenda is 6.1, which we just approved on consent for minutes from October 1st. public hearing starts in 15 minutes, so I'm skipping over to 8.1, which was just approved on consent as well. The motion was that the proposed approach, I get the right one, yeah. Yes, proposed approach to assess the vision and pillars of sustainability policy outlined in the agenda report dated October 8th, 2024 be approved. All right, council, do you think we can do 9.1, the additional Fountain Park infrastructure in 15 minutes? I have Sean Percival slotted down as our presenter. Sean, are you with us?
He is. Maybe I'll just ask, I'll throw it to Ms. Podlubny first to see if she's got any opening remarks.
Okay, sure, yeah. Should I
Thanks,
just
Mayor.
turn it over to you all the time, Bill, and then you can introduce? Might be easier. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks through the chair. Good afternoon, members of council. We are really excited to be here to return on the recreation infrastructure options for Fountain Park in alignment with the request from council to investigate some opportunities. So with that, I have the manager of recreation bookings and programs, Sean Percival here, and he's going to do a brief presentation and then we will turn it over to you. Sean?
Thanks, everyone. Hope you can all hear me. Just having some very brief technical difficulties, so I apologize. I'm going to share my screen. I'm hoping that you folks can see a PowerPoint in front of you.
We sure can.
Go ahead, Sean.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. So, as Danielle indicated, my name is Sean Percival. I'm the manager of recreation bookings and programs for the city of St. Albert. Appreciate you having us here today to discuss some of the information related to Fountain Park Recreation Center. Fountain Park Rec Center has been reopened for a little over a year. During this time, we have heard from our community and facility users that they are happy to have the facility back. And during this time, we have seen strong usage of all of our amenities throughout the facility. While administration continues to collect public feedback at all facilities since reopening, feedback has not been received regarding any of the amenities offered at Fountain Park Rec Center. In October of 2023, at council's request, council was presented with two options for amenities that could be added to the aquatics area: a climbing wall extension and an inflatable water play feature. A motion was made that administration complete public engagement, including meeting with the Youth Advisory Committee to solicit feedback on the proposed amenity options. Administration would like to thank the Youth Advisory Committee for their invitation to present and discuss the options at their June 5th, 2024 meeting. During this meeting, options were presented, followed by discussions and questions the committee had. The committee did not provide any formal recommendation for either of the two options that were presented. On August 1st, a public survey was opened asking individuals for their input on the two proposed amenities. Posters were displayed around the city, including Service Credit Union Place, Grosvenor Outdoor Pool, Woodlands Water Play Park, St. Albert Place, and the St. Albert Public Library. More detailed information on what was asked in the survey is available in the What We Heard report, an appendix to the agenda report AR 24381. As you can see from the slide, the majority of respondents suggested an inflatable as the preferred amenity option. We also heard from residents that felt that the options available looked fun, would be safe for a pool environment, and would be a nice option to have in the facility to hang out with friends. As you'll see on the next slide, administration is recommending that should council wish to proceed with the purchase of an amenity, that council allocate up to $60,000 from the capital reserve to be used for the purchase of an inflatable water play system to be set up and used at predetermined times each month at Fountain Park Recreation Center. The inflatable is specifically designed for use in a pool or a large aquatic environment. In particular, the materials they are made from allow for use by multiple people at the same time, anywhere from about approximately 2 to 5, depending on the size of the amenity. Similar to our other pool products, such as life jackets, flutter boards, and aqua fitness equipment, we would source an inflatable from a vendor that specializes in their design and their function. Administration is also seeing inflatables as the more commonly purchased amenity for regional facilities. The photos you see in front of you are just two examples of what size or style of inflatable we would be looking into. Given the size of the leisure pool basin, we will have limitations on what size of inflatable administration could purchase and use. That said, there are several different types and styles of inflatables available, which will be assessed through procurement where we will work through all aspects of space and size configuration and determining the best fit for the facility. It is also important to note that there are operational impacts during the use of an inflatable, including other facilities who have inflatables have indicated that they close the basin where it is set up for safety and supervision reasons. So we will assume this will be the same for us. The inflatable would only be set up approximately 2 times per month and would occupy the leisure pool for approximately 4 to 6 hours during the public drop-in swim during its use. There would only be approximately 2 to 5 people using the inflatable at one time. So as mentioned previous slide, the recommendation is that administration is recommending, should council wish to proceed with the purchase of an amenity, that council will allocate up to $60,000 from the capital reserve to be used for the purchase of an inflatable water play system to be used at predetermined times each month at Fountain Park Rec Center. Should council wish to consider alternatives to this, they are available in the aforementioned agenda report. So with that, I'll say thank you for your time, and we are happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. I just have a quick one to start. I was looking at the survey that you put out. When people were responding to the survey, did they have any idea of the potential capital costs? I didn't see it in the actual survey, so I'm just wondering if it was part of the preamble when you signed in.
Through the chair, or to the chair, I don't believe we asked that. Mr. Percival, can you confirm? I don't believe we identified the capital cost of the item.
Okay.
No, we didn't. I
Okay.
can confirm that, yeah.
And the other thing was, to me, the bigger piece of this is the impacts. You guys are gonna have a problem when people get to come to Fountain Park Pool to do lane swimming and the entire pool is shut down. So when you ask the survey questions, did you let people know, yeah, it's great to have these options, but if you choose them, we're having to shut down a whole pool for a day and sometimes longer. Was that made aware to the respondents?
To the chair, I would just a point of clarity, if I can, that the lane pool is probably not where we're talking about this. We were looking more at the leisure pool as being the one that this would be identified for. It could go into the competition pool as well, but it would be one of the basins. So if we did put this in the leisure pool, there would most likely not be an impact to the lane swimmers going to the competition pool. But Mr. Percival, if you can answer the question about did we identify the impact in the what we heard report?
We did identify that there would be, it would only be set up at predetermined times, but we didn't go into significant detail over what areas would be closed off in their entirety.
Okay, thank you. Got lots of questions. So I got Councillor Hughes and Councillor Killick and then Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you. Just a couple. So when you mentioned the 2 slides you had up there, you said that there was a limit of like 2 to 5 people, but on the one on the left, there was more than 5. So was that substantially larger than what we were thinking of? Or, because I know we have size limitations, right? You can only put, so many people into one Volkswagen. So I guess are we looking at is probably the one on the right versus the one on the left?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, I would say that we haven't determined exactly which one we'd be looking at. There are a number of different options, and we were just trying to demonstrate what some of the options that we saw would be available and would be kind of similar in size. But we would set the safety parameters around what the usage would be on that amenity within the pool.
The other concern I'm just having is I suspect that if we were to get this is all hypothetical, made a decision, but if we were to get it and it were to be put up, that more than 2 to 5 people would want to be using it at the pool at any one time. So I guess, are we going to be looking at, in the review of this, how we would facilitate letting people use it for a short period of time? I'm just thinking if there's slides that are inflatable, then they can get on and get off versus they camp out and they become king of the fort and then no one else can get on there. Do you know what I'm saying? So is there a solution that will still facilitate 2 to 5 people being on there, but also not on there for extensive periods of time at once?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, that's absolutely an operational component that we would figure out as before implementation. I would say that this is a fairly common offering now within recreation facilities, and they have a similar kind of protocol and rules system, but it is like a rotational kind of component. So to your point, you don't have 5 people taking over the amenity and not getting off. There's an operational process that needs to align to it as well.
Okay, and so the last question is the 60,000 I realize that you want to have enough in the budget, so you don't have to come back and ask us again. Do we really think it's going to be 60,000 for that size, or is it more likely to be substantially less and we're just covering our bases on that price tag?
Through the chair to council here is because we need to go to procurement and work with vendors on exactly what our configuration of our pool is and where we would locate it and how we need to secure it. We erred on the side of cautious in terms of not having to come back to council again, but we would expend no more than the $60,000. Most likely it would be more in the 50,000 was the higher end range we had originally priced out, but we did want to offer that buffer of contingency as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think I said Councillor Killick and then Councillor Broadhead. And I'm just letting you all know we have 5 minutes, so we're not going to be able to get to the end of this. So let's start with you, Councillor Killick.
Thanks. To administration, two questions I have. One is, so we're gonna have 2 to 5, maybe even 10 people on rotation. What's the impact of how many people would use the leisure pool now without that inflatable in there?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, Mr. Percival, did you want to take a stab at that and provide some more information on normal usage of the pool?
Sure. I'll preface this by saying that we would naturally validate any data that we're discussing here, but I can say anecdotally, certainly in my time at Fountain Park, I would say that on a regular Saturday, we have public swimming from 1 to 8:30 p.m., I believe, same with Sunday as well. And I would say that it's very weather dependent. When it's nice out, people are outside. In the summertime, obviously with Grosvenor Water Play Park open as well. Wintertime as well, just with driving around in the snow and what have you. So I would say we would likely have anywhere from about, say, 50 to 75 people per hour. And again, that would be an honest answer that would still need validation with a bit more further detail, but I would say that would be a educated guess at this point, just for the sake of this conversation.
Yeah, I'm just trying to judge, 50 to 75 versus 5 to 10 gives me a sense of the impact. The other one I noticed, and I think it's in the backgrounder, and it says it hasn't been assessed whether we would have to do something to the pool deck to actually secure the inflatable. And that scares me big time. That and I've certainly seen inflatables in other pools, and they are all secured to the side of the pool through some pre-built attachments that because when you jump off the slide, it pushes back in the water, and it has to be secured on both sides of the pool. And that kind of impact to the pool, has that been considered even in the $60,000 and shutting down the pool again to put in anchors?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, at this point, our understanding from the vendors that we have spoken with is that there are ways to manage and the installation of an inflatable like this using either things like lane rope anchors, or it could be sandbags or something of that nature. So it sounds like based on our understanding that we wouldn't need to make infrastructure changes, but I think that would be part of our procurement assessment, because we have not budgeted and don't want a service impact or closure that's resulting from this. So that wasn't the intent of this, is it would be finding an inflatable that works within our existing infrastructure that we have on hand.
Thank you.
And Mr. Percival, if I missed anything there, just.
You good, Councillor Killick? Okay, Wes, is your question 2 minutes or less, or do you want to wait? We're going to have to come back to this anyway. You're muted. Councillor Broadhead? There we go.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll wait.
Okay, so council, it is 1:59, so you have 1 minute to stretch. I'll call the public hearing to order. And just, this is my plan, is we'll go from 2 till 3. There'll be 2 hours sitting in these chairs. We'll take a break and then another break at 5 for dinner. That's kind of the plan as is. All right, so we'll start this right at 2. He's here. He can hear. Open the public hearing, and this is bylaw 18, 2024. Officially open that hearing. So Counselor will follow the public hearing guidelines that we have. So does anyone have a declaration of conflict or interest to declare? Seeing none, we'll move on. So for today's public hearing, we're going to follow our procedure bylaw. We're going to hear from administration, and we've got a whole team here and some online. I think Christina's online. Yeah. No, yes, no, yes. Yeah, okay. Council can ask as many questions of you want as you want to our administration. Then we don't have an applicant for this one, so we'll go straight to the public. I read the list of registered speakers earlier. Any written submissions that have been received after the stated cutoff time for inclusion in the package may be read into the record verbally by the presenter or their delegate. And we did receive 2, and both of them are in the room, or at least registered. So we'll be able to deal with that. And once there's no further information from the public, we'll go back to administration for more questions. And then when it's exhausted, I'll ask for a motion to close the public hearing. So I'm going to turn over to you, Mr. Fletcher, to introduce your team and give us our presentation.
Thanks very much. I just want to offer a couple of comments with the indulgence of council, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Slatt to introduce the team and get on with the presentation proper. Specifically, I just wanted to map out or perhaps reframe the option space that I think exists in front of council as we look at the land use bylaw, which has been a significant amount of work in the making. Ultimately, today we're gathered for second and third reading. And really, there's 3 broad options. The first is pass second and third reading. The bylaw itself, as you'll hear the team say, is due to come back. We would propose bringing it back in a year anyway, after a year of test driving it, to use the vernacular, to potentially make amendments based on experience. That's the recommended course of action, the recommended way ahead from administration. Should council desire to make changes, there's really 2 mechanisms to do that. The first is to pass second and third reading and then go through the normal notice of motion process. This allows the new bylaw to be implemented, and that would follow the normal notice of motion procedures. The third mechanism would be to make motions upon completion of second reading. I would just caution that, so eyes wide open, if that happens based on the complexity of the motion itself, we would unlikely get to third reading today, as administration would have to go away, do the analysis and bring that forward. And so the old bylaw then would be extant until that happened. So unless there are any questions on that, I will turn it over to Mr. Slatt.
I have a quick question on that.
All right.
As you were talking, sorry,
Yeah.
about, it's for you, Marta. If we don't get to third reading today, do we have to re-advertise a public hearing?
No,
No, because we will have closed it by then.
we will have closed the public hearing and
Yeah.
we'll just bring back the amendments as a result of the public hearing.
Okay.
We will have the old bylaw in place until the new bylaw is brought
Right.
back for third reading.
So if
as
somebody
amended.
just wants to make change it second reading, we have no idea when third reading will come depending on the complexity of that amendment. Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly right. Depending on the complexity of the amendment, that would drive the timeline for returning. Yeah.
All right. So council, I'll be kind of like gauging your questions, your aptitude for making changes today, or notice of motions for this fall or later next year. We'll just kind of I'll be looking around to see if there's unanimous consent to some of these considerations, those kind of things. We'll work our way through it though. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
So just clarity on the
Yep.
process on a point of. So if we wanted to put forward a motion today, it would happen at second reading.
Yeah. After the public hearing is closed.
Or put it forward as a notice of motion upon completion of third.
Again,
reading,
after
depending on where
public
you want
hearing.
it to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where my follow-up was gonna go, or put it forward after. And then,
And we
then
would-
we're looking at, for clarity, we're looking at any time between. And again, it depends on the complexity of what the work would be, but you're looking at what? 3 weeks to 6 months, what?
Sure.
timeframe?
Yes, Counselor. I would defer to this team on the left who would actually know, but again, depending on the complexity, it's probably measured in months rather than weeks.
And Bill, or I don't know, maybe Adrian, are you going to introduce everybody who's speaking? Okay, go ahead. Good. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Broadhead has his hand up. I think it's probably on process. Go ahead, Wes.
Indeed it is. I'm just wondering what the what the real difference is between making a motion of change tonight and then making a motion post third reading. Are we in fact going to be waiting the same length of time to get the review by administration on a proposed change? How is that working?
I think Councillor Broadhead, what I've heard is if you would, I cannot stop any of you from making an amendment today. That's your right. The ball is now in our court. It belongs to us to debate and make changes to as we see fit. If anyone proposes amendment today, I will maybe even call a break and find out how you guys feel. Like if we need to legally, I think it's probably more the legal perspectives of whether we can go ahead with that today. For example, if something is proposed that would dramatically change, you know, some of the neighbors' impacts, those neighbors would have to have an opportunity to speak at a public hearing. So I would need to talk to Marta and Bill to figure out that. If you really want to push it forward before we do third reading, that's absolutely, you're right, but third reading might be delayed for a certain amount of time.
That's correct. I think
Yeah.
the fundamental difference is that if you pass third reading and go the notice of motion route,
Yeah.
the new bylaw is in place and you'll
That's right.
knows it. If you don't, the
Yeah.
old bylaw will be in place for however
Right.
long it takes. to-
And I think
So-
just from some of the emailed opinions of the new bylaw, it's better than the old one. So I'd rather see the new bylaw in place, even if it is for 3 to 6 months till your amendments come forward, rather than the old bylaw, because the old bylaw is really outdated. So those are your options, Wes. You can do it today. It might delay third reading, or you can let third reading pass today and we'll make notices of motion and look at timelines for those individual amendments. Does that make sense?
My question, yeah, it does. My question is about the quality of advice coming back from administration on a motion made at second reading. But I understand your point, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I think I know what you're saying, Councillor Broadhead, and I'm sure he's not questioning the quality of your opinion.
Well,
but I
no,
think,
just on the timeline.
yeah, and I
You
think
got
you're-
20 minutes versus,
yeah,
you know, a significant time to delve into the change.
and we would want, I think council would want to really understand all the unintended consequences.
Exactly.
And I believe any amendments that we might be considering are being gathered from input from the development community. You have spoken to the development community a lot about their requested changes and have said no to them. So we would need to know why. We would need backgrounders and stuff like that. So that's the process. Okay. All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Adrian Slatt, Managing Director of Planning and Infrastructure, and it is my privilege today to introduce the land use bylaw update for your consideration. Collectively, your staff has spent the last approximately 3 years and thousands of hours to update and simplify a highly complex and interconnected document. While the document before you may not achieve everything on each of our individual wish lists, staff included, it does a very good job of capturing the overall essence of comments heard throughout the extensive engagement efforts that went into this document from the community as a whole, and attempting to strike a balance between those at times disparate ideas and opinions. To that end, while recent significant land use bylaw updates in other major communities throughout the province have turned out hundreds of individuals who have been opposed or in favor of some of those proposed amendments, it would appear that this public hearing has resulted in the attendance of representatives from 7 developers as well as the Chamber of Commerce, which I think should be taken note of. What was generally in scope, and Brian Conger with ISL to my left will be touching on this more, is simplification of the document, broadening of uses, modernization, and correction of errors and omissions, pardon me. And what was generally out of scope was attempting to address one-off impacts to specific properties that were more suited to an application and a focused review therein. To speak specifically to a notion that was represented within one of the submitted presentations, this land use bylaw is not set in stone, but should be considered a living document to be amended from time to time as necessary. Further to this, as Mr. Fletcher had noted, administration has committed to return to council with a review of the functionality of the land use bylaw within a little over 1 year from the time of approval. From protocol standpoint, we'll be asking that you make any note of any questions or comments that you might have and hold those until the end of the presentation, just due to the interconnected nature of the presentation and the subject matter, and the possibility that the presentation in full may answer some of those initial questions. As Mr. Fletcher had noted, from a recommendation perspective, there is a potential for unintended consequences with many amendments along the way. And one thing that hasn't been mentioned as well is the master rates bylaw, which will be tied to the districts that are proposed within this. So we've already kind of planned ahead for that, and that's just something else to consider. And with all that being said today, I have with me to my left, Brian Conger, the land use bylaw project consultant from ISL Engineering. Colin Kriviak, the development branch manager. He's to my right, or to Mr. Fletcher's right. Chelsea Thompson, development officer 2, to the left of Brian here, and then Barb Dupuis, planner, also to the left of Chelsea. And Brian will now speak regarding some of the process that went into the creation of this document.
Just want to say, I super appreciate you guys being here in person. It gets really frustrating for us when we can't hear, or so maybe to Bill, like, this is nice. I know it's crowded, but thank you.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Brian Conger. I'm the Community Planning Manager at ISL. So our overall goals for the project really comes down to the date of the bylaw. So the current land use bylaw is from 2005, and for all intents and purposes, given its age, it's worked well over the last 19 years. That said, 19 years is a long time, and certain types of development no longer exist. Notably, Blockbuster Video and similar video rental stores such as that. But there was 3 key goals for this project in when we undertook, and we're the successful proponent. One was obviously aligning the land use bylaw with Flourish, which was the municipal development plan that was adopted in the spring of 2021. The other was a need for new and usable industrial districts within the city. And more broadly, this was looking at the land use districts that you currently have and proposing amendments to streamline them and make them more user-friendly. That specifically 2 industrial districts, Business Park 1 and 2 received a very large overhaul. And in fact, it's essentially a brand new BP1, as well as the introduction of a traditional industrial district, which was missing from your land use bylaw. And as I mentioned, those 19 years worth of change and some almost 200 amendments that had occurred to the bylaw over these 20 years. And that's perfectly normal, especially for a municipality your size. As mentioned by previous speakers today, the best practice is that you view the land use bylaw as a living document. So going forward, changes aren't as big and scary, but this was definitely a very large overhaul. And so how do you eat a 400-page elephant? One bite at a time. And so the process that we propose was broken down over 5 phases. Phase 1 was understanding your needs. And at this point, what we did was a technical analysis of the LUB. So we looked at the document with attention to the sections that make up the bylaw, the different parts of it. We reviewed the format of the land use bylaw to document and gauge its cohesion, usability, specifically the end user and the resident as being our target audience, as well as where there were some gaps in the land use bylaw. And we also took a reorganization of the content of the bylaw. So phase 1 was understanding the needs of the project. Phase 2, that's the section by section preparation. And this is actually a 1.5 years worth of effort here. So we, when you're working with such a large document as your land use bylaw, we break it into the different parts and then we updated the individual parts. Phase 3, and other speakers will speak to this in more detail, but was the community consultation that was undertaken. But we had a pop-up in October 2022, and then the complete draft in November 2023, which included an open house and virtual open house. And there's been subsequent public engagement since then as part of phase 4, which is the refinement and adoption of the plan. And there's even some content or some effort that's going to be done post-adoption that will be spoken to as well in a few slides here. So when we think of the municipal comparators, we undertook a scan of best practices, looking at communities, not just in the Alberta context, but across Canada, and we dipped our toes a little bit into the US, but there are some substantive differences. Within the Edmonton metro area, we looked at Fort Saskatchewan, Spruce Grove, and Beaumont. And then in the Calgary metro area, we paid attention to Airdrie, very similar in size to the city of St. Albert, as well as Cochrane. Cochrane was brand new and fresh off the press when this project was undertaken. And so we took a look at innovative ideas, as well as looking at how we can use the land use bylaw to implement the goals of your MDP Flourish. And the review also looked at the structural and functional aspects of these comparator land use bylaws. I think that is the last of my slides. Anyways, I just wanted to say thank you for your time today. It's honestly been a pleasure to work on this project over the last 3 years. And you have a great team here. So it's I really enjoyed my time. Over to you, Barb.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to go over how the MDP was integrated into the land use bylaw. Flourish MDP was approved in 2021, and one of the team's main goals, as you heard, was to take the policies that were approved in Flourish and integrate them into our land use bylaw. So I'm going to present some brief points on our major policy sections. So in terms of the MDP's green environment policies, we included a district for valued and protected environmental features called the Conservation District. Several city-owned parcels are proposed to be converted to this new district. We also aligned the municipal engineering standards and the land use bylaw regarding landscaping, and new landscaping regulations are proposed for multifamily sites. Under the robust economy policy section, we created 2 new employment districts. The first is called the Business Park 1 District, and the other is called the Industrial District, which will allow for more choice for rezoning applications for employment lands. We're also proposing to expand the land use bylaw regulations regarding home-based businesses, including proposing to allow employees in home-based business levels 2 and level 3. Under the housing options section, we consolidated and simplified residential districts for clarity and flexibility. We also sought to allow a greater range of housing types in all communities. Typically, this was by allowing more supportive housing and group homes, allowing triplexes and fourplexes, and expanding where secondary suites can be placed. Overall, the proposal is to provide fewer land use districts, but with a wider range of available uses. For mobility choices, we propose to reduce parking, both for residential and non-residential uses. There was a focus on parking reductions for affordable non-market housing units and studio apartments, and we also proposed parking reductions for our downtown. The second item was to clarify bicycle parking requirements, detailing the number of bicycle stalls required per land use. To align with the MDP's policies for cultural richness, we consolidated 4 districts together to get the proposed downtown district, and we edited the regulations to reflect the policies of the MDP and the vision of the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan, or DARP. Under the resilient infrastructure theme, we made a few tweaks to the existing solar collector section so that a solar collector can now be freestanding. We also proposed mandatory electric vehicle charging stations for some uses. This would mean that some developments, including residential developments such as apartments and townhousing complexes, would need to provide EV charging options for their residents. Within the community well-being section, we propose to remove regulatory barriers to supportive housing models. The team has proposed consolidated definitions and added supportive housing and group homes as permitted uses in most of the residential and mixed-use districts. The second proposal is to create a new use called community garden, which is permitted widely within several districts of the land use bylaw. It focuses on nonprofit local food production and expands on the work of the Hens and Bees initiatives already in place. In terms of our Great Places section, the first item is to design mixed-use civic and commercial districts for people and not cars. This proposal has resulted in reduced setbacks in some cases, taller buildings designed with podiums to provide a human scale at the base of the structure, and proposed parking reductions. We also created the mixed-use level 1 district, which integrates a range of residential, commercial, retail, and office uses. This district allows for businesses to be located adjacent to the customers they serve. The overall goal was to try and create a district that accommodates a live, work, play node within a neighborhood. Our last MDP theme is sustainable growth, where we added triplexes and fourplexes on laned corner lots in both new and established neighborhoods. This is to help meet a housing mix that achieves a minimum overall density of 40 dwelling units per net residential hectare. And lastly, the team supported infill opportunities in established areas, including expanding the provisions for secondary suites, allowing them to be constructed in semi-detached and duplex housing, and allowing 2 suites per lot if the suite is built in conjunction with a single detached home. Now I will hand the presentation off to Chelsea.
Thanks, Barb. So housing diversity is top of mind these days. The land use bylaw team recognizes that and did take several steps during the land use bylaw rewrite to work towards more affordable housing options in St. Albert. The team did focus on multifamily and secondary suites, as those products are typically more at the entry level of the affordability price range. So administration has proposed to expand our secondary suite options. So this includes permitting suites in semi-detached and duplex products. We also have an opportunity for up to 2 suites on a single detached dwelling within the low density residential LDR district. We have proposed to reduce parking for secondary suites, whereby 1 suite would not need an additional parking stall. Providing an additional paved parking stall was identified as one of the major barriers to suite implementation within the city. We've also added a new townhouse plex product, being triplexes and fourplexes for residential corner lots with lane access. This product would be applied and available to both our new and established neighborhoods. We've also reduced parking requirements for apartments, townhouse complexes, and secondary suites. And while some parking reductions are proposed, the draft does still require a minimum internal garage width to ensure that vehicles can functionally fit in the garage and that the principal dwelling will still be able to meet the minimum parking ratios of the district. We've reduced some residential lot widths. Typically, you'll find that occurring on our laned product as the impact to the streetscape is lessened in that application. And accordingly, as the lot widths narrow, the lot coverage maximums have also increased in numerous districts. This draft bylaw aims to promote diversity in housing products within our neighborhoods, but many factors affect affordability. We aim to give industry those tools, but ultimately we don't control the price of materials or labor, the cost of land, or the finishings that that builder may choose to put in that home. So also as part of the land use bylaw update, it was identified that several parcels would benefit from spot redistrictings. So some of these redistrictings were simply housekeeping amendments. Some properties were deemed as underzoned, and some areas, as they are still under development, we redistricted so that those were seen as proactive measures. Staff did send out 12 different groups of letters as part of this project, and for each proposed redistricting, notification letters were mailed out to the public within 100 meters of that parent or affected parcel. Public feedback from these notifications was collected and is in your council agenda in the spot districting report. On this slide is an overview map where you can see the location of those 12 groupings within and throughout the city. So next we have community consultation. So substantial efforts throughout this process to solicit feedback from public, internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, as well as our Indigenous partners, has taken place throughout the course of the project. Events that were hosted are shown on the slide here, and you can see they included both in-person and virtual online opportunities. We've also maintained communication with you council, making one presentation to the Community Growth and Infrastructure Committee, being the CGISC, as well as 2 presentations to Standing Committee of the Whole, SCOW. Throughout the course of the update project, our team also maintained an online Cultivate the Conversation page. There were articles posted on the news feed there, process updates, emails to subscribers to keep them in the loop as we progressed. A question feature on the site also allowed the public to communicate directly with us, the project team, and a project email was also created. We also have compiled and provided you 5 different What We Learned reports as attachments in your package. 3 of the reports focused on specific events that were held, being the pop-up event at the farmers market in the fall of 2022, and both the online surveys that also occurred throughout this recent timing. The other 2 reports looked at feedback throughout the entire process, start to finish. These reports documented the volume of emails and questions that were asked via the Cultivate the Conversation page. And each of those reports break down the feedback into types and also include the city's response. So most of the emails and the Q&A feedback that we did receive, both from our public and external interested parties, was in the form of change requests to the land use bylaw document. Each of those change requests are detailed in 2 different reports, one being the public report and one being the external interested party report. So we categorized that feedback into a few different categories, and that included changes made, partial changes made, not recommended, response provided, and out of scope. So lastly, the reports also feature a rationale column, which details the thinking behind why administration integrated a piece of feedback into this land use bylaw draft or not. So we also have a SCOW motion follow-up slide, and this slide is to follow up on our most recent Standing Committee of the Whole visit to you. The last time that we were in front of you at a SCOW meeting was in April of this year, and there were 3 motions that passed at that meeting. So administration did discuss how best to implement these 3 motions and these items and composed solutions, which are contained in the draft that you have today. We've provided supporting rationale in a separate report attachment, again, found in your council package. Overall, we have added density bonusing to downtown. We have reduced parking ratios for secondary suites, studio apartment units, affordable non-market housing units, townhouse complexes, and smaller fee simple townhouse products. We've also added front drive zero lot lines, or ZLLs, back into the land use bylaw with a 25% cap now in place to support diverse housing product opportunities within our neighborhoods. And with that, I will now be handing the presentation off to Colin Kerviak, Manager of the Development Branch.
Thank you, Chelsea. The remaining project milestones and estimated timelines are shown on this slide. So after completion of the council process, we'll be working on some of our post-adoption items, including staff training on the new bylaw, which is already commenced, and creating an interactive, user-friendly online bylaw component. That will be done in partnership with the project sub-consultant High Tech Apps, and preliminary work on that portion is well underway. After a major update like this, administration is going to develop performance indicators and monitor implementation to see the impact the new regulations are having on the built form and development in our neighborhoods. As mentioned earlier, the land use bylaw is a living document and ever evolving, meaning that future housekeeping amendments should be expected. Recommendation of administration is that the public hearing be closed and that the land use bylaw 18/2024 be approved. We recommend approval today so the new LUB is in place going into the next building season so developers can plan for the new year as soon as possible. Please note that by approving a land use bylaw, you will also be repealing the Development Authority bylaw, as the content of that existing bylaw has now been incorporated into the updated land use bylaw document. No separate motion is required for this as it's contained within the bylaw itself. In closing, we thank you for your time today and support in getting this project before you, but we would be remiss if we did not also thank the consultant and numerous internal project team members who provided their input and expertise to this document, as well as our stakeholders, partners, and the public for their feedback and participation along the way. This concludes our formal presentation, and the project team is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the presentations. Council, just so you know, I think we should all be working off the same agenda report. So I've got the report from October 1st, which was first reading up. So if I refer to page numbers, I might be there, but I could probably switch back and forth. Before I open it up to the rest of council, one quick question. I think I know the answer to this, but by approval of this bylaw, we're redistricting 12 areas. Is that right? In one big fell swoop, we're changing what we would quite often do one by one. I noticed a couple of them were changing from urban reserve to something else. Have we completely got rid of the urban reserve designation now? Weren't we talking about that because it causes confusion? We've been talking about that for quite a few years. Urban reserve makes some residents think it's going to be reserve land, and it was completely my understanding that we were getting rid of that. So go ahead, Chelsea. Barb.
Oh, sorry, we're both. High five. For you, Madam Mayor, the Urban Reserve District has been renamed.
Okay, yeah, okay. So what's it called now?
Future Urban Development. Bud.
That's all that's
okay.
I knew we needed to have some sort of holding district, but I just didn't want it called. Okay, so anything that was UR before is now future urban development. But two of them are going from urban reserve to, I think one's parks, one's conservation. Yeah.
Thank
Okay. I did read this 600-page document or something. All right, council, it's your turn. I'll open it up to you unless you want me to keep going. Go ahead. You have some? Okay, I guess generally, I'll just start. I really want to start with generals. So mobility choices, the goal was to right-size parking requirements. Any conversation around the team about eliminating parking requirements as other municipalities have done? Is that too scary of a step?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the question. So we did have internal conversations with the team about completely eliminating parking requirements. At this point in time, we did not go that direction. We were taking a more moderate approach with our actions. So we did reduce. In some cases, we reduced significantly, especially in our downtown district, which has more of a park once and walk environment, but we didn't eliminate completely.
Okay. I really wanted to make sure the conversation was had, and this is the conclusion you came, because I probably would agree with you. Baby steps. Maybe a question for you, Mr. Fletcher. The federal government and their requirement to make certain building types, especially the fourplexes, quadplexes, as a permitted right. Obviously, it's not here. But we have told the federal government we're willing to go down that road if they're, what is the process and steps if they come back with housing money for us, and how would that change what we're doing today?
Yeah, thank you very much. Certainly the team can jump in. I think you're talking about the Housing Accelerator Fund specifically, right? And then the requirements of the federal government. So no, we're not there. The message that's been sent is here's where we are, and certainly council's willing to have the discussion on the way forward. I would offer that because, as was noted, this is an evergreen or a living document. Those types of course corrections can be made in due course with the proper analysis to underpin them, and it'd be a deliberate decision if the federal government comes back and offers the money.
It would be a permitted right in every residential district. Is that kind of the understanding? So it would be not as simple, but it would be just an addition of what's permitted to every district. Is that how it would work?
That's my understanding, Mayor Herron, is that yes, fourplexes would be a by right
Mhm.
product within any residential district. And as Ms. Dupuy had mentioned, we took a more measured approach with some of these amendments, and this is one of those where we said, let's wait and see, and then go from there, because we did make a number of amendments to enable different types of density within the land use bylaw and the residential districts, but those were things that we felt were acceptable within the community as is, not going to that next step yet.
Okay, and you said, I think it was Brian, you said you consulted with other municipalities. Airdrie is the one that I can think that already received that housing accelerator fund. And do you know the process and what they went through to make that enabled in their land use bylaw?
Through the chair, off the top of my head, I do not. I do think that would be easy enough for us to find. I think one of the important things is the timelines on the project itself and where we were
Yeah,
3 years ago
I get that.
in updating that specific content to today.
Yeah. And quite honestly, council has only indicated they're willing to consider it. And that was at the end of the summer, which you guys were already done.
And I think, where the federal government's sitting is right now, they're not looking for approval. They want the roadmap to get there over time for some of the communities that have received the Housing Accelerator Fund, all of whom have committed to go there. I think that's the issue.
Okay, let's go into council. I've got Councillor Hughes, Councillor Jolly, and Councillor Killick. So Sheena, we'll start with you.
Sure, I'm not going to be super long. So I'm going to talk again about parking. I think of everything you're putting forward, this could be the most controversial section in my mind, because people either want way more or way less. So you mentioned on slide 10 that I understand we had a motion about affordable housing, but we also seem to have it up for the townhouses. Did we have the motion included the townhouses as well, or was that just a decision to add on the reduction in parking requirements for townhomes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Hughes, the townhouse single reduction of, if it's less than, I think it's 5.3 meters, that they only require one stall, that came after our last SCOW presentation to you. The rest of the reductions should have been all in place generally.
Because my major concern is, just like when you cut off too much hair, you can't glue it back on. When you cut out too much parking, it's not easy to put it back in. And so I've seen decisions in the past where we have reduced parking excessively, and some of the buildings sit vacant for a very long time because they can't meet the parking needs. So I guess I'm just kind of looking for some kind of just thought process behind just the idea that we should reduce parking, other than the council motion that was approved to do the affordable housing reduction on other scopes. Like for residential in general, we're keeping it the same or we're reducing it? Because I feel like we're reducing it I'm trying to remember everything from the first as well, but we're reducing it just from general, just even for residential, period, right? Or no? Let me know. Shake your head or just say something to me.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes. So we are reducing some residential parking requirements. So we've proposed apartments be reduced. Previously, the apartments were based on the number of bedrooms that were in the unit. We've proposed that it's just going to be one stall per dwelling unit, no matter how many bedrooms are in the apartment. We've proposed a new definition called studio units or dwelling studio unit. So that would be basically a bachelor suite that's under 500 square feet. We've proposed that the first 10% of those have 0 parking, and then the remainder be assessed at 0.6 stalls per suite. We've also reduced parking for smaller townhouse units. I think it was 5.18 meters possibly, to go from 2 parking stalls down to 1 parking stall. But the majority of our products, so semi-detached, duplex, single detached, we're still proposing 2 parking stalls for those units.
Okay, thank you. So when I look at the apartments, I hear what you're saying, the apartments. I guess I'm wondering just your thought process behind that. And if we discussed it before, please forgive me. Sometimes all the meetings are to run together. But because I've never been to an apartment building where I've said to myself, there's just too much parking here. Like, I've never said that, even when you just have visitor, even if we're doing a mandatory one, then we would increase the visitor or let them buy a second one up top, and then those are all on a premium to rent them out. Like, I've never seen where we said we have too much. So I am concerned about us building products that the people are stressed about parking because they can't get it, and then it flows into the street, and then they get stressed, et cetera, et cetera. So what was the thought process behind even reducing it for the apartments?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So some of this, we probably will tag team this one, but in regards to some of our approach to parking, obviously we looked at best practices. We did look at other communities. We hear a lot about what other communities are doing. Things like visitor parking reductions. We currently require 1 stall for every 5 units, visitor parking. We now require, under the draft, we're going to require 1 stall for every 7 units. So part of that was trying to reduce the mass, in some cases, parking lots that can be required, trying to afford maybe a little more green space for some of these multi-family situations. Again, going back to best practices, having consideration for some of the size of the units and the reality of, some of our more denser R4 projects and mixed use sites where you're going to find our apartments and multi-family products. They are in proximity to transit, to amenity space, et cetera, and that not everyone may have 2 vehicles in those situations, and also economic scale, the value of some of those units. Maybe they're more a starting point unit. As it relates to your more single family, and I think Barb touched on this, duplex, semi-detached, that's where we have kind of retained that requirement for 2 stalls. The other part of this whole thing, and speaking to how interconnected the document is, we're knowing that we're potentially getting or holding on that 2 stalls per dwelling unit. We felt more comfortable in looking at reductions to other products in an area, or reductions for our secondary suites, for example, because we felt we were getting that 2 stalls or 1.5 stalls per unit, depending on the situation. So ideally, the ebbs and flows of an area would still be able to accommodate these numbers. We weren't in any way trying to create deficiencies when we looked at these. So it was all, multiple components that kind of factored into this situation.
Okay, I'm still worried, but okay. I have one more question, then I'll let everybody else go to something else. When you mentioned the 0 lot line, the front 0 lot line, so are we putting requirements that it has to have nothing on the other side so they can park on the other side? Because 0 lot line front driveway means 0 parking on the road. And I have yet to see a road, the residential, where people do not appreciate having road parking. So how are we managing that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so we currently, in our current land use bylaw, have a regulation that requires that across from front drive 0 lot line, they can have lane-oriented product or a park. We've proposed to retain this regulation so that one side of the street does have an uninterrupted boulevard for street parking, street trees, street infrastructure, and those type of things.
Perfect, thank you.
Just to interrupt that though, with the 0 lot lines front drive, I might have to ask this to the gang up there. I feel like there is some parking on the same side of the street as the 0 lot lines. There is enough room for some cars, or like one between driveways, depending if there's a hydrant or something, but there is parking on the street.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, with the current lot widths.
Right,
So
okay.
right now we have a 24-foot building pocket for the front drive, and that is how we can get probably 1 stall per 2 lots. If we shrink that building pocket, the driveways get closer together, and that impacts the on-street parking.
Thank you. I just know that I've been up in Strata's development and I've parked on the same side of street as the 0 lot line houses. That's current. So go ahead.
If I can, I'll just say that relies also on ignoring the traffic bylaw and the setback from driveways.
So you're within like
a legal
whatever
parking
feet?
spot is what, 1.5 meters or something like that? So you need an additional 3 meters. And once you add that, like technically you can fit a car in those spaces, but
But you
also-
could get ticketed.
also technically, if somebody wanted to complain, they would probably be within their rights
Okay.
to have bylaw out there. So just be
So
aware.
you're telling me the mayor was breaking the law when she parked there?
I'm not saying, I didn't see anything.
Thank you for that, just for clarification. Sorry, Sheeta. Okay, I think I had Councillor
We don't
Jolly.
have enforcement and such.
I think I said Councillor Jolly. It's hard to tell who went up first, but I'll let you go, Natalie, and then you, Mike.
Okay, thank you. I guess my first question is about kind of usability of the final bylaw. So I think a lot of these regulations, other bylaws also apply. So for example, you know, demolition, it looks like you don't need a development permit for it, but for a historical resource, kind of other rules will apply. So how are we kind of communicating that other rules might apply to a particular use? Does that question make sense?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Jolly. So there are, as you said, there's a page, entire web page full of land or different bylaws that we have in place. And all of these bylaws do work together. So as part of this project, obviously we utilized and engaged with multiple different city departments. We had consideration for multiple other policies, documents, and bylaws, including the traffic bylaw, engineering standards, parks and open spaces, all these different documents. So the land use bylaw might regulate you know, the location of the building and the height of a building and when a development permit is or is not required. However, the building code and the building permit addresses you know, how that structural is actually built. Fire code regulates, you know, distance from certain things. And again, you know, what they can or cannot do for egress and things like that. Traffic bylaw is going to regulate where those residents of those homes park, et cetera. So they all work together. The land use bylaw doesn't specifically have to reference those other bylaws. What it does say is that the land use bylaw does not preclude someone from any other compliance with any other bylaw, provincial or federal regulation. If that answers where you were going with your question.
Yeah, and I guess just in terms of usability, I'll give a specific example. So for the VRBO type rentals, so I think on page 24 of the bylaw, it says that short-term rentals are good to go, no permits are required. So I would be concerned that my neighbor reads that and thinks that no permits are required to operate that business in their home.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Jolly. So in that instance, the land use bylaw would identify whether or not that requires a development permit, which it's identified as it's on the no DP required list.
Yeah.
It also would define what is a short-term rental. They would then have to know if they did or did not require a business license, which my understanding is they will not require a business license. And then other bylaws that would apply to them, though, from an operational perspective, would be the noise bylaw, the traffic bylaw, so that, you know, any persons visiting or attending that Airbnb or short-term rental are parking legally. So we have all those other mechanisms in place to ensure operation and potential enforcement. So the land use bylaw only speaks to the permitting, the identification of the use, and where that use is or is not allowed.
So sorry, just to clarify, we're removing the requirement to have a business license to operate an Airbnb?
The requirement for a business license, Councillor Jolly, would be outside of the scope of the land use bylaw. So that would be up to our business license team to speak.
Okay, thank you. This will confuse some people, lay people. My next question is about rubber driveways. So there's tons of rubber driveways in my neighborhood, but this bylaw makes it seem like that's not permitted. Am I reading that correctly?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolly. So the land use bylaw doesn't actually speak to that type of material. That would be in the engineering standards.
Okay, so hard surfacing can kind of apply to anything that's not gravel. Is that fair? Hard surfacing is all through the bylaw.
Yeah, so Counselor Jolly, so we actually do define hard surfacing and, well, hard surfacing is defined as per what engineering standards defines
Okay.
it. And so basically the go-tos for hard surfacing are obviously concrete and asphalt, but it does say or other acceptable service to the satisfaction of engineering services capable of withstanding that vehicle load. So if there is some sort of a new amazing product that comes out, whether it's a permeable concrete or something to that effect, they would be going through our engineering team with their request, and it would be under the engineering standards, it would be our engineering team who would approve such an alternative hard surface.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious about the discussions around flood lines, and I mean, those are changing, and how do we stay on top of kind of the risks associated with those 1 in 100 storms that are happening? Is Mr. Fletcher, this might be a question for you on how we keep up with those.
Actually, I might try to answer the question first, Councillor Jolly. So the city did update their flood lines based on the latest provincial mapping. I think it was last year around this time, something like
In the
that.
last year, yeah.
Yeah. And so basically to your point, we are cognizant of the fact that as storm events get flashier, et cetera, it is something that we have to pay attention to. We have within that floodplain or floodline update, we did also include, I guess, some buffering within that so that we're not enabling development generally adjacent to floodlines. And for the most part, the impacted areas in the city have already been developed. So those lines are kind of set. And then the new areas, I think through the ASP process, et cetera, I think we're doing a good job of ensuring that there is buffer within either environmental reserve or reserve that is municipal reserve adjacent to floodlines to kind of protect people's interests from being impacted by a significant flood event.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. This is an easy one. Why are we suggesting prohibiting digital mining everywhere?
Sorry, what was that again? Approving what?
Barb knows the answer to that question. I can tell by your face.
Question though.
We're prohibiting digital mining everywhere, and I'm just curious why.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Jolie. So our understanding is that those businesses have significant infrastructure requirements for their electricity. So they would have a large draw on the grid, and we are not convinced that they would fit in.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I was just curious. My next question is signage for home-based businesses level 1. Why are we saying that these businesses can't have the small signs, but the level 2 folks can?
So Councillor Jolly, thanks for the question. The home-based businesses have 3 levels to them, and they are currently that way right now. So what is currently known as a home office is being renamed to home-based business level 1. A home office has administration. It's an administrative use only. They don't have customers. They don't make any goods or services in that regard. And so they are very low key. You're driving by, you don't know that that contractor might do billing out of his office, or that person might be doing website design. So they weren't in essence what we consider a next level home-based business, whereby they're advertising because they don't have customers or make goods or services. Their advertising would come in the form of a website or a business card or a Facebook ad, for example. When you get to home-based business level 2, that's the home-based business that you are seeing more so in our community, where someone makes a goods or service, they offer esthetician services or haircuts. That's the home-based business level 2. That type of business where they have customers who may or may not come, they might have deliveries. That was where we decided to introduce the smaller window only sign for that type of business, basically for identification. And it's to be the business name and or a logo only in that sign.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to kind of have it at low key for those level 2 businesses. But I guess my question is about those level 1 businesses. Like, why wouldn't we kind of encourage, any opportunity that they want to, maybe my neighbor's an accountant that does online services. Like, why would we be preventing kind of the conversation kind of at a neighborhood level of someone operating a business from home? Kind of from an ECDev perspective, I guess.
Yeah, Councillor Jolly, to you. It was just that the home office, in essence, they don't require a development permit. It's very, really, for the sake of when COVID hit, most of us were operating home offices. And so it was just considered very under the radar, no DP required, very entry level. But if that is something that council feels has value, then we would be open to hearing that debate.
Okay.
Today?
That's an easy one out of all of them. Am I okay to keep going, Mayor? I just gotta.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. So
I'm going to go for 4 more minutes, then I'm going to call a break.
Wonderful. Okay. So for adult performance establishments, so there's a whole bunch of restrictions on, they can't, I understand why they can't be next to a school. But there's also one that says they can't be next or within 100 meters of each other. And I'm curious to know why we couldn't have 2 adult performance establishments next to each other.
Again, thank you for the question, Councillor Jolly. So often you will find separation distances for certain businesses. We only really have separation distances currently for cannabis retail stores. But when you're talking sometimes about certain types of businesses, in order to not have an area become industry specific, you often want to have some separation distances between them. This is just one of those situations where we do have a separation distance. That's also in the current land use bylaw, so that was not something new that was introduced.
Well, yeah, and so in the existing bylaw, kind of the different separation distances, both between each other and from everything else, effectively makes it so that these businesses are prohibited. Is that kind of still what this will effectively do, just by limiting, like putting those meter restrictions in? It just says these businesses can't occur just because of the spatial limitation.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly, for the question. No, I do think that there are still some areas where they could be placed. They just wouldn't be in close proximity to each other. It might make it harder for them to find a location to operate.
Okay. But it's the same, it's kind of the same as it is now.
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Okay. Secondary suites. Why wouldn't we allow both a garage and a garden suite on a lot that could accommodate both?
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. There could be situations where a lot has enough area to do that. I think that's going to be fewer than situations where they could have one or the other in combination with an internal suite.
So bear with me here. I'm just scrolling down. It was on page 86 of the bylaw. It looked like it said you could have one or the other, but not both. Did I misunderstand that?
No, Councillor Jolly, that is correct. So
okay.
That was in combination with a single detached house. You could have suites, but one had to be internal, and then the other could be a garden suite or a garage suite.
So I guess my question is, why can't you have both, like both external?
There could be impacts based on 2 external suites. Oftentimes we find the internal suites are less noticeable. There could be lots that could accommodate the size requirements for that. But at this time, we didn't think that there were a lot of them that would be able to accommodate both the garage and the garden in terms of the area of the lot.
So there's just not many lots that could accommodate it. So we just said no for everyone. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Mayor, it's 3 o'clock. Someone else should take a turn.
So we'll take a break. Councillor Joy, I'll come back to you when we reconvene, just so make sure you got your questions out. Obviously, there'll be lots more chances. We still have the speakers to go. So it's 3 o'clock. Let's take a 10-minute break. So 3:10. It's 3:10, so get everybody to have a seat. Counselor Broadhead, Killick, and Jolly are still there.
Yep.
Hey, guys, we have quiet up in the gallery.
I'm
Counselor
here.
Jolly, I'm going to go back to you. Just to make sure you had your questions, that you had the first round out of the way.
I can take a break. Like I've got more, but
Okay, I'll come back to you.
okay, sounds good.
Before we go to the public, you want me to come back to you?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, sure. Counselor Killick.
Thank you. To administration, narrow lots has been a big subject that we've discussed several times. And could you remind me what our current standard is for the narrowest lot that we're now going to have? And some of the developers over time have asked for significantly narrower lots. And could you address why we chose not to go to that narrower product that's being
Are you talking for single family?
single family? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Killick, for the question. So yes, in terms of single family, it also depends on whether the product is a front drive or a rear drive lot. So we have made some modifications to our rear drive products, and those have shrunk by a little bit, about 2 feet. And the reason why is because the garage is accessed off the lane, so there is room for a full front door. It's an unfettered boulevard. In terms of the front drive products, there's issues with shrinking the lot because of A, the width of the garage, and then B, also the width of the front door. So at this particular time, administration was proposing to keep a 24-foot building pocket that would have a certain size garage, which I believe is 20 feet, 6.1 meters, and then a full front door. And that would provide, from our position, a streetscape that has a lot of appeal and room for street trees and room for street parking and street infrastructure. Does that help?
Yes, it helps, but what are the, I guess, disadvantages if we went to a narrower than a 24-foot pocket? Like what would be the implications of doing that?
Thank you, Councillor. So the first implication is going to be that the driveways are going to be closer together. And when the driveways are closer together, there's not going to be room for street parking depending on how small those lots are proposed to be. There's also less room for street trees, hydrants, that type of thing. There's also the front door, depending on how small the lot is, might not be able to be seen. So it would either have to be recessed or in some cases partially recessed. So it provides a different streetscape than what we currently have today.
Okay. The other question you brought up, the point about the garage width at 20 feet roughly, and again, there's been some input that is still plenty of room to park 2 cars in, but could we make it smaller? And I'm just wondering in relationship to a normal 2 side-by-side parking spots in a commercial Walmart parking lot. How does 20 feet compare to what a normal commercial parking that we're all used to getting in and out of, and so how does that compare?
Sure, thank you for the question. So right now, an unencumbered parking stall that would be in a surface lot with painted yellow lines, it's required to be 2.6 meters wide by our land use bylaw. If we shrink the garages so that it's only 2.6 meters wide per stall, you might run into issues with the door being able to fully swing open so that people can enter and exit the vehicle. Administration does use that 2.6 meter width for an unencumbered parking stall, and we do consider it appropriate in that context. But when we're talking about shrinking garages, it's the walls that are shrinking and it provides more of an obstruction. So that's where our concern is. Right now, in the garages that we have currently, I think you get about 2.9 meters per stall or per vehicle. If you shrink it down to 2.6, there's a lot less room in the garage, and we would be concerned about the functionality of actually being able to have 2 vehicles.
Okay. It's interesting because we're all used to those parking spots in, with a car beside you. I'm not sure that that's different than a wall, but at least I understand the rationale now. The other question I had just generally was, is the 5 meter setback that's specified for top of bank, is that our current standard? Or is that a change that is noted in the land use bylaw?
You know what page you're looking at, Councillor Killick?
I don't. I was looking at it last night and I noticed that it said 5 meters top of bank for closest development. And the reason I raise it is because we had all that discussion around Carrot Creek and all the other additional setbacks. I apologize, I don't have the page number in front of me.
All right, Council, I think that the team's just trying to find the reference you're talking about here.
We can come back to it if.
Yeah, I think I'm
somebody wants.
maybe go to your next question and I'll see if I can help find it too. I remember seeing it.
Yeah. Those were my main ones right at the moment. I'm going to the next
Bank
person.
setbacks is under Part 3 General Regulations, page 65 of the land use bylaw. I think that's what he's talking about. In all districts, a building shall be set back at least 5 meters from the top of bank.
Yeah.
So section 3.40.
We're cross-referencing right now, so it'll just take a minute.
That was a challenge with different documents that we're looking at.
Did you find it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did find the new in the proposed draft. I do believe that is a new measurement, a new section.
It was impossible to give us a red line version of this, right?
Yes.
No way. Okay. It's hard for council because we're not
Yeah.
spending the 3 years on it. We don't know what's new and what's old. So it's hard. Yeah. So is your question, Councillor Killick, is this a new regulation? Is that all you needed to know?
Well, is it new, and what was it before? Are we shrinking it? I was trying to find reference to what it was previously, and my second question is where would it apply again? Because we've been having all these discussions around Carrot Creek and other locations, but there can't be that many top of bank applications. So I'm just trying to understand how close houses or buildings can be built to the top of bank.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. I don't believe that we currently had anything, so I do not believe that we're shrinking this distance. I think that this is a new regulation that's been put in place to ensure that developments are kept back from the top of any steep slopes.
Maybe that's why.
And I think Counselor, to your point, and the team can correct me, that that's the minimum, and so it can be greater than.
And I'll just maybe add that under the existing land use bylaw, we did see development that was able to provide engineering standards or engineering studies, I'm sorry, that were able to justify where the building location could be. And this provides kind of a more of a firm line about how close you could be to top of bank.
Okay, good. That's a good, gives me more comfort level there, Adrian. Thank you very much.
Adrian, I just pulled up the current land use bylaw, part 3, control of development. That would be similar, and Googled the word top bank and it's not in there at all. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't.
And it was people could justify their building location based on engineering studies that would say that, yes, technically they could build there. And so we put this in there to maybe push it just a little bit back.
Cool.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Any more questions, Councillor Killick?
I may have some later, but for now, that's my main ones.
Okay. Coming back to you, Councillor Jolly.
I feel like I have a stack. I'm curious about kind of some of the mixed use buildings. So why are we saying that residential units can't be located below any story used for commercial purposes within a mixed use building? I'm just curious about that restriction.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Jolly, that requirement is currently in place, that no non-residential use can be above a residential use in a mixed use building. We've retained that for now. I don't think we're quite at the point where we have kind of mega towers yet, whereby you might see something where you have maybe some business or offices, and then you might have some residential components, and then maybe there's a hotel above them. At this point, we've kept that criteria so that you'd have commercial on your lower levels, and then residential would be thereafter without any commercial or non-residential above them.
There wasn't any rationale for that. It was just to kind of keep it the same. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think the rationale was simply that based on our building heights and taking a measured approach, we kept that for now. And then maybe when we're looking down the road at larger building heights, maybe in our TOD nodes and things like that, we would revisit it at that time.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about signs. So is the sign bylaw still continuing to exist? So this isn't superseding the sign bylaw. They're both going to operate together. Is that correct?
Councillor Jolly, that's correct. It was previously a schedule in the bylaw at the back. It was Schedule C. It's now been incorporated into one of the actual parts at the tail end, but the information is still all there.
Yeah, we don't have a separate sign bylaw, do we?
No, the sign bylaw was always part of the land use bylaw, just in a different format, because it was a schedule, and now it's actually part of the meat and potato content.
Okay, so I guess I have a couple of questions about that. So in terms of the meat and potatoes of that, right now election signs are only allowed on certain roadways. It sounds like we're opening that up to all the roadways, or am I understanding that?
I think that's in the traffic bylaw.
Okay, so that's the other bylaw that applies. Okay, thank you. Let's see. That's all I want to ask.
All right, we'll come back to you for sure whenever you have your hand up. But Councillor Broadhead has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's talk about home-based businesses in residential areas. Dwelling level 2, home-based business level 2 is allowed in low-density residential districts as a discretionary use, and then all of them going up as I can see it. Can you tell me how the Development Authority will adjudicate discretionary?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Broadhead, the list of permitted and discretionary uses is identified in each of the land use districts. So that's where the the term discretionary comes from, as to which category it falls in.
No, I understand that, but my understanding is permitted use, it's allowed, irrespective, right? But a discretionary use, the development officer makes a decision. Is that correct?
Correct, Councillor Broadhead. It is correct in the sense of when some items are discretionary, it just means that the development authority will look at it a little bit more closely, identifying maybe what are the nuisance factors. So as it relates to home-based businesses, we look at things like proposed customer visits, days and hours of operation, the nature of the business. Do they have a lot of deliveries? That is where our discretion as the development authority would come in that situation. The other thing too with discretionary uses is that upon approval, there will be a notification to the surrounding neighbors identifying that an approval has been put in place. Or also with the discretionary use, the development authority may require that they do a neighborhood consultation as part of their application, just to ensure that any potential concerns can be proactively addressed before a decision is rendered.
Okay, but, okay, fair enough, and I appreciate that. But now we're introducing the idea that they can have customers and employees here in residential districts. What was the thinking behind that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. So the currently home-based business level 2, which is our current home occupation, they can have customers. They can manufacture, like make things, they can bake things, they can have customers. So that's not a change. The change comes really more in the form of the consideration of them being allowed to have potentially an employee. It is something that we did field quite a few inquiries over the past 19 years that the land use bylaw has been active. We've had inquiries where some businesses have asked to have assistance in some form, whether it's a third-party family member or literally just an employee. It was seen as beneficial. Home-based businesses are kind of a starting point and a stepping stone to maybe more moving up to kind of an outside business opportunity. So allowing our home-based businesses to potentially have an employee was seen as a benefit and supporting our robust economy policy as well in the MDP.
Okay, fair enough. So how do you square that with the reduced parking restrictions in these areas?
Councillor Broadhead, so as it relates to home-based businesses and our home-based businesses and the level 2 being that they're discretionary, under the parking regulations, home-based businesses, the parking is at the discretion of the development officer. So we would be looking at things like how many customers do they have? Are they on a straight through street? Are they on a pie lot? Do they have available on-street parking? And then we would obviously factor that in through our discretion to ensure that there was appropriate parking. The employee requirement or the new criteria that says may, and there's a may. So not every business at every location would be afforded an employee. It would be part of their application scope.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out going forward. Once you've written it in there that they can have an employee, it's going to be hard to deny it. But I guess that's the development officer's line of work. I'm sure they can do it. Madam Mayor, that's it's an interesting concept. That's my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to administration, back to the question that Councillor Broadhead just put forward regarding employees. It's written in the parking regulations that you can have 1 stall per non-essential resident employee required during maximum hours and per residence in the level 3 or per employees in the resident level 3. So how many employees can you actually have? That's not dictated anywhere. Like, is there a maximum listed in 2 and 3?
Thank you for the question. In terms of a home-based business level 2, we're proposing 1 employee total.
Maximum total?
Maximum.
Okay.
And then in terms of a home-based business level 3, I believe we're proposing 4 employees. And those are mostly located in our future urban development and transitional areas. So we made the assumption that those would be on larger parcels that have enough room to accommodate those employees.
Okay, and I just didn't see clarification of 4, but I'll find it if somebody else has found it or whatever. It says, you know, up to and such, but no maximums listed. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bermansky. All right, I see no more hands up from council for asking questions of admin. I'm going to go to the public now. So I just want to make sure I've got everybody listed. I saw Courtney Jensen here. Dave Armstrong. There you are. I greeted you all when you walked in. Nicholas Carrels, VP. Okay. Paul Lenny, I saw. Not gonna put your hand up. Ray, I saw. Is he gone? Oh, his bags are okay. Cindy Storm. Hi, Cindy. Okay, Mike, I saw. Yep. Jag. Rohit. And I don't see Shelley Nickel. It's the only one I'm missing. Are you speaking for the chamber? Okay, so I'm changing that now to Mike. Is there anyone else wishing to speak tonight? All right, seeing none. I will start with the order that you all registered. So Courtney, you're up first. And council, I know that Courtney, Bill, Averton has sent in a lot of suggested amendments. You can ask questions of the presenter, and then when we get back, you might want clarification of our staff before making any decisions. So go ahead, Courtney. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Get my presentation up. No. I can grab my zip drive if you use again. Oh, that looks like me. Yep. There we go.
Get you locked.
Okay. Hi, my name is Courtney Jensen, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Strata Developments, the developer of Nouveau neighborhood, and also as a resident of St. Albert. I do not support the land use bylaw in its current form, but would support it with a number of the changes being suggested today. This land use bylaw update has been underway for a couple of years, 3 it sounds like, I was off. And it's essential that it's adopted in a form that will support the development needs between now and the next update. It needs to be forward thinking. Strata supports other suggested changes that are about to be presented today as well, and feels that they will support development with a lower carbon footprint, more efficient and financially responsible infrastructure, and thus be more aligned with the recently adopted MDP. Today, I'm asking for council to consider 3 motions to the draft land use bylaw specific to the zero lot line product in the SLR section. This is based on our experience building it out to date here in St. Albert, as well as through the region. Zero lot line restrictions are generally supported as there is a need to provide curb frontage to support some on-street parking, boulevard tree planting, street furniture space, and snow storage. The first motion I'd like council to consider is the removal of SLR section 11D, which prohibits zero lot line across from multifamily sites. I believe this specific clause only applies to one application at this time. And it is where sorry. It's not moving. Oh, there we go. It's where we are planning on putting 6 zero-lot line lots across from an apartment site in stage 3. I have an illustration up of the difference between what would and would not be allowed based on the current draft. Lots are sold on a $1 per front foot basis, so there's no difference in the profitability to myself as a developer in these two scenarios, other than providing a product that's more in demand by the market. You'll see that there's no difference in the amount of uninterrupted curb that either scenario provides to the neighborhood. The restriction does not solve any problems for the neighborhood, and thus we're asking for removal of this clause. Sorry, I clicked a little early there. The second motion I'd like considered is the rewording of section 11C. It only allows front attached zero lot line across from laned product or park. While this is what makes sense for the majority of applications, this restriction in other municipalities is typically written specifying that front attached zero lot line not front onto each other specifically across the street. This was a learning that the industry made early on in the evolution of zero lot line product development, and we advocated for ourselves in other municipalities. By changing the way this clause is worded, it will be clear that zero lot lines can face side yards, which has been allowed in the past, but if the wording was more clear, developers would not have to rely on the discretion of administration. And an example is shown right here. It's the same as being across from lane product, as there's continuous curb with no cuts. As well, zero lot line would be allowed across from larger lots, such as estate lots. Duplexes are currently permitted across from larger single family lots, and zero lot line homes have similar or additional curb lengths, similar density, but as a single family home allows for a more comfortable transition from larger lots. Also, as a reminder, because we've spoken so much today about parking, each of the front attached zero lot line single family homes provides 4 off-street parking spaces, which is double what's indicated as necessary in the land use bylaw. Finally, I'd like to see a motion for the removal of section 11A that limits zero lot line to 25% of an ASP or neighborhood. This is a return to a lot width distribution type restriction that attempts to artificially limit the market. Developers will always endeavor to build complete communities with homes that meet the needs of all different demographics. This clause is too prescriptive and may not accurately reflect the future housing needs of the community for the next 20 years until the next major land use bylaw update. Just for clarity, I have reminded everyone of 3 motions I'm looking for, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have at this time and to support the requests of my colleagues. And I think it's important to note that we do have almost all of the active developers here, and that actually is a wonderful testament to our engagement in this process. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Actually, I think it was Adrian that said it at the very beginning. Other municipalities have had land use bylaw public hearings and hundreds of people show up. We really just have the development community here, most of them with positive, just a few changes. And I do think that goes to a lot of the work that you guys have done with engagement and not a whole crowd thinking that we're trying to restrict their movements because I was a little nervous about this one. Courtney, sorry, I was pontificating. Your development.
Yes.
The 11A, the restriction to 25% zero lot lines. Under the current approved area structure plan, do you know what percentage of zero lot lines you have approved? Or you could accommodate?
I don't, because my area structure plan is combined with the previous Northridge. We are under 25%. I'm actually not advocating for that cap to be removed because I require it. I am advocating for it because I think that it is too restrictive to predict what our future needs will be.
Okay, interesting, because I was going to ask about grandfathering strata, you know, to some of the older stuff, but so it doesn't really affect your current, but it's more about letting the market drive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
okay.
creating a land use bylaw that's permissive so that we can be creative in meeting the needs of future home buyers.
I'm sure we'll be asking, I think they've already stated the 25% and why they put it in, but I'll go back to and ask it again. I'm going backwards in your presentation. Can you go to the colored map that you had
This
for
one?
stage 2 example, that one?
Yes.
So this is referring to 11C, which you just want a wording change. Is that right?
I want a wording change. It does have implications, certainly. This was just an example of where front attached zero lot line here is across from front attached zero lot line. So as it's worded, although we got this approved, it was discretionary, and that creates some risk for us when we're planning our subdivisions. So changing the way that the zero lot line requirements or restrictions are worded, it just gives us a little more clarity when we're moving ahead on where exactly it will be allowed. And really, in our previous discussions, we've always been told that the problem is front attached facing front attached on the zero lot line, because that's where you get curb cuts on both sides of the street that become problematic. And again, as an industry, we have built that out, and we did advocate in other areas for that not to be the case because it is problematic. But in this case, where you're across from a side yard, it works. You still have the uninterrupted curb right here, just like if you were facing onto a lane. And also, like I had mentioned, the way that it's written prohibits zero lot line from being across from large lots where the curb cuts should not be the same kind of a problem. And duplexes are currently allowed across from larger lots, and they have the same or smaller widths and the same kind of driveways. So I guess the question is asked, if duplexes can be across from estate lots, why not zero lot lines in some applications?
Okay, and currently it says zero lot line within the SRLR will be shall be located only on one side of public roadway. The other side shall be lane oriented, which is what you have in the lower part there, or public park. So if you even were to add in side yards,
Anything. Side yards, but also it restricts this application right here, where
so that
across the street, we made the argument that because there's an internal road network that by TAC standards, tax standards, transportation standards, there is a lane across. It's a private lane, but it doesn't say public or private. But again, if the restriction were written in a way that addressed the real concern of front attached facing onto front attached, I think that there would be less issues like this that come up where there's a specific application that maybe it still works for, but it's restricted on because of the way that it's written. And it would bring it into line with.
and you're only suggesting that change for zero lot line because you said townhouses are sometimes across.
Yep.
In SLR. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to get, okay, and then the other one was 11D, and that's the other picture you have there, and I didn't understand this one,
yes.
so can you walk us through this one?
Yeah, I don't have the image superimposed here, but this is a multifamily site. It has its own internal parking. It has no curb cuts along here. It's got park right along here, park right along here. In the current way that the land use bylaw is drafted currently, and the draft that's coming forward, there is a restriction saying that zero lot line homes specifically cannot be across from a multifamily site. And my question is why? They both provide the exact same amount of curb space for trees, snow clearing, street furniture, street parking. The only difference is here you have 6 lots with 24 off-street parking sites. And in this one, you have 5 lots with 20 off-street parking spots.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask them. All right, I'm opening it up. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
I just want to, my numbers are different than yours in relation to my land use documents than mine's five. Is that a difference on maybe it? I've got section 12 is zero lot line and it speaks to what you're talking to and you had 511's CD.
It might have been different. I think I looked at the May draft, but I do have all of the drafts here annotated, so that could be, I could double check that.
And I
for you.
might, well, it's not maybe a question I'll ask administration because I'm looking at page 156, Madam Mayor, and it's got, that's five.
So 156 of the land use bylaw of the agenda package.
The agenda package of the day. I can go to the one-
Today's agenda package?
I can go to the one that you're looking at too,
Okay.
which is zero lot line, and it's still the same way. So it's page 203 or 203. So. But it's something maybe I can clarify with administration afterwards. Because Courtney's got 511 and ours is 512.
We'll ask.
No, it's fine. I think somebody made the joke about the red line and I would echo that. It's difficult to trace through the different.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I just want to make sure that they were the same. Because
Yeah,
I
you're
was
right.
following along and when Mayor Herron was asking her questions and they made sense, but it was just, you were out one.
Yeah, 5.3 is more, it's SLR, but it's about lot width,
No, 5.3.
lot area.
Go all the way
floor
down. to
Area.
12.
Dwelling mix, zero lot line. So it's
Yeah, anyways.
5, 12, something, A, B.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's different than what the
Instead
president.
of 511. Okay.
So I just want to make sure and that'll be.
That's the only question though?
Yeah, I just wanted clarification to make sure
Yeah.
that we were talking the same place.
Okay. Any other questions for Councillor Hughes? Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a quick one. You mentioned about zero lot lines with states, lots. Is that prohibited right now?
Yes.
Okay, have you had any requests for that in your experience?
I have definitely mixed zero lot line across the street from traditional front attached garage product in a number of my different subdivisions, yes.
Okay,
Examples would be right now, in the last 3 years, I've done it all 3 years in Kristalina and Edmonton.
yep.
We've done it occasionally in Rosenthal. We've done it in pretty much everywhere that I do zero lot line product because we used to eventually transition from single family homes to duplexes.
Yeah.
And that is allowed here as well. And now I would say that the more common request is, can you transition from traditional to zero lot line, which still feels a little more comfortable because it's a single family home, and then maybe a duplex or a townhome. And currently, and in the draft land use bylaw that's before you today, you cannot do that.
Okay, so just so I understand, just pretend I'm the 3. So what you're saying to me is that request to have it available for larger lot sizes has occurred in previous areas?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Looking for hands up on the screen. You guys are all good? Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Courtney. And I'm sure you're aware that the build submission reflects a lot of your requests, so it was nice. It was a nice summary.
Didn't work not together.
Yeah. Okay, where's my list? Okay, next I have Dave Armstrong. And then on deck will be Nicholas Carroll's.
That one's Nick's, the taller guy. Yeah, that's me. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
So I represent Pacesetter Homes. We're the largest single-family builder in the province. So, you know, we come from the point of knowing what customers need, knowing what they want, what they can't pay for, and what they will pay for. And a lot of that has to do with zero lot line. We're in a couple of very fine communities in St. Albert. And so we get to experience, you know, putting customers into homes here. What you see here is at the very top of the board, if we have a home on a typical 24 pocket, one of our more popular models on a non-zero lot line, that comes out around $600,000 for somebody in St. Albert at the current lot prices. At a 24 zero lot line, they save about $17,000, a little over $17,000. That's a lot of money for a customer for simply making the lot a zero lot line. The 22 I put on here because we're talking about lot widths on these, or pockets on these homes. That's our most popular model out of the 700 homes we're going to sell this year. The 22 non-zero or zero lot line model sells the best. It sells out the fastest, and that's what most customers prefer. That's $30,000 savings on a non-zero product. Now, that could also be applied to a non-zero 22 pocket home if there's no pocket restrictions. And so, you know, I concur with what Courtney was saying, is having the zeros across from non-zeros. And we do it in many communities where our 22 zero pocket zero lot line models will sell out. Then the next to sell will be the 22 non-zeros across the street. But they tend to sit there and wait because the customer is basically saying with their wallet, I don't see a value in that. Don't make me pay for that. And then we also have a 20 pocket zero lot line model, which is another $41,000 in savings. It's very similar to what you'd find in a duplex. It just doesn't share that party wall. So there's some big cost implications for customers when we're talking about zero or non-zero, and certainly when we're talking the pocket width. To a customer, that 3 feet, you're asking them about $17,000. That's what they're seeing. They don't see the value. There's just no value for those customers, and we experience it. You know, 700 homes this year we're going to hit for sales, and we deal with this every single day. And it's about affordability. They just can't get approved for that home. And then we have to take them outside of St. Albert in some cases out of the other Edmonton community when we're out of those to a different community. And they will move for that dollar, unfortunately. We prefer not to do that. We prefer to put them in the community they came to. What I have here is just to address the parking issues, because there's a lot of parking stuff that comes up around zero lot line and what's it going to do to parking. And we seem to assume everybody in a home is going to have 4 vehicles. The number one vehicle in the market is the Toyota RAV4. The number one category in the market is that RAV4 sized vehicle. And here you see we've put 2 RAV4s in a garage, a RAV4 in the driveway, and the F-150, which a lot of people think is the most popular product, in the driveway. So this garage is an 18 by 18 on exterior dimensions. It fits 2 RAV4s. We've built this product. We build it all over the place. People buy what they need. And if it doesn't work for them, they don't buy it. They find another product. So, you know, I want to be clear. I want to be concise. And that's what I have to say on zero lot line and the lot widths. I think we can do better on lot widths. And I don't think we need a cap on zero lot line. The developers are very good at determining to make sure that the community works, because that's their product, and I can't sell their product with my product if the community doesn't work. And in many cases, they do a good job with the zero lot line, and having a cap on it is really telling customers what they have to buy, and then they can't buy it. That's all I have.
Okay, can you go back to your first picture? Yeah, are you saying it's the exact same house you're putting on all those lots?
I can, yes.
Just the picture looks like the same house.
You'd widen the garage, but for this case, we just kept the picture the same. But that 22 pocket, we often widen the garage and put it on 24s because it's the most popular product. The 20 would be a little bit smaller. The door would slide in a bit.
So what slides in, the garage side?
You could do it on this garage. Oops, too far there.
The 18-foot
Yeah,
or 18, yeah.
that's an 18 by 18 garage.
Okay, so width and length are the same. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
I just have a quick question. The F-150, it looks like it's a crew cab, and is that a short box or a long box?
That's the 19-foot model, so that'd be the short box.
Would it fit the long box?
On that driveway, yeah, that driveway we have a 24.
On most of them, the products that you're doing, will it fit? Because I mean, I realize that you think, okay, well, don't have a long box, but people have long boxes. So
Yeah.
When you do this, do you do it with the intention to fit the long box in the crew cab or just the super cab or what?
Our standard garage or driveway where we can is 24 feet, so it should fit most, yes.
Okay, I think a long box is 22, so that would.
Yeah.
Okay. I know it seems a weird question, but if we're going to give an example, I just want to make sure we understand what the parameters are that we're giving.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
We're very aware of the F-150 thought process in the customer's mind, so we want to make sure that customer can park it in the driveway.
Okay, thanks.
F-150ville.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about.
I have one. It's always in my driveway.
Councillor Mackay.
I'm just looking at that diagram and there was discussion earlier around the 2.6 meters, you know, the parking and the 2.9 interior. Am I correct in reading that space between the corners of your vehicle and the wall is 2 meters? Is that what you have? Or
That's
2 feet?
feet.
2 feet, I mean,
Yeah.
So that's all more than adequate enough to open a car door on both sides if you have both vehicles parked in there? It
Yeah.
wouldn't allow maybe perhaps, you know, shelving or something in there, or do you have that in when somebody builds your garage, do they put any shelving or anything in there?
We don't really get that upsell very often. They want to go to Home Depot, grab their 2x4s, build it themselves. But yeah,
But that's on an 18-foot garage.
yes, this is the smallest scenario garage. This isn't 90% of the product, but what I'm showing is it is possible to get all those vehicles off the road.
So would you put that product on a 20-foot lot or a 22-foot lot?
This is really representative of a 20 pocket duplex, which is, we're also starting to see 20 pocket zero lot line RSL as well.
Thank you.
You just put those roof racks in your garage.
When you're my height,
They have levers, they come down. This is for a front attached garage.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm trying to go back and forth with lots that I've received. What is the proposed land use bylaw currently say? 18-foot garages. So just, I'm looking at where you guys proposed all the amendments, which was very helpful. What are we currently asking for in this new version of the land use bylaw? It's obviously
5.8.
so is it shorter or wider or like shorter or longer or wider that our staff wants? Wider, thank you.
Wider, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the length really can't change because you have cars.
And in many cases, if this is how narrow we are on the pocket, we will make that garage longer.
Okay. And is there a difference if you're doing a detached garage off a laneway? There's nothing that you need or require?
You could have a two car garage on an 18 pad as well.
Okay.
So if this was an 18 by 18 pad in the back, yeah, you could.
So it's mostly the front garages that
Yeah.
that you're requesting change.
And again, I'm showing what's possible as a best practice. If I have the opportunity with a deeper lot, I would make that garage longer. At this
Okay.
width.
No. Interesting that the RAV4 is now the most popular car out there. I almost bought one.
Yeah. If you can get one in stock.
And we have an F-150 in the house now. All right, I see no more questions. I'm seeing none online, so we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nicholas. And then after Nicholas, it's Mr. Lanny. I don't know why some of your first name is some of yours. Depends on my mood. So this is probably the Qualico one that was up on the screen before, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. The one at the 2 blocks of town. There you are.
Nice. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My colleagues, admin, thank you so much for the time today. My name is Nicholas with Streetside Developments, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the proposed land use bylaw, specifically as it relates to townhomes. For some context, Streetside is the largest builder and seller of townhomes in the region. Our top selling townhomes are 12 and 14 feet wide. The proposed change to allow 16-foot wide townhomes is an improvement, or I'll say a step in the right direction. But I would like to note that 16 feet is a fairly unmarketable size. And today I'd like to demonstrate that a 12-foot wide townhome functions the same as a 16-foot wide townhome, both to the occupant and to those surrounding it. And of course, a 12-foot wide townhome will be far more attainable than that of a 16-foot wide townhome. To demonstrate that, here is 3 of our most popular plans: an 18, 14, and 12-foot wide townhome. We do not have a 16-foot wide townhome. As I mentioned, that's not a size that we believe to be marketable. As you can see, 18 feet is about as narrow as you can go and still get 3 bedrooms. Once you step to 14 or 12 feet or 16 feet, we will be down to 2 bedrooms. What you'll also notice, what we sometimes take away in width, we give back in depth. So our 12-foot wide townhome is actually 2 square feet bigger than our 14-foot wide townhome. It's 4 feet longer. And our 14-foot wide townhome is actually 4 feet longer than our 18-foot wide townhome. And one of my big messages today is, for a townhome, or any home for that matter, it's more about fit than it is about width, the function of the home rather than the width of it itself. This demonstrates a typical fourplex that we've built on 25-meter deep lots. And one of the important conflicts in the proposed bylaw is that between the 30-meter minimum lot depth and the 6-meter maximum front yard setback. So as shown here, we have a 6-meter rear yard, the townhome, and then a well-sized front yard, but this is on 25 meters. So if we were to step that to the required 30 meters and meet the maximum front setback of 6 meters, we would actually need to pull this townhome forward by about 2.5 meters. And then we'd have an additional 5 meters yet at the back of the house to check both of those boxes. So we'd end up with a driveway that's effectively somewhere between 13 to 15 meters long, which is actually peculiarly long, almost to the point where it renders the product a bit odd and unbuildable. So I think that's just an oversight and a conflict in the zoning, but this is something I strongly believe needs to be amended before this is adopted. I'd also like to touch on function as it relates to the attainability of these homes. These are the various street side offerings on the market right now. With the exception of 16, we do not offer that. But this compares a 12-foot that we're recommending to the 16 that's proposed. So yes, it's 4 feet wider. Our estimate says you'd have about an extra 100 square feet, but all those rooms just get a little bit wider. It actually doesn't add any function to the home itself. You still get 2 bedrooms and a den. You'd still have 2.5 bathrooms. You'd still have 2 full parking stalls. But the big change is you'd have an extra $40,000 on the sales price for a home that functions effectively the same. What that means on a qualifying income based on today's rules and rates in the mortgage world, the qualifying income will go from $79,000 up to $89,000. And that $10,000 is a huge difference to a single income household that's generally the purchaser of this particular product. I'd also like to touch on a few related observations. We are seeing homes and the desire for homes getting smaller in the market. The square footage is coming down, but the specifications and the finishes are certainly going up. We believe that's a step in the right direction. Smaller homes, we often have fewer occupants in our homes, and those occupants often spend less time at home. We think the home is the right fit for today's home occupants. Also, it's important to note that this product is not intended to be a replacement for 18 or 20-foot wide townhomes. Those are very healthy and alive in the market. This product is intended to be a replacement for apartment style products for sale, which are on the decline, and I will say at the moment virtually extinct within Edmonton and surrounding area. There's actually no new apartments for sale going up with the exception of a few luxury buildings in the region. they're just no longer viable. So these townhomes are now the first rung on the home ownership ladder, and it makes it that much more important to think about the affordability of them when that's people's first chance at home ownership. And lastly, I'd like to touch on, I'll say this notion of width. You know, if we take the average person off the street in St. Albert and say, excuse me, weird question, how wide's your house? I'd hazard a guess that pretty much nobody, including myself, could actually answer that question. What we do know is, does our home function and could we afford to buy it? So again, it's more about function than it is about width. So I have two recommendations related to the proposed bylaw. One, to amend the minimum lot width to allow us to build a 12-foot wide townhome. And two, to amend the minimum lot depth to 25 meters as noted, to again remove that issue where we end up with that 12, 13, 14 meter driveway. All the homes I touched on today can be seen in person. I invite you all for a tour at any time, and I'm happy to take any questions you have today. Thank you.
I'm was this included on the build submission? Do you know these proposed amendments?
Yeah.
Making sure. Lot width of townhomes. Yep. Okay. Side note, I went to a grade 6 class to read a book the other week. Then they answer questions, and one kid asked me, what's the tallest allowable building in the city of St. Albert? I'm like, you're 11.
Wow.
Good question. I didn't know the answer. Okay, so does anyone have any questions? Wow, okay. Seeing none, I'm sure you'll stick around.
My pleasure.
We're moving on.
Thank you.
Who did I say was next? Paul. Yeah. And then I keep wanting to say Counselor Watkins, but Ray, you're up next. So your email that was submitted did not make the package of so it's not included in the public hearing. So what I need you to do is make very public through this presentation, everything you asked in your letter, essentially.
Sure.
Okay.
Much appreciated. Thank you for having me. This is the first public hearing I've been speaking at that wasn't full of people being a little bit, angry about things. So
I remember a very memorable public hearing that was virtual.
But I do want to point out what you do have is you have a large representation from the development community. And as the ones that are building out flourish over the next decades, I think it's important that our positions are considered because we're the ones that are ultimately building it out, as I suggested. So my concerns center mostly on Midtown in this particular conversation, so I'll keep it fairly short. When we developed the Midtown District in the land use bylaw, we were required to align with the land use bylaw in terms of things like standards for parking and widths for townhouses and such. Now that the land use bylaw is changing, we believe we should continue to align with the land use bylaw in its new form. What's happened is the current land use bylaw specifically excludes Midtown from certain elements of the land use bylaw, such as parking in townhouse complexes, for example. So the Midtown townhouse complexes are required to have 2 spots, whereas the rest of the land use bylaw is changing to 1.5 spots. So we have been asking for admin to consider us, to consider our position, but it hasn't happened yet. And so we'd like to make sure that there's some amendments that are considered here. We think that it's important that there's consistency across the land use bylaw for all districts. It sends an important message, and certain districts not being able to march in step with the progressive changes that admin is putting forward, it just seems like a missed opportunity. So the outcomes that we are seeking today are that the change in the parking ratio for townhouse complexes be altered so that the Midtown District is included, that the reduced lot widths and corresponding changes to parking requirements in those reduced lot widths for townhouses from 2 to 1 for townhouses of a certain size, 5 meters, I believe, apply to the townhouses in Midtown as well. That the density bonusing provisions that are proposed to apply to other high density areas include the high density area in Midtown as well. And ultimately, we'd love to see the amendments get considered today rather than kick the can down the road, because we're here, we have an opportunity to do this with everyone's energy kind of focused, as opposed to making this a bigger project, more costly, and loss of time, etc. That is all.
Okay. Thank you for covering what you had sent in your email. I think just what your question about whether this is for everybody, I guess, kicking the can down the road versus today. My intention, and I guess this is a heads up to the staff, is to the Build Alberta. Thank you very much, Mike, for this one. Was really good, summarizing almost everything that we are being, I'm going to go through it one by one with administration and really trying to, because we don't understand why. I mean, everything you're asking for seems super reasonable, but there's obviously a reason. And so we'll go through that and then we'll look at process wise, whether it's today, shortly after, or 6 months to a year from now, but just giving you that confidence that we'll go through it. Councillor Jolly, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I'd echo everything the mayor just said, but Mr. Lenny, I have a question about the width of your townhome products. So we've heard a couple of developers say that they'd like to have those the townhouse widths reduced to something less than the 16-foot. Are you already offering product that's less than that? Because I know your area is a bit unique.
So we have in our conventional townhouses, our minimum width is really driven by the amount of parking. So if we want to have what we'll call an inboard garage at the base level of the townhouse, it's a 20-foot wide townhouse. That's our minimum width. Another product that we have, more of a stacked townhouse, where we might have a reduced width, we still have a full single garage and a full driveway. So no matter what, we're required to provide 2 parking spots. What we'd love to see is, for consideration of those units that might only be 1 or 2 bedrooms, and we can go to a reduced width like the rest of our industry is really asking for, to move to a single car requirement would be appropriate. Not every family in a 2-bedroom is going to have the need for 2 vehicles or 4. So yeah, right now our least or our narrowest, if you will, our least wide townhouse product that is a conventional townhouse, it's still driven with 2 parking stalls required in a 20-foot garage.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Here's a hint. I actually went to our city manager today saying it's very frustrating when we talk empirical and metric all the time. So I have no idea what a 24, 22, 20, and 18 foot is, because all your requests are for 8.9 meters, 12 meters. So just FYI, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of math, but to me, it's important to stick to one unit.
Do that math too.
And I'm going to go to you right away, Councillor Killick. It's interesting. My son's looking for a house. He's 25 years old. He's looking at a townhouse in Blatchford right now. And it's 480 or something. But he's like, I do not need a double car garage, Mom. I actually have a big diesel truck that I'm going to sell because it won't fit in the garage, because I might not replace it. It's an interesting new generation.
But I think ultimately that's, maybe if I can add a comment to that, like
I'm commenting as well.
We're here today. We opened up talking about Blockbuster. 20 years ago, Blockbuster wasn't even a thing 20 years ago. It was already dead. So we're at a point that we're creating this progressive land use, but we aren't making little changes that clearly the market has gone there. We're already there elsewhere. So while we're trying to preserve certain elements of St. Albert's uniqueness, which I absolutely appreciate, by being a little bit more progressive in our land use asks or offerings, if you will, does not diminish anything with St. Albert. It's still St. Albert and it's still special. But being able to keep to be in step with the rest of the region is really important from a competitive standpoint. The eroding tax base in a place that didn't have diversity and all those challenges that we've been trying to overcome in the city for the last 20 years can be met with some of these progressive changes that we're looking for. So I think now is the time to get it right, because someone like your son is looking elsewhere, and the way that he's going to live his life is going to be different than those that came before him.
Right. I should hook you up. Jesus.
We should keep them in St. Albert.
I would love it. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lanning, what I'm struggling with is how do we get a 1.5 parking spot? How do you get half a parking spot? And
It's overall divided by
It's
the.
ultimately, it's distribution. And so the way that we would go about it is we would have some offerings that have double car garage and some offerings that have single car garage. Ultimately, we shall meet the requirement of 1.5 to 1. Plus the visitor stalls that you're required in any townhouse development. And so you have to look at it on averages, no different than when we're required to get to certain densities on a per acre basis or what have you. We have to distribute our efforts accordingly. So, 1.5 doesn't mean that someone's going to end up with 1.5 spots. It's going to mean that a lot of units are going to have double car garages, if not more, and others will have single. The other thing I'd like to offer is that these are minimums, and ultimately the market will decide. And for us as developers and builders, we have to put forward a product that'll be marketable. And so if someone decides to a point that Councillor Hughes made earlier, that they offer too few parking spots and units don't sell or whatever, there's a price that they will sell, and that's ultimately going to come out of the developer's pocket. So I think we have to also rely on the fact that the market will determine what's appropriate. If St. Albert went to 0 parking, it doesn't mean we'd stop putting garages on houses. It hasn't happened in Edmonton.
thank you for the answer.
Yeah, you're good? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watkins. I'll just go with Ray. So Ray, you have registered as an agent. Oh, sorry, did Wes have a question? Oh, good. You had registered as an agent of Landrex, is that correct?
I've registered twice. I've registered as an agent.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you 5 minutes. So
Okay.
I'll give you that topic with Landrex specific, and then we'll break, ask questions.
Okay.
And then I'll give you another 5 minutes for Watkins development.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. And I have to share my screen here somehow. I think I'm doing this right here. Ah, there we go. Okay. Right. Okay, I'm just here on behalf of Landrex, and as you know, Landrex is an Alberta-based real estate development company with offices in St. Albert since their inception since 1972. They've developed over 6,000 residential units and numerous multifamily sites, and they've built and owned over 1 million square feet of commercial space. And what we're asking for is the proposed zoning on their land up in the north end is MU2 zoning, is what is proposed by the city. And the use for a drive-through is neither listed as a permitted or discretionary use in the MU2 district. And our request is that you add the drive-through to the MU2 district. And I'm going to tell you why. It's compatible with the surrounding land uses. Secondly, it utilizes the high traffic volumes on St. Albert Trail. Third, the pedestrian safety and pedestrian automotive conflict is not an issue. And fourth, there are a number of pending deals that require a drive-through. Compatibility with surrounding land uses. If you look at this map there's Landrex's piece up here in the north end, right there on the trail there with the arrow, the little arrow, that small piece. And the only other MU2 pieces are the parcel over here, Boudreaux, and the old Grandin Mall. And if you look, all the rest of St. Albert Trail is zoned utility corridor, or TCC, which is a trail corridor, which allows for drive-throughs. And here's all the drive-throughs that are on St. Albert Trail. I went up and down and did a survey from Starbucks to Bank of Montreal, KFC, Jiffy Lube, it just goes on and on. There's actually 25 drive-throughs on St. Albert Trail that are immediately adjacent to the trail from one end to the other. So not allowing drive-throughs on this site puts them at a distinct disadvantage. We also want to use the high traffic volumes associated with St. Albert Trail. In 2023, at the south end of the St. Albert Trail, there were 40,000 vehicle trips a day. At the north end, there were 1,800. To put it in perspective, Ray Gibbon Drive is at about 21,000. So to not be able to have a drive-through adjacent to St. Albert Trail is really not being able to utilize the highest volume road we have in the city. Drive-through uses. If you look at in the mixed use level, it's neither a permitted nor a discretionary use. And let's talk about the difference between permitted and discretionary uses. Let's get that quite clear. A permitted use must be approved if the regulations are met. Notification is not required to the surrounding landowners. and there's no right of appeal if all the regulations are met and no variances are given. With respect to a discretionary use, it's up to the discretion of the development officer, even if the regulations are met. Notification is required to the surrounding landowners and the right of appeal to the decision, even if all the regulations are met and the permit is approved. So there's a big difference. So we're asking for a discretionary use. The development authority has the discretionary powers. They can add additional regulations to ensure compliance. They can refuse even if all the regulations are met. And the neighbors have a right to appeal even if it's approved by the development officer. You'll hear that pedestrian safety and traffic conflict is going to be an issue with drive-throughs. Well, I'll tell you that it's not. Statistics show pedestrian conflicts with drive-throughs is not an issue. The development industry has been dealing with drive-throughs and pedestrians for over 40 years. If you look at the StatsCan study about pedestrian fatalities, 2018 to 2020, on average, 300 people are killed in Canada a year, 21% intersections, 14% non-roadway intersections, 13% highways, 10% in parking lots. That's very minimal. 8% by railways. So you're almost as likely to get hit by a train as you are to get hit in a parking lot of by a car. And those incidents are always associated with people backing up and reversing. And it's always one risk associated with it, like somebody's drunk or impaired, or there's like snow or rain or something like that. Even on St. Albert's own collision stats, there are only 6 collisions throughout the year, 4 minor pedestrian collisions, 2 major, no fatalities. 5 out of the 6 occurred on arterial roads. None were in parking lots. So the issues of cars and drive-throughs and parking lots is not going to be issues. Landrix has taken it seriously. They hired PlanWorks, which is an architectural firm, to look at the design of the site. Vehicle movement and pedestrian safety were of the utmost importance. There's many ways to clearly look at the design of to minimize conflicts with traffic, lighting, markings, raised things, speed bumps. And here's a shot of the site in closing here. Over on the right-hand side, over the far right-hand corner, is where one of the uses are proposed. We have 3 deals pending. They're Chipotle, Waves Coffee, and Chick-fil-A. They all require a drive-through. They're all going to be at the front. There's the location in close proximity to St. Albert Trail.
You got 30 seconds. Keep going.
Why Landrix? They require closed access to the St. Albert Trail. Options along the trail are becoming increasingly limited. They see the explosive growth at the north end of St. Albert as an advantage. And all 3 of the deals require a drive-through, and they will be gone if we do not get a drive-through on this line. And so we respectfully request that the drive-through be added to the MU2 district.
Whew, breathe. That grade 6 class I was talking about, one of the grade 6 class,
Yes.
one of them asked when Chick-fil-A was coming.
Well, if we can get a drive-through added to the MU2 district, hopefully with.
And I know
months.
Mike Erickson is in the other room, and so he's gonna hear me, but if you had said Harvey's, I would have made the amendment right now.
Well, good.
I want a Harvey's.
We'll try to get Harvey's too.
I'm just kidding. All right, so clear and say, so what is East Village currently? It's mixed. Is it
It's
DCMU?
DCMU,
DC, which is a weird one, but
which
we
is
did it
getting
that way.
changed over
Yeah.
to the MU2.
And so now it's MU2. You're not asking to be redistricted. You just want MU2 to include drive-throughs as a discretionary use.
Discretionary, right? And the discretionary gives a lot of power to the development officer. As I said, they can refuse it if all the regulations are met. They can add additional regulations. There's a right of appeal, even if the thing's approved. So there's all sorts of safeguards and check.
Okay, I'm going to ask obviously why that is not permitted or discretionary, but Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
I have a question about timing, Ray. So you said you have these 3 deals.
Right.
We've been told that the recommendation is to approve the bylaw today and give notice of motion. I'm not sure if the intention is to do all the notices of motion, if there are any at the same time, or do them staggered. I don't know. But it's likely that it would be a delay then still to get this to be changed, even if we were to move it forward today, in some capacity. So is there a time? I don't know how long it takes, like, because you said if it doesn't happen, that the deals will fall through. How much time do you have on that? Do you have an estimate?
Well, time is of the essence, I guess. 3 months would be great if we get it done in 3 months. If you approve this thing today and give it 3 readings today with all these other outstanding issues, that kind of puts the onus on us and the development industry to go chase administration and try to resolve these issues. I don't know if they're going to make us pay application fees for all these things that we're going to want to change again. We don't want to do that. We have the opportunity now to make these changes, and we should be making these changes now, I think, or at least looking at them instead of just giving the bylaw 3 readings and pushing it off. So yeah, I think that, you know, some of these changes like this is an adding a use to a category or probably require re-advertisement, but I can't see 3 months of work required to add a use.
Okay.
Maybe some of the other things, it seems like the development industry has done a lot of the work already and given all the information about garages, cars, widths, parking stalls and everything. So I'm not too sure why we would want to pass the bylaw without looking at these amendments first. And like I said, will the deals go away? Yeah, possibly we could lose some of these deals. So, you know, if I could get it done today, yeah, that'd be great. If you could say, pass a motion, amend this, add this use, get it approved today, that would be the perfect situation, but I doubt that's going to happen. So as quick as we can move forward with these things would be the speed we'd like to go at.
Okay, so but you basically, if you have a few months, worst case scenario, you're still, I think you need to have an answer one way or the other,
I'm
but
hopeful. Like, I think we can go back to the Chick-fil-A and Chipotle and Waves and say, we are working with the city to amend the bylaw to allow for these uses. If we know we are, if it gets approved today, really shuts the door on us right away with those. We go back to them and say, yeah, they approved the bylaw as is. It's not a use. We have to go start now and try to convince staff to change the use. So yeah, the deals are probably lost if it's gone today.
okay, thanks, Ray.
Ray, does DCMU allow for drive-throughs?
DCMU didn't allow for drive-through.
Okay, so you were entering into these drive-through deals under a district that did not allow drive-throughs.
That is correct. They were entering into the false assumption that they thought they could have a drive-through because of all the ones that were along the St. Albert Trail and the close proximity to the St. Albert Trail, and didn't look at the regulation close enough to realize that they couldn't have a drive-through even on those lands at the front adjacent to St. Albert Trail. And it probably from that was probably with all the drive-throughs that I said, which were along St. Albert Trail, which total, 25 drive-throughs from Bank of Montreal to everything else, all the way.
And that map you just had, I'll come to you right away, Councillor Jolly. The map you had that showed you're proposing all three different drive-throughs on that site.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you had arrows.
Yeah, on the
too.
front end,
Yeah.
on the front end of the site. This site will eventually be broken into 5 different parcels. And the dashed red lines show the outline of the parcels. So the 2 front parcels at the front were the ones that will contain most of the commercial and the drive-through. And the 3 back parcels, the 1 back parcel right up in the top right corner there, over here, this is the big multi-building that's already being built, back there. And then this is another multi kind of mixed use. And this is where the Waves Coffee was going to go down here. And there's the drive-through right there going around there. And then there's the other drive-through right there for the Chipotle coming around here. And then the other one here for the Chick-fil-A there's the drive-through all right down here. In the past, the problems with drive-throughs, like I've been around with this for a long time. I opened up my first land use bylaw in 1980. And the issues associated with drive-throughs in the beginning, it started off with A&W, you had a drive-in, and then it went to the drive-through. And the whole issues with drive-through wasn't pedestrian safety, it was queuing lanes, inbound and outbound, There'd be so many people waiting to get into these drive-throughs that it caused traffic problems within parking lots. So that is not an issue anymore. And if you look at those 3, there's sufficient queuing lanes so that there's not conflicts with pedestrian traffic and other people within the shopping centers. We fix those issues, like I said.
Okay, Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. So from what I understand, all you're asking for is to add this one discretionary use to this particular district. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And so why aren't you asking for redistricting to something that just has more permissible uses?
Okay, well, the thing about the redistricting is now that it's zoned, this whole thing is zoned that MU2. MU2 requires 25% non-commercial. And if we rezone the whole thing to trail commercial, we're going to create an issue where we're not going to have enough commercial. We're not going to have enough commercial space. We're not going to have 25% if we take out the 2 front parts that are mostly commercial, right? So we wouldn't have enough to support it. We'd have to end up putting a bunch more commercial. So the other alternative would be you district the front 2 pieces trail commercial, and you leave the back 3 pieces as MU2. And you put a disclaimer in there, like you've already done with some other areas, that you have to have a maximum of 10% commercial instead of the 25, which is listed above, which is what you've already done on about 4 or 5 different sites under the MU2 district.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you look at the MU2 district and you look down there, you'll see where they've done that. So
yeah, that's great. No, thank you very much. It's good to hear.
That's the other alternative you could do too.
Just pulling up, what's the MU1 district look like?
MU1 is the suburban version of MU2.
Oh, okay.
This is supposed to be the urban version.
Okay. So this is the better. Okay.
Both.
Any more questions?
Just one question.
Well, push your button.
I did, but it didn't go.
I'm teasing you. Go ahead.
Yeah. You kind of referred to in the very end of Councillor Jolly's question. Could you get a discretion, not a discretionary, but could you get an exemption, for lack of a better word, so that you could identify that out? So you could just take that small little area and just.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that what you could do as an alternative, if you didn't want to add the use to the district, was take these two parcels at the front here, which are red. Okay, let me back up a bit. How it says now is this whole piece is one, and that whole piece has to have 25% commercial. If you cut off the front part here, which is mostly commercial, the back part has a hard time meeting that 25%. But in the bylaw, you've already done that in other spots where you've said, if you can't meet the 25%, these areas shall meet 10%. So what I'm saying as an alternate is you would take the front two parcels and just make them trail commercial, which would allow for a drive-through, and leave the back parcel MU2, but add a little extra note in there that says that this back part only has to have 10% commercial to balance it out, because we've got so much at the front and we cut it off.
And you've said
Is that clear, or is that?
Yeah, no, it is clear, because you've said it's been identified in other I'm using the term exemptions, but like.
Yeah, there's an exemption in the bylaw already that talks about other areas that don't meet, that are in DCMU that don't meet the 25%.
Okay, just questions.
Yeah.
Is that all you had? And I see no more hands up. Okay, don't go anywhere because you're on deck. Now we're at Watkins Development. Do you have a do you have a slideshow?
I got a different proposal, yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you build a drive-through?
I can't. I'm MU2. That's the truth, really. I am.
Yeah, both sites.
I have the same zoning. I have the same zoning as this, and I have some of the similar issues. So hang on, let me get going here. Where's my clock start on this? Okay. My request is that the 30 by 40 meter parcel located on the southwest corner of Winston Churchill and Grandin Mall, owned by Watkins Land, which is myself and my ex-wife, be changed from MU2 to NHC, which is Neighborhood Convenience Commercial. And a neighborhood convenience commercial, the purpose of that district is to enable development that provides for the sale and goods of services to the community. The MU2 district, the purpose of the MU2 district is a mixture of commercial, institutional, and medium to high density residential uses. Look at all that. I have 40 by 30 meters. I can't get all that on 40 by 30 meters. It's impossible. A district that should provide a variety of housing options. I'm 40 by 30 meters. I'm not going to have a variety of housing options. Provisions for commercial and residential uses within the same structure. The land is contaminated and it's very difficult to get residential on the site. So to have an MU2 zoning for me, I don't meet the purpose of the MU2 zoning. The Grandin Mall is a very small site. It's only 1,200 square meters. The site will not incorporate residential, commercial, and institutional uses in accordance with that use. The site will not contain a variety of housing options. It'll only contain possibly one. It is bordered on two sides by Amacon and land, and on the other two sides by a road. The Amacon site is 10 acres. Sites, which you've seen, our Boudreaux and the Landrick site, are much larger than my 30 by 40 meters. I am not selling to Amacon, so they're not going to incorporate my site into their land. My site will not be incorporated into the Amacon site, and it's very difficult to coordinate with their site because their site is basically, my site is contaminated, their site is dead. They have no plans for development. I don't know how I coordinate with them and talk about how I'm going to link up with them. And I want to proceed with development soon. MU2 sites, like I said, there's only 3 in the city. There's Boudreaux, Landex, Grandin Mall, and then my little site, which is 40 by 30 meters. So all the other sites are significantly larger than mine. So really, if you look at the MU2 district, the way it's written for a huge site. There's the purpose. They're asking me for overall comprehensive site plan for areas designated M2. They're asking for traffic impact assessments. They're asking for architectural themes for my entire development. This is assuming that there's multiple buildings. I have 40 by 30 meters. There are not multiple buildings. There'll be one building. So for me to have to meet all these things, urban design review, sun impact, there's wind, there's all the stuff that they're asking me for along here. Minimum setbacks of 5 meters. I can't have, here it says not locate any story used for commercial within a mixed-use building, can't have any residential above. There's all these regulations that just assume a very large site, which I don't have. So I'm respectively asking just to be rezoned to neighborhood convenience commercial. And I provided these comments on 2 different occasions with emails to the city expressing these things twice, and I've received absolutely no acknowledgement or response back to my comments or concerns about my site. So in summary, the site is extremely small. The M2 site is much larger, containing numerous buildings. I only have one building. The MU2 envisions these varieties of uses. I'm only going to have one use or maybe possibly two. I have no institutional uses envisioned, and my site isn't contaminated, which makes residential a challenge. So respectfully request that I go from NCH to neighborhood convenience commercial. The other thing I'm asking for is an amendment to 613 billboards without a digital sign display, specifically the separation distances. I'll blast through this pretty quick. They're asking for 150 meters separation distance for digital signs, 300 meters for digital, if they're digital signs. All these separation distances that they're asking for are excessive in my opinion. I'm just going to kind of blast through this. I'm running out of time. And really why I'm saying that is because you don't really have a problem with digital signs or billboard signs in St. Albert. I did a survey up and down the trail. There is one billboard sign. That's it right there on the old contaminated gas station site. And it provides $500 a month revenue for Petro-Canada, right? So I don't see why we couldn't have two signs there on that wall on St. Albert Trail. As far as number of billboards with digital displays, there's only 5 in St. Albert, okay? There's that one there, which is at the corner of the trail in Drew, the 500 block of the trail, that one on the right. And then the city of St. Albert has 2 signs that are digital on the St. Albert Trail. And you really have an unfair advantage with your digital signs.
Those are chamber signs.
Chamber signs?
Yeah.
They have an unfair advantage because they're at the most premier locations in town. They're at the north and south border of town. They're placed on city road right away, so they're closer than anybody else can get to the road. So we're just asking that you have a look at that in summary, have a look at the parcels. This 150 to 300 meters separation between signs is really too far. Most parcels on St. Albert Trail don't have that much frontage in the first place, so they can't have one advertising sign. And as you say, it's not an issue. The clutter is created by temporary and unauthorized signage. Billboards are much easier to regulate and enforce than temporary and unauthorized. So
I do agree with you with the unregulated.
so we're asking for more. They only got 6 signs the whole length of the trail. It could create some valuable revenue for some people, for the contaminated sites, for people who are running out, running tough on St. Albert Trail. There's a lot of vacancy on there. If we could get a few more billboards along there, it's not going to cause a big issue.
All right, I'll just point out that there is a special agreement that we have with the chamber. And I think they provide back free or cheaper space for not-for-profits and for the city. Like there's an arrangement that went back.
There was local
before
on
you.
there, which is bar, so they wasn't only not-for-profits.
Yeah, so they sell some for
Yeah, they sell
revenue and
they
some
sell
for
to general
not-for-profits.
advertising.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking back
So
to
that's it. I
other
had 2
requests
issues.
about neighborhood commercial. So this is a slightly different request in my head, Ray, because if this is really an applicant asking for redistricting, not like the 20 spot redistrictings that are the process would be you should apply for this.
Well, I'm not really asking for redistricting. You guys are changing the zoning on my land from DCMU to.
But there,
to-
well, I'll go to them and see what the
And
similar.
like I said, I've previously asked for this 3 other times to send me back and say, go make an application to change it. Well, we're changing the land use bylaw. It's just going to cost me thousands of dollars in staff time and everything else. When we're right in the middle of doing an amendment to the land use bylaw.
No, I don't disagree with you. What is the neighborhood commercial district similar to something that's currently in the land use bylaw district?
Yeah, there's a neighborhood commercial district that's right in the district already. The
Okay,
site was originally a 40 by 30 meter
So-
gas station site, which was
Right.
neighborhood convenience.
Did you ever apply? Because they might come and say, deny it, but it still comes to council if you
No.
apply.
I never applied, nor did I apply to change it to DCMU. The city
Okay,
changed it
okay,
to DCMU on me.
When the Amacon
Yeah,
building came.
and I did not want to change to DCMU.
So neighborhood commercial district, animal grooming, animal health, art gallery, catering. It's one of these that you could accommodate, probably.
Pardon me?
One of these are the permitted uses: health services, personal, professional office, retail, school, service station. Yeah,
Like,
one of
I
those.
can't do a service station because Shell has a caveat on the site for another 10 years or another 5 years.
And you can't put residential because of the
The
contamination.
land's contaminated, so I can't put residential at grade. I possibly could put residential above, but here again, the MU2 district is mixed use and says it says you shall have those things. It says you shall have a mix of these 3 uses: institutional, residential, and commercial, and I will not have that.
No, you won't.
Yeah, that's not, and I can't, how do you have that on a 40 by 30 meter site? That's my whole argument.
Okay, any questions? I think most of your stuff was covered in your presentation.
So,
Not sure where this is gonna go today, Mr. Watkins, but it would be really helpful if you would email that, probably both presentations to council.
I will definitely
Okay.
do that for you.
Because even if it's not considered today, they might bring it forward later.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much. I gotta figure out how I stop. sharing
And
my
I
screen here.
see no hands up online. No, we're good. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, thanks, Ray. Cindy. And then on deck is Mike. And then, no. Yep, okay, Yep, thanks. I did tell you to remind me. Considering, so I've got Cindy, Mike, Jag, and then you, Mike House, up. So that's 5 minutes each. So we might be a little past 5. We'll get through the public. Unless there's a ton of questions. Go ahead, Cindy.
Okay. First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Cindy Storm. I want to thank, I've been working actually with Chelsea with planning and development for the last couple of years regarding short-term rentals in St. Albert. And I'm very excited that there's going to be the bylaw changes so that we can move forward. I bought a home in St. Albert in '99 and raised my daughter there. I built a legal suite in the basement in 2013, and I left the home in 2015 and made the home a long-term rental. I also have other rental properties in Edmonton. And as you know, or you might know, landlords have very little control or recourse when it comes to bad long-term tenants. A lot of times they don't pay rent on time or at all. They skip out on paying the final month's rent. And they ultimately caused in my home in St. Albert about $40,000 worth of damage. So when I came back, after 2015, I came back in 2020, and I had to put that money in. And I decided at that time to do my home as a short-term rental. And so I also put about another $15,000 or $20,000 in to set it up. And we operated as a short-term rental and it was going well. But because there really are no bylaws in St. Albert, some people were allowed to operate and I was not, because I had some neighbors who didn't approve of it. And I had to go through the whole, what was it called? I had to get all the neighbors' approval. And of course, going through that doesn't go well. Most of the ones that operate now, they just do it and they don't get the neighbors' approval. There are many short-term rentals in St. Albert. So in 2020, my daughter and I actually started our own short-term rental management business. So we now manage 14 short-term rentals that are licensed in Edmonton. And we are actually now super host, and that's because we have a good reputation of running our short-term rentals in a way that we're able to get 5-star reviews from most of our guests. But I did have to shut mine down when my neighbors made a fuss a few years ago when I had to go back to long-term tenants. When we operate as a short-term rental, one of my neighbors that wrote in when we did this said how much nicer the home was taken care of by the short-term rental than when it was a long-term tenant, because we have no control over the long-term tenants. With the short-term tenants, we vet them through a system on the platforms. They're identified, they have to verify who they are. We can see what their ratings are from other hosts. We can ask them a bunch of questions and make sure that we approve and they follow all of the house rules before they move in. Another thing that we do as short-term rentals is we have scheduled lawn, waste and snow maintenance. We have a cleaning company in a couple times a week, making sure our homes are in good shape. We have a regular handyman and we have a professional security team if needed. So I know with my long-term tenants, the police had been called before on them and the police will tell you, okay, you're number 42 in line. We might see you tomorrow. Where with our personal security team, with our short-term rentals, if we ever have an issue, and we've had about 1,000 stays so far in our units, we've had trouble one time and the security team can be there within 30 minutes and get the clients out. With long-term tenants, you don't have any control over bad tenants, parties, ongoing issues with them. There's just no recourse. Another thing is we've had the opportunity to host guests from all over the world, showcase our beautiful city to them. And it benefits travelers as well as local communities, putting monies back in the pockets of our local home-based businesses and businesses in St. Albert. That's my time, I guess.
So Cindy, is there a specific request in your presentation today?
No, I had been working with Chelsea for a long time on this, and I just wanted to say I'm very excited and happy that there's going to be changes in the bylaws. And wondering, I guess, if they're going to be live soon, because I have a house that I'm doing right now, or how that's going to work, if it has to come back for another reading.
We're not sure. We're supposed to get through second and third reading today, and then it is active as soon as I sign it. But it might depend on other amendments, but we'll see. So any questions, council? See no hands up. Thank you for,
Sorry, Mayor, I just have a quick
yeah.
question.
Go ahead.
So I guess, are you under the impression that this bylaw will allow short-term rentals in St. Albert for places that are not owner occupied?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mike, Build Alberta.
Hello, good afternoon. Mike Yoakum here representing Build Alberta. Build Edmonton Metro is a nonprofit organization representing over 500 companies in the building and development industry. Our members are committed to shaping our region to ensure more people and businesses choose to live, invest, and thrive here. We appreciate the efforts made to engage with our industry and the progress made to modernize the land use bylaw. However, we cannot fully endorse proposed bylaw as currently presented by the administration. While there have been steps forward, several key issues remain unaddressed to the extent we had hoped. Addressing these matters is essential for aligning current market demand with St. Albert's regulatory framework. Some of the requested changes, as a few of the colleagues have already mentioned, is on lot widths, parking, and consistency with some of the districts, mainly Midtown with the rest of the districts. To assist City Council with possible changes, Build Edmonton Metro has provided the attachment, which I'll go over, with specific amendments that could be made to the bylaw. Each is designed to be clear and actionable, providing a path forward to address our key concerns while maintaining the integrity of the overall proposed bylaw. We have discussed all the items listed in detail with the City of St. Albert administration over the last year or two. We remain committed to working collaboratively with the City of St. Albert to achieve a bylaw that not only addresses our concerns, but also supports sustainable growth, economic development, and an enhanced quality of life for residents. We value our ongoing partnership with the city and are confident that together we can reach a balanced solution that provides a choice in homes for residents and ensures St. Albert is a viable option for newcomers to the region. I can go over the proposed amendments. In 2 minutes, I can go over word for word for it. A few of the colleagues have already mentioned some of them, but I can go over it. For zero lot lines, the motion is to remove 5.311A, which is what Courtney had mentioned earlier. Motion to remove 5.311D. And then to replace 5.311C with lots developed with a zero lot line within the SLR district shall be located only one side of a public roadway. The other side would be a lane or public park district, and replace that with lots developed with a zero lot line within the SLR district should not be located
fronting each other on both sides of the public right of way. Specifically on the lot widths, for single detached product, motion is to replace 5.34B, which is lot widths minimums at 8.9 for interior lot and 12.2 for corner lot. Replace that with 7.6 meters for an interior lot and 11 meters for a corner lot. Lot widths on townhouses, similarly, replacing the 3.544A for the minimum lot width of a townhouse single for interior unit 4.9. For an N unit on an interior lot, 6.15, and on a corner lot, LLR district, 7.9 meters, and 8.9 meters for a townhouse end unit on a corner lot, and replace those with 3.6 for an interior, 4.85 for an interior lot, 6.6 meters for a townhouse end unit on a corner lot, LLR district, and 7.6 for a townhouse end unit on a corner lot. Essentially, all of those are on a reduction of 1.3 meters for each of those. On the parking side, amend 4.43A to add the text 2 stalls per dwelling unit and 1 stall per dwelling unit for units less than 5.48. And then replace 4.41B within a double width vehicle garage. There exists an unobstructed space within a minimum depth of 5.8 meters and a minimum width of 5.8, and changing that minimum width 5.8 to 5.2 meters. That is all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I should have, although you did it, said the same thing that I told Mr. Lanny, that this came submitted after. And I would need you to read it into the public record, which is pretty much you did.
That's what yeah, because I knew it came in late on Friday, so I thought I'd read the whole.
And all of these proposed amendments at one time in the last 3 years have been proposed to administration. There's nothing new they're seeing here today, right?
Yeah, I believe from November of last year is when we came forward with those. And we worked through that until June of this year, and then that was kind of the hard wall stop.
Okay. Any questions from members of council? I feel like there might not be very many because Paul spoke, Courtney spoke, yeah, Dave spoke. I see none, so thanks. And honestly, thank you for putting it together in one. I printed it out because I knew this was going to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, so we tried to organize it.
We all appreciate that. I can speak for everyone, I'm sure. Jag Meta from Rohit.
Thank you to the Honorable Mayor and Council, and thank you to administration as well for giving me the opportunity to speak. As mentioned, my name is Jag Mehta, Vice President, Road Homes Edmonton. I'd also like to thank my esteemed colleagues here for providing such beautiful visual cues. As I do not have any, you'll have to rely on the charm of my voice and words. I am here to speak specifically to the parking reference that Build Metro Region provided, and more specifically, to the parking references to the rear detached product that exists. This is important for a couple of considerations, but the first thing I want to outline is the rear detached product, whether it be in a townhome, duplex, or single family format, is almost exclusively a entry-level first-time home buyer's product. As a result, that's important for a couple of reasons, 3 to be specific. The first is the overlap between that specific customer and the customer that has a large oversized vehicle is very minimal. It's not impossible, but it's highly improbable because that customer is not only asset light, they are also very price conscious. The second reason why this is important is that as it currently stands in the bylaw, we are allowed to build the 18-foot product, but we currently don't have the capability based on the parking requirements. That extra 2 feet we're asking for, which is going from a 20 wide rear detached product to an 18 wide rear detached product, will allow us to return between $12,000 to $15,000 of value back to that customer. And the final reason that this is important to us is that while from a regulatory standpoint, we care about the ability of influencing how much parking space is available to reduce congestion on our streets, we have numerous examples in other regions, be it from Edmonton proper to other ranges and other municipalities, that while we can say, hey, here's space for you to park your car, we have no mechanism by which we can tell a customer, don't use it for storage. Don't use your garage to build a micro distillery. Don't use your garage to store things for your business. It is a personal use and people may still like to park on the street. So overall, what we're looking at when it comes to this rear detached product is we're specifically asking to reduce the parking requirement from that 5.8 meter width to 5.2 meters, because it allows us to give a more price conscious product to our customers that they can consume. And what it really does is it helps our developer community bring a product to market, which helps the future of St. Albert choose to stay in St. Albert. And that is all.
So one of the proposed amendments from Build was 4.41B to replace it that the second dimension to 5.2 and read within a double width garage, real garage, there exists an unobstructed, this is yours
Yes.
Okay.
That's
to go from 5.8 to 5.2.
Yes.
Okay. And that's just for rear? Like I'd have to go in 4.41. Is that just for rear?
It's for also, as Dave mentioned, with Pacesetter, also applies to your front attached as well. Since we had already spoken to the front attached, I thought I'd lend a lens. There's some question to the rear detached product as well. So it's a little bit more relevant to a rear detached product, specifically as it comes to our interior townhomes. If you have, for say, row townhousing that's all 18 wide, you cannot, as currently constructed, put garages that are less than 20 feet wide on the back. So that precludes developers from actually bringing on that smaller, more affordable product for residents of the town.
Okay. I will go at the lunch break and read the exact sections for sure. And any questions for Jag? Seeing none, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
And Mike Howes. Representing the Chamber of Commerce, I assume?
Correct.
Yeah.
Aviated, I'm representing the St. Albert District Chamber of
Thank you.
Commerce. I'm also representing myself as a residential taxpayer. I am not here today representing a disgruntled business owner, which I could go on as well. So just those two for today. So my name is Mike House. For those of you that don't know me, I am the past chair of the Chamber of Commerce, St. Albert District Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here to talk to you today with the land use bylaw as it pertains to mainly the business sector, not as my colleagues are in the residential side. First of all, changing and approving the authority for the neighborhood plans is something that we think needs to be addressed. Right now, the ASP provides essential policy direction for future growth and aligning with the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan and the city's MDP plan. But currently, City Council is the decision-making authority for the ASP and the MDP, but the Director of Planning and Development oversees the neighborhood plan. We at the St. Albert District Chamber of Commerce recommend that the City of St. Albert planning legislation should be amended to ensure that City Council is approving the approving authority for neighborhood plans, as it is for the ASPs, the MDP, and any future ARPs. Second of all, and this today is what we really wanted, is an opportunity to be able to speak publicly. But it is concerning that the current neighborhood plan review process is not a public one. And upon approval of the neighborhood plan, that is made only to the City Council's website afterwards. And we recommend amending as a number 2 recommendation, amending this process to include public hearings before the adoption of any neighborhood plan. Public engagement is certainly a fundamental part of planning. Sustainability as a key goal, and the notion of a 70-30 residential to non-residential property split. We are all for having a 70-30 assessment split, not a tax split. And I think you all understand the difference. Okay. We are only at an 85-15, not quite 85-15 assessment split, yet we are at a 79-21 tax split. That doesn't sit well with the business community. And so while we applaud the efforts to go to 70-30, we want to make sure that it's on an assessment split and not on a tax split. Thereby meaning we need these employment lands ASAP, and we need more of them. And finally, we're just advocating for monitoring and reporting on your sustainability goals. I don't feel like we've been left out of anything, but we don't see anything in this plan that assures us that we will be kept abreast of how the progress is going in this efforts of going to 70-30 and at what expense, i.e. is it a tax split or is it an assessment split? And I'll just finish that, again, as I said, I'm representing the St. Albert District Chamber of Commerce. I'm literally the voice in this, not the brains, but I will try and attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. I'll start with a few comments. The 70-30 assessment versus tax split. I think we understand 100% what you're talking about. Businesses might not like it. Residents do like it, right? And many communities, and I think I'm going to cite Calgary, they might have changed. We're requiring a 50-50 tax split.
Well, right
So
now,
yeah,
we're at
businesses were
49.
carrying, yeah, so, but I hear what you're saying. And my second comment is most of what you brought up today has nothing to do with the land use bylaw. But that's
Fair
okay,
enough,
that's
fair
okay,
enough.
yeah. So what you're talking about is like the monitoring and reporting on sustainability plans would be in reference to the MDP, not the land use bylaw. But I will, when we get to time to ask questions, I absolutely can. And I can ask one of my staff, whichever one wants to take this ball.
Sure.
The change from ASP approvals at council level to NSPs is recent. We've only had one area structure plan approved under that new model. But I can ask our staff to explain the impetus for why we did change that. It's a bit of we're a growing big city but I'll get them to explain it. I'll open it up for other questions. So of council, you guys are good? Good. Screen's good. All right. All right.
Thank you.
Wow, I did it. 5:03. We'll take a dinner break because I think that's all. Is there anyone else that wanting to speak? Okay. We'll come back for questions of administration after our dinner break. I actually delayed it by a few minutes, but we're ready now. So we'll take a break from 5 o'clock to 5:35 because I think we'll be a bit late. 5:35.
came back, but nobody else was there. I let Paul up. I let Paul up, but I didn't see anyone else downstairs. There's one more downstairs. Oh, I'll go.
Mike, Natalie and Wes. We're just waiting because we want to make sure everyone of the public is able to get back upstairs, so we're just waiting. Pardon? We don't have to do that today either. Yeah, yeah. Why don't we start with questions? Because it's just listening and it's recorded. Why don't I? Okay, I'm going to start with the stuff that was outside of the build letter. So, that was in there. So the first one was, Landrex, and their agent wanting the drive-throughs, as a discretionary use in an MU. So, I guess the two questions are, was this requested of you when you were developing the LUB and you had reasons to decline that, or comment, I guess?
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. That's a new item that recently came up. Drive-throughs were not allowed previously in the DCMU, and the district has just been renamed.
Right. Yeah.
And that's about the extent of that.
So if a applicant was to go through the correct processes and apply for an amendment to the land use bylaw to add drive-through to discretionary in either DCMU or MU2, do you have an inkling of whether you would refuse that, or would you be okay with it?
Madam Mayor, that hasn't been determined yet. There's a couple options that they could look at. And I think which should be noted is the MU2, formerly known as DCMU, does apply to three kind of site-specific locations, including Riverbank Landing and Amacon. And that would be a different application. So they could either look at adding drive-throughs to the DCMU, or they could potentially look at a different, more appropriate commercial type land use district.
So that was it. That was his alternate, was to redistrict it. Some of it right along the trail is it still called commercial corridor?
TCC, Trail Commercial Corridor.
Trail Commercial Corridor. Okay, so go ahead, Adrian.
One other consideration with the proposal for redistricting of that specific location. If you go back to the intent when that whole area was districted to direct control mixed use, it was to foster more specific non-vehicular, I would say, land uses. And in the ASP itself, it speaks to creating a human scale mixed use environment, walkable commercial. And I think that we would probably be asking for an ASP amendment as well, if that's the case. A walkable commercial is not a drive-through, I would say.
Okay, agreed. I'm not even going to ask about his request about the neighborhood commercial, because I get it, and that seems like a separate. Councillor Jolly, we can ask a question about short-term rentals. I might leave that one to you.
Sure. So
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, so the presenter kind of had the same confusion that I had in reading the bylaw. So I guess what can we do to make sure that confusion about business licensing doesn't happen for kind of residential area businesses? Is that too broad a question?
Councillor Jolly, are you speaking specifically to the licensing of short-term rentals, or that?
So the presenter that we heard, Cindy, I believe, said that she understood this bylaw to mean that she could operate short-term rentals in St. Albert when the owner is not living in that property. From what I understand, that's not what this would do.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Jolly. The speaker was correct. So through the land use bylaw amendment, we've now defined short-term rental. So it's a standalone use now. So you could have a dwelling that is operated as a short-term rental, and they wouldn't require a development permit to do so. Basically, short-term rentals are just looked at as a different tenancy option versus long-term rentals. So it's still, the owner does not reside in the home.
So we're opening up Airbnbs across the city. Is that correct?
Correct. We're following other best practices of other municipalities in the area. And that was the feedback, and that is kind of on par for our.
Is that in all residential districts?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
As permitted or discretionary?
They don't require a development permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I don't know if the community services folks are in the room, but what impact does that have on our rental stock, which is already the lowest in the country, as far as I know?
Has anyone?
Yeah, I think we'll have to take that specific question away. You know, I think there's some unknowns in terms of the scope and scale of what would the uptake be. I think there's also probably a business licensing discussion holistically on the heels of this that we haven't had. But we don't have an answer for you right now, Councillor Jolly.
Adrian?
Back when this question came up, I don't know, it's probably 2019 or 2020, somewhere in there. We did kind of an assessment of the scope and scale of short-term rental. And again, obviously it's further enablements, but I think it was basically, there was somewhere between 30 and 45 properties within all of St. Albert that were participating in a publicized short-term rental program. And at that time, we did kind of consider that the impact was somewhat negligible. But not to say, to your point, Councillor Jolly, that in some communities they have seen competition for longer term rental, depending on overall stock. So it's a good question.
Okay. Okay, so I think other than Mike Howes, who was not really on the land use bylaw, and I asked you guys to explain that he's not here, so we won't worry about that. Sorry. So it comes down now to this, the build. You guys have seen this request, I'm sure. Most of these, what I think I'm curious about is your reasons for not taking in the suggested changes from the development community, but for expediency. How do you feel? I mean, I'll open it up to council. There might be some specific ones that they really think they could just move on that seem simple, and you can say why it's not simple or not. But if I was to submit this entire letter to you and say, why not? As a IR, that might make things move, like I've heard obviously from the development community, from Mrs. Jensen and pace setters in length about why they think these things work, and they work in other communities, and they take us on bus tours and show us around why they work. I need better understanding of why 25% of an area structural plan is zero lot line. I know you said it in your comments, but I think I just need, before I move any of these forward, because right now I'm like, oh, these are all great ideas. I want the market to be open. So the one I really is actually, it's more about the average and stuff, because it just seems like they're asking for fairness, and asking for the same regulations that apply to the rest of the city to apply to them. So specifically like density bonusing for is a good one that I really don't understand why you would not allow density bonusing in Midtown. So I'll ask that one, and I might ask about the parking reductions in Midtown. But the rest I'm gonna, just so council knows, I'm gonna submit the whole bundle to you and say, why not? And we'll do that another day, because I really do want second and third reading to get done today. So, do you want us to take the first stab at density bonusing or parking, whichever one?
Maybe just in the broad picture, I can just start with
Okay.
where we came down with Aberton's requests. I believe that we did facilitate a number of requests that were more global in nature. But the items that were specific to Midtown, we did not. And again, that goes to the general principle that we were not trying to resolve individual property issues or individual development issues outside of an application that allows us enough time to focus and really kind of understand all the implications to that area. And further, with Midtown specifically, if you again go back to when Midtown was created, the regulations for Midtown were all created very specifically by the applicant, I would suggest, because that area was intended to be treated very differently than the rest of the city from a development perspective. And so now when he has come back and asked to be treated just like the city, it's not, I guess, congruent with the previous messaging, which was we get these different regulations because we are different. And I don't know if anybody else has anything to add to that.
I could, sorry, I could just speak to a few, excuse me, of the Aberton changes that did occur, like through the land use bylaw amendment project. So a few of the amendments included that they did receive parking reductions in Midtown, including reduced parking spaces for their apartments, apartment visitor stalls, the studio units, and the afforded non-market housing. They were afforded the same rates as any of the other districts in the city. They asked for some clarifying regulations around standalone commercial in their area C, which is on the south, and we were able to provide that verbiage for them and check that off their list. They also requested a few signage opportunity additions to the sign section for their district, and we accommodated those as well. Midtown also is the only district that was also given an exception in the landscape the landscape section of the land use bylaw, whereby they have been given an exclusion that they do not have a requirement for a berm or fencing adjacent to their Schedule B roads, which is Real Drive and Leclerc. So those were a few of the wins that we did accommodate. I probably will hand it to Barb for the density question.
Okay.
So thank you for that. I will note that the Midtown proposed density, it's twice the necessary density target. So we have a minimum of 40 dwelling units per hectare for a neighborhood. Right now, the portion of Midtown is coming in at a proposal of 80 dwelling units per hectare. So I think our concern is that how high in the density in that area would they be proposing density, and can the servicing accommodate additional densities that are proposed? Like, what would be the numbers that they would top out at with their current servicing levels, and would there have to be additional items considered for servicing?
Would that not be a question that was asked and answered at application time, not through a land use bylaw? The servicing question.
So typically we review the servicing at the time of the area structure plan. So when it comes in with design briefs and technical studies. My understanding, I'm not as familiar with that area structure plan, but that it was supposed to come in at around 80 dwelling units per hectare. And that servicing accommodates that.
Okay, Adrian, you were nodding your head. Am I wrong?
No, I was just gonna, I guess, add to that, like, or confirm that. Basically, we do confirm servicing to a point, but if the assumptions are here and then the bonusing can go above and beyond, then we would have to verify that. And that again goes back to, we need a an application and dedicated time and resources to understand the implications of what they're asking for. And it's not just as simple as this is a simple thing that we can do through a mechanism that's otherwise available in the land use bylaw.
Okay. When an area structure plan is approved by council, it's a range of densities, right? Yeah, so if Averton was coming in at the low end of what they had proposed, there would be capacity for density bonusing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like this should be flexible and permitted at this point. And then when they actually applied for some more density through subdivisions, you would say, oh, no, you're way over or you're way under. We can do this. Just, it feels like it should not be in a land use bylaw. Anyway, as I said, I'm going to submit this as a package, and that's what my thinking. I'm going to open it up to council because I'm talking too much. Councillor Hughes has got her hand up and I see no one online. Okay, go ahead, Sheena.
I want to know what adult services means. So I tried asking Ken and he didn't have an
There's a
answer.
definition.
So
I knew, but I couldn't.
so are we, because I don't believe we had those before, a permit.
in
I know we
there.
don't have them in general, but I don't believe that they were permitted before, unless I'm wrong. So please feel free to share so people understand.
So through you, Mayor Herron, to Councillor Sheena Hughes, they did exist in the current land use bylaw. Actually, they were very descriptively described in the current land use bylaw, and we have kind of reined that back a little bit. But what they were previously called adult entertainment facility, and we've renamed them establishment adult. And so they do exist. We don't have any, but they were defined and the use is on it within a couple districts. So it is not something we knew that we've introduced. We've just maybe tweaked the definition a little bit.
So the definition is on page 304. It's adult theaters or erotic dance clubs, which are premises where in live performance, motion pictures, videotapes, digital, it's very clearly defined. And it was there before just under a different name. Okay.
Okay, and we haven't changed where it can be or anything like that.
They
We've
have
just
the-
changed the definition so that it's,
And a separation between them, right?
Correct.
that's
There
it.
was already.
Okay.
Right.
So the opportunity to have them has not changed within the city limits.
There is an opportunity to have.
It hasn't changed though. It
No.
was there and it's still there. And we just thought we casually mention it today and make me, because we didn't have any, I thought we'd actually had banned them, but we have not.
Correct. They were allowed and they are allowed.
This is a family neighborhood.
You're not looking for a red light district.
No, this is a real family community. So I'm not surprised there aren't any, but this is all news to me. So thank you very much for that. That's all I had.
For history, I don't know if anyone was here, Mayor Nolan Kraus tried to ban them. And our legal department says you can't ban a legal business. They're legal. You would be sued. So, yeah. But you're right, that's probably why we have none, family suburb. Any more questions? Oh, Wes, go ahead.
Well, Madam Mayor, not so much a question, but just an affirmation of the direction you seem wanting to take this tonight. I just when all of these requests for changes to a significant document like the land use bylaw come forward, I'm at a bit of a loss to advance any outside of a backgrounder. And so I appreciate the direction you're taking.
Thank you. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry. I just wonder if we could go back to the question that was asked by the chamber. It was asked officially during the public hearing. Although Mr. House isn't here to hear the answer, they could review the tape if we gave administration the opportunity to address that for them. And I think it was a pretty simple ask around why has neighborhood planning been approved by well, it was around neighborhood plan approval. Would it be worthwhile to provide that answer on the record so that they could review the tape afterwards?
Do you guys mind answering why we changed from the old process of council approving area structure plans and you doing subdivisions to neighborhood structure plans?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Heron. So maybe I'll just back up and say that what Mr. Howe spoke to is outside of the scope of the land use bylaw update entirely. The whole area structure plan and neighborhood plan, the two-tiered planning process is a newer kind of mechanism that the city has implemented to try to speed up the time that it takes to get developers some certainty around land development through an approved area structure plan, through the public hearing process, and approved by council, with the intent of the neighborhood plan being approved by administration, being that it can substantially save time from a noticing and public engagement, public hearing process, and staff or administration is limited in approval of neighborhood plans to those that are consistent with the council approved area structure plan. So there is kind of a fail safe there. And I guess if council ever gets to the point where they think administration is approving neighborhood plans that aren't consistent with the area structure plan, then we'll hear about it shortly thereafter. But yeah, that's the intent really, is to try to cut some red tape and try to facilitate development sooner rather than later. Again, we have approved, as Mayor, you I believe mentioned, we have approved one area structure plan under the two-tier process, but we have not yet approved a neighborhood plan under the two-tier process yet.
And I know Sturgeon County had some concerns around the West ASP. I think it was a West ASP. Yeah, the one we've approved. And I think you, Mr. Fletcher's said that when you explained it to their planning department, they were very understanding. Like, there was just some confusion about, it's very similar to what other communities do. Like, council still has ultimate authority. I haven't seen the letter to respond to Sturgeon County yet, but it's pretty much what you just said. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, thank you. So just in terms of process, kind of, I agree that I'm okay getting this on the table and then dealing with amendments later. I'm really stuck on the Airbnb one. So I don't know if kind of there's feedback or opportunity for an amendment at second reading so that we can actually have a discussion with the community about whether they want to open that up.
Well, are you saying don't do second and third reading tonight?
Well, no, I'm saying do second reading and then kind of get rid of the Airbnb and kind of discuss it at a later time, so that there can actually be community discussion and we can get information about the rental stock in St. Albert, and the pressures on folks trying to find rentals in St. Albert.
Okay, so you would propose an amendment to remove short-term rentals from all districts tonight, and then do further consultation with the public before we reintroduce them.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're an accessory use to a primary dwelling person, like I basically don't want to see any changes from what we have now without consultation.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you that we have spent 3 years consulting with the community on this new land use bylaw, and that was a proposed change. So I don't know what more feedback you're going to get.
I just don't think people are aware of this. I wasn't, and I sit on council and I've been through all the engagement sessions.
Yeah, but we've seen it 3 or 4 times.
And I misunderstood it every single time because we kept getting answers that said you need a business license for this and you need to live in your house.
Okay, as I've said earlier, everyone has a right to put forward an amendment at second reading. If you want to do that tonight, then we're going to need a few minutes probably to get a motion drafted. Or the other option is we could approve as is, and then you could ask for a backgrounder and maybe a separate public hearing on just that one amendment. But we're gonna have to do a public hearing anyway if we do that. If we make
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable with an amendment tonight, and basically just to revert it to what we're doing right now. And then, I mean, we can do what we want in the future.
Okay,
So in terms of process, Counselor Jolly, then if there was an amendment at second reading, this one I wouldn't consider a minor amendment, so we would only be able to do second reading today, and then we'd have to take it back and bring back the red line to show you for third reading sometime in due course, as Mr. Fletcher would say. So we would, if we did the amendment today, I don't think we can do third reading today because it wouldn't be clear necessarily what's before council for approval at third reading, in my opinion.
I'll let you, do you want me to let you mull that over for a sec? Okay, because Councillor Mackay has a question about, probably about this.
Yeah, it's exactly about this. I mean, if we're gonna, this opens Pandora's box. Basically, then why wouldn't we just put forward a number of all of the other motions that are potentially in front of us, and then we get into potential wordsmithing, and it just doesn't become very clean. I mean, we could deal, in my opinion, we could deal with Aberton's concerns around harmonization and their and the like. But at the same time, I mean, you just provided me additional information that I didn't have concerning Aberton as an extra information. So
you want backgrounders?
Yeah, and that's where I was just gonna finish up. You were obviously in a hurry.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
I
mean,
know.
if we need more information, we need more information across the board. Otherwise, we just get into wordsmithing individual motions and we start throwing everything on the table. And then at 8:45, we have to have another motion to extend this set.
You don't have to make your decision now. The public hearing is still open. I'm still open up for questions, and then then I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing, and we can discuss second reading. So is there any more questions? Go ahead.
I'm just gonna talk about that MU-2 for 1 more second. So, because the requests that came in, if both for that and for the change to the NHC, they both seem to be like they should have been standalone applications almost, or something of that nature. Either ask for an exemption for that, like I'm just thinking of like the chiropractors that came, or in Campbell, and they asked for a changeover for their property. And then, so I'm not planning to bring him forward right now. I'm just, because we're in the public hearing, I just wanted to get this clarity. Like, it seems to me that both those requests would be normally on their responsibility of the proponent to bring it forward. Am I wrong on that? You're all nodding, so that's really, okay. So we should just encourage him really to do that, if he wants to go down that path.
Yes, Councillor Hughes, I would suggest that that's the more appropriate avenue for those amendments is through an application.
Because I don't think we've ever actually rezoned property during a land use bylaw that I can't.
Oh, we're doing 20 of them.
Well, okay, are we?
We are doing some that we, as
Okay.
Mr. Kruviak mentioned during his presentation, I think it was
Right.
some errors, omissions, or things that we thought were underzoned or overzoned or whatever. So we did change some things.
One of them
absolutely.
was that one in Campbell, right?
But they brought that forward and asked for it, and then the changeover for all of Campbell was planned to be done by the city anyway. But
It was in the works, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was not on the request of this particular person. It was a decision of that if they just do it and waiting for due course to happen, because this was going to happen expected in due course, right? So so all the changes that we're making were not done on the request of a particular landowner. They were just done when the city decided that this is a better whatever classification it is. Right? Okay. I just wanted to get clarity because that was, it was a different request. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. My only other question was about the request to reduce townhouse widths down from the 16 to 12 or 14. And can I just get an opinion from folks in the planning world about kind of what impacts that would have and why we didn't go to those widths?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Joly. So Industry did provide feedback that townhouse lot width should be reduced to about 12 feet wide, which is around 3.7 meters. Prior conversations with industry identified that within the region, a standard 2-bedroom townhome is about 15 feet wide. The current draft land use bylaw proposes 16 feet wide. So we did reduce our townhouse lot widths by about 2 feet during this process. We did look at narrower fee simple townhousing products. However, there are a couple concerns. So the first concern is the lot coverage. When we looked at some of these both narrower and shallower products, the lot coverages really jump up. So right now we have a coverage proposed at about 55%. When we looked at some of those smaller lots, it would be about 75% lot coverage. There's very little outdoor amenity area. Much of the lot is covered by building or it's paved, so it can impact the permeable surfaces and drainage. And so I would note that you can have smaller townhouse products in a condominium complex. And there's advantages to providing smaller townhouse units in a condo complex because they have amenity area requirements for livability. So the land use bylaw requires both private and common amenity area. In this case, it can be provided in a tot lot or a dog run area, shared garden, seating area. It could also be internal. Sometimes they have a common room. Another advantage is the visitor parking for guests. So condominium complexes have mandatory visitor parking ratio, so guests have an area to park. So at this point in time, we do prefer that some of those smaller products be provided in a condominium complex format as opposed to a fee simple format.
Okay, that makes sense. And then just my last question, I think it was Qualico Street Side in the presentation, they talked about the 6-meter setback in the front yard. Can you talk a little bit about why we're kind of creating those dead zones in front yards?
Councillor Jolly, I'll answer that one. So the actual requirement, front yard setback requirement for a townhouse single, like a street oriented townhouse, fee simple style is 4.5 meters actually. So I know we have heard from the development industry that sometimes they're not a fan of pulling it up right to the street frontage at the 4.5 because then they have to have a longer driveway. They could undertake a detached garage if they wanted to do that too, but it's the front yard setback is actually 4.5 meters, not 6.
Okay, and is it 4.5? Like, was that number chosen for a reason? I'm just considering, like, when I think of places I've traveled that are super vibrant, it's way less than that. So, I mean, you basically walk out onto the sidewalk and it's kind of those walkable neighborhoods. So I'm wondering why we didn't go that route in any areas.
It was as existing at 4.5 meters. And I think that came in early on with when we got some of our first street oriented townhousing products. I think it's the Valencia might be one of the first ones. And they kind of did that 4.5 meter. We didn't look to go too much farther forward at this time because a lot of them did have drive under garages and therefore you'd have zero grass or permeable surfaces. But at this point, we did just retain the 4.5 meter front yard that existed for the street oriented in the existing land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right. I see no more questions. So I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing for bylaw 18. Thank you, Councillor McKay. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Killick's got his hand up. I don't know if that's for a
Oh,
question.
did I? Sorry, I can't.
No, I was just, it was just to close the public hearing, but I'm fine with Councillor McKay doing.
Yeah, your voice is gonna go. That the public hearing on bylaw 18/2024 be closed.
All right, any comments on that? Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed and that motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're at that point in time that we need to either make amendments or do second reading. Sorry, is there anyone proposing any changes today? Or can we move on to second reading? Can I have a motion for second reading? Go ahead, Councillor Bermansky. Thank you.
That bylaw 18/2024 be read a second time.
All right, I'll accept that. Do you have any comments?
The comment I have to go forward with the second reading is there's many unanswered questions as council has made clear, and we've spent 1,000 hours and 3 years preparing this document that's very, very thorough, and I would hate to mess up any of that work in making quick changes. We have the possibility to move forward with adjustments. It has been described as a test run, and unintended consequences are something that I don't think I want to create, especially, affecting the master rates bylaw or anything in the future. So I believe in doing due diligence, we can have the best for everyone.
All right, anyone else on second reading? I do, before we go. It was said earlier, and I'm going to repeat it probably for the second or third time, the fact that we had the development community here and no other really opposition to this. And the development community, from what I understand, for the most part, prefers this version to the 2005 version. And that says a lot. So and I think you made it in your opening comments, Mr. Slatt. Not everyone's happy. Even administration probably has made some concessions and compromises, but I'm really glad we're probably going to move on to third reading today, because this is better than what we had, and we can develop our community. It was a letter from a developer who did not show up today, but it's in the public record, so I can read it. It was from Bujo Developments. Wishing to express my support. The current LUB established in 2005 has served our community well. However, evolving development trends and the need for more flexible and responsive regulations necessitate this update. Aligning the LUB with the MDP and strategic priorities will ensure that the city continues to thrive and adapt to a changing future challenges. So I think this is a lot more modern document that we have in front of us, and that allows for some flexibility. And the other thing that I'm glad I heard during the presentation was it's a living document. I think you said 200 some amendments to the old one. So I predict we will have many amendments to this document, and that's normal. And some of them might be coming in the next short time, but that's the purpose of a land use bylaw. And when we get an adult entertainment, 2 of them proposed, we will be glad we have this new one. But other than that, actually, I think everyone in this room deserves a huge round of applause or commendment for the amount of hours and work. It shows up on council's radar periodically. And then October 1st, we saw the whole thing together. And I thank my council for doing all this reading and really great questions today. So I just have nothing, but this is great. This is good for our city. Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I was thinking about it and I thought, I'm gonna say a couple of things. I'm appreciating the fact that you did a slow progression. A lot of people in St. Albert don't think that it needs to dramatically change, and yet we're under a lot of pressure to dramatically densify, which does change the character of the neighborhoods that people love. And it's actually the reason why people came. So you guys have had a very difficult challenge in the past 3 years of trying to figure out how you balance what people love about St. Albert while still trying to meet the demands of increasing pressures to densify, both from developers and from the EMRB. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And I also acknowledge the fact that you are trying to do a slow progression, because every time that you move one way down this scale, you can't go back very easily. So it's better to do it a slow progression than leapfrog and then try to retract it. Because doing that, we're going to end up making mistakes that we're going to regret. So I just want to acknowledge the thoughtfulness that administration has put towards these amendments in trying to find some kind of balance and recognizing what a lot of people in St. Albert do love, which is the character of the style and how you walk down the street and what you appreciate. And and not looking at it from a lens of profit, but rather just trying to figure out how we can make this work. And the real challenge we have is we keep saying if we densify, it's going to get cheaper. And if you look, the more we densify, the more expensive every house seems to get. So increased density, which is being touted as an answer for affordability, in reality has done the opposite. And yet we seem to think that more of the same will somehow generate a different result. And so just automatically agreeing to more density just simply means that those houses that are a little bit bigger than a 12-foot spot pocket or a 16-foot pocket now become a lot more money. And so I just want to appreciate what's been put forward for us today. I understand that some people may want something different and they have the rationale. I understand there's market for different things, but not necessarily what's being put forward is going to actually provide more affordable housing of what's being asked beyond what's been given to us today. So I would love to see this come to a fruition, and then we will move forward. And if there needs to be changes, we'll make changes. But I think we had an opportunity as well earlier this year to provide feedback on this. There's been a lot of discussion on all of this. And I think it's been a long road coming. And so let's just move this forward tonight and see if there actually even needs to be changes made in a thoughtful way. That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, seeing no more hands up, call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. Councilor Bermansky, you good to go with third reading as well?
Yes, I am. Thank
Thanks.
you. That bylaw 18/2024 be read a third time.
Any further comments?
The only further comment I would have is, I appreciate everything I've heard from my fellow counselors too. I think all of us have had a difficult decision tonight and, a lot of good response to the staff. We appreciate the staff and, it's a difficult choices, but I think developers will get creative. We have lots of avenues to look at now and lots of success coming in the future, I believe.
Anyone else? Yeah, just Councillor Hughes, I think the density stuff is interesting, because you're right. I was surprised when I went up to Nouveau and saw the first 0 lot line houses, and they were so expensive. At the same time, I think those were show homes and trying to demonstrate what could be done. So it might not be reflected in the cost of the house, but it might be building costs and stuff, but it does help with our servicing costs. Snow plowing, garbage clearing, that kind of stuff. So it's and we are required to hit that. So I will call for the vote. Voting is closed. Motion passes unanimously. Chelsea just let out this big sigh. Yeah. You have a new land use bylaw. Yeah. I might not sign it, but just kidding. But I don't think this is the end of this conversation. So I'll just forward you the build email, and I might also ask about the drive-throughs in one big email. You guys can add on if you have something I missed. And I will make sure I go through those specifics that I received from Averton, make sure that everything's all captured. And then I think council might be pushing you guys a little bit on. So when you respond to each one of those, it would be helpful if you kind of rated it. If this is a simple amendment with no really big consequences, we can do it right away. This is a midterm one, or this is going to take a year to get done. So that kind of time frame, that would be helpful. Because I don't want to have 600 public hearings for each amendment. So let's try to group them. Okay. If they even get proposed. Yeah. Okay. And council, I guess that's my call to you. Once that IR comes through, if you have any proposed amendments, get them in right away. So we don't have to be doing this over and over and over again. All right. Thank you for coming all the way up from Calgary and helping for the last 3 years on this. Yeah. And you guys can all go and celebrate now. Do you have champagne in the office? Okay. Okay, we are not done here though. Although we've lost Diane Enger.
Yeah, she had an appointment.
We could tease her about it later. Okay. This is all. Yes.
Because you told her like retirement's after Christmas, right?
No, she's not in a retirement slump yet. That's all right.
We were on the, business item 9.1, which was additional fountain park infrastructure. Do we need a break or can we go? Okay, let's just keep going. Any more questions on the proposed inflatable? Counselor Bermansky and then Counselor Jolly.
Thank you. Through the mayor to administration. One question I have regarding the $60,000 inflatable investment is what kind of lifespan do you get out of such an item?
Yep. Thanks, Counselor. I think we pick up where we left off. I'll just Danielle over here.
Through the chair to Councillor Bermansky, we anticipate about a 10-year lifespan, at which time we would build an inflatable back into our RMR cycle and replace it in alignment with its lifespan. We expect it to last about 10-ish years.
Can it be repaired if it's damaged?
Yeah, there is certainly some repairs that we could manage through operations as well. So I think we'd have to watch the life cycle of it. This would be our first investment, but from what we understand from manufacturer, about 10 years can be expected. If there's minor damage, certainly there are sometimes repairs that can be made to it through patching and what have you.
Okay, is there any sponsorship options for something like that?
That's a good question.
There's potentially, until we have an amenity like that, it's usually something that we would do as more of an event base, but we would have we have an advertising and sponsorship team that could investigate options related to that, to see if there's a community member that wanted to help sponsor it, and potentially that could be an option for sure.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
All right, Counselor Jolly.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about if there was any consultation with the staff, like the frontline staff at Fountain Park. I know they are the ones who know how people use the facility the best and how this kind of would impact, storage and all of that. So I'm curious if there was consultation done with those folks.
Certainly. Through the chair to Councillor Jolly, I think that there's always conversation that we have internally between our branches of operations just to determine, where would we store this amenity if we purchased, et cetera. So certainly I've had some initial conversations, but I would defer to Mr. Percival if he has any more information on that from a frontline staff perspective.
Nope, nothing to add to that.
Okay, so we didn't do any consultation with our frontline staff.
More so with our administrative teams. So through the branches, like our guest services team, but through the administrative teams, we would have had some dialogue as coordinated through our administrative teams.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Killick.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of kind of the setup time. Then the pool would be, it would be put into the pool. It would be used for, as I think we said, 2 or 3 times a month, maybe two times a month for, would that be like for 4 hours? I'm trying to get an understanding of the reduced, kind of not closure, but the specifics around the time that the pool wouldn't be available for the 40 to or 50 to 75 people that would use it on a normal basis versus when they're just have the floaty item there.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, I would look for Mr. Percival. Maybe he can walk you through a little bit of what a day would look like when we had an inflatable, when we put it in and what that would look like. So Mr. Percival.
So again, big caveat that with the sheer number of different types of inflatables that exist, some could take as little as 30 to 45 minutes to inflate and secure. Some of the larger ones, mind you, can take up to 2 hours to inflate and secure. We'd have to give consideration to quality assurance checks that we'd have to do after each setup as well. We'd have to consult with our health and safety team to determine what the safest approach would be to that rather than just inflate it and off you go. I would say that if I was to give you a very rough kind of idea and understanding is, so as mentioned, our lessons end at 1 o'clock on Saturdays and Sundays, and our public swims go until I believe it's 8 or 8:30 p.m. So if we did the setup, the basin would have to be empty for that. So if we did split the difference and said 90 minutes to do a setup, that would be a 2:30 start time for the amenity. If we kept it up for, say, 4.5 hours, that would have it up till 7. And we could end the day with some access to the leisure pool while the staff deflate and put the amenity away. Again, very rough kind of idea of what we'd be looking at. But to give you some idea, the access would be from a 1 to 8:30. You might be looking at maybe 60 to 90 minute access on that day for non-inflatable usage of the basin.
That gives me a good sense that just order of magnitude is really what I was looking for. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot, but thank you.
And that's all the questions you had?
Yes, thank you.
I see no more questions in chambers. So does anyone want to make the motion, or are we wanting to move on? We don't have to have a motion, do we? No?
I'll put it forward, Mayor, just so that we can make a final decision on this.
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. The council approve up to 60,000 for the capital reserve for the purchase of an inflatable water play structure, inflatable, for use at the Fountain Park Rec Center.
Okay. I accept that motion. Go ahead.
So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on it, but I just think that we should just put this decision to rest one way or another and not leave it in limbo land. So if it's all yes, great. If it's all no, it's fine too. It can go either way. I appreciate the fact that we did ask the youth committee, that we did ask the public, and this is the feedback that they had. I do have some concerns just about how much space is going to take up in the pool, how much it's going to crowd. The workload getting up and down is obviously concerns as well. And then just the sheer cost of it versus the time spent that it can actually be used. So, I mean, there's, at the same time, we could also just add it on to, if they wanted to rent the facility for like an hour, that they could also charge more to get the inflatable to get some cost recovery. So there are opportunities both ways. But I think that we should just at least, we've gone this far in asking the public for an opinion, asking staff to come for a recommendation. We should at least give them a decision of which way we're going.
Councilor Bermansky?
Are we in debate yet?
Yep.
Okay. This one is difficult for me as well. I was the one that actually brought the alternative, thing forward for the pool because we took out the slide and we've kind of evolved a long ways from that. And it's interesting that the public feedback, was really happy from respondents, although it was only 400 respondents. So it's tough to know from there. I guess you can go by averages. Then I look at, Service Place on Canada Day, and they have all those crazy blow-ups everywhere and everybody's having so much fun and it draws out so much people. So I could see that, to the pool, it may draw in people to the pool for specific events and whatever. I'd love to see a sponsorship. The, set up, take down, I guess you could do that at opening and closing. It's something different, something fun. I know when they took out the slide, they had storage behind where the slide was that they said they were just using for storage. So I guess there's no problem with storing the piece somewhere, but it's, I don't even know how I'm going to vote on this one. Someone else will convince me, I guess.
Feeling that might be difficult when no one to put on the floor in the first place. Councilor Killick.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. The challenge for me is both the initial cost, but I'm thinking about just how heavy these things are to move around, and they're massively heavy, thick plastic canvas, and to put these things up and down and take them in and out of the pool, I would have loved to have heard some input from the actual staff at the pool. But the big challenge for me is the fact that we're going to go from a pool that is already so attractive to people that you can barely get in there. Like it's 50 to 75 people an hour using it. This is probably proposed to be peak times on the weekends. I don't think we have a problem in attracting people to our pool. In fact, I think we have the exact opposite. We don't have enough pool for the people. that already want to go there. So while this might be fun, when I look at the budget and the impact to staff and the time that it takes to set it up, and then the lost availability of having a much higher number of swimmers / kids just jumping in and having fun. I just cannot support this. I think the impact to closing regular leisure pool hours, availability, and the number of people that would not be able to have access to the pool, just doesn't work for me.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to remain consistent on this one. I didn't really believe that we required the additional infrastructure because, just as outlined by Councillor Killick, I think we had an amenity that was very attractive and was heavily used with or without additional amenities. But I do want to make sure that I thank administration, because they obviously took this on and followed through with the intent of the motion and did a lot of research and looked at what are some of the alternatives and opportunities. So I want to make sure that that's not lost, but I'm not going to support this because I'm going to remain consistent. I think, you know what, there was a good question by Councillor Bermansky with looking at opportunities, maybe that if this comes back, that we could look for maybe somebody in the private industry to do something similar to what they did with the children's splash park in that area. So there might be something else that might eventually come forward, but for the reasons already outlined around logistical challenges, plus the cost, plus some of the challenges that I think this would create for staff, I'm going to still not support this.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Interesting. I'm not sure I'm totally supportive of this, but we've gone down a path where we actually engaged the public. We asked our youth advisory committee to make comment, and the public said, yes, this is what we should do. Youth advisory, even though they didn't make a recommendation, they liked both options going forward. And while it's our business to make judgment calls on these sorts of things, if we're not going to do it, and we shouldn't have done it in the first place, I guess, in going out and asking. Because the minute you start asking, you set up an expectation that something's going to happen. And so that's my only reservation why to deep six us is that we went to all of the effort to go out and ask the public and to get a youth advisory recommendation, and now we're just going to summarily sink it. I'm not sure that's the way to go.
Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, just I wasn't going to join in, but Councillor Broadhead, your comments about the Youth Advisory Committee I think are important to address. So the Youth Advisory Committee was presented with kind of the different options, and some of their they didn't provide a recommendation because they didn't have enough information. So some of the questions they asked were, how much is this going to cost? Because they, that was the first thing that they asked. And the answer was, well, we're not really thinking about that. So they, the group, they understand that the city doesn't, money is not growing on trees in the city, and that group understands that. They had a whole bunch of other questions that were unanswered, and that's a big part of the reason where they said, well, we can't intelligently give a recommendation because we just don't have the information we need to make that recommendation. So I'd throw that out there. I'm not supporting this because I just can't, like Councillor Killick said, I can't justify closing the pool down for 2 days a month when we're also already seeing such huge demand for pool space, and because we were already seeing such fantastic use of the pool. So to make a choice that would see our numbers decrease and reduce the amount of availability of pool space for folks in the city is really would be a challenging decision for me to make, just because we already know that it is our highest priority to grow our aquatic space. And so to decrease availability would be brutal for the community. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Just because you asked doesn't mean we're going to do it. And that's kind of where I'm thinking. I pointed out at the very beginning that those people that responded to the survey were not really, they didn't have an awareness of the capital costs, and they did not have awareness of the impacts it would have to the rest of the pool if this thing was floating. If they were asked those questions, they might have different opinions. So anyway, I agree with most of what said, and I'm not supporting this motion. So Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. And I'm not going to try to persuade you otherwise. But I do think that because we asked, I'm glad we had this brief discussion. It's a long night, but at least the public will then understand why we chose to do whatever we choose to do. And I'm guessing that the answer is going to be a no, but at least the public has a justification. We asked you, and this is why we're saying no, as opposed to just kind of leaving it hanging. So, I'm glad that we had this discussion. And as Mayor Heron said, just because you're asking doesn't mean we're guaranteeing. What we were just simply doing is give us some ideas. Admin came forward with ideas. There are ideas that out of second reflection, even though the public said here from the list is what we want, council can come back and for their own reasons, justify why we are doing or not doing something. And as far as the cost goes, if it's a $60,000 for 10 years, that means it's $6,000 a year. And if we're putting it up once a month, that means we're actually paying $500 a use, which is costly. So I think you all have talked me into a no. I was really not married to one way or the other, but I think the public deserved to have a solid answer, and so did admin, considering the work that was put in. Thank you.
All right, I'm calling for the vote. Voting is closed, and the motion fails unanimously. That might be the first time I've seen a unanimous red. But good conversation. All right, so let's dive into what what theoretically, it's funny that it's 6:30 at night. This is one of the biggest decisions we're going to make this term. But it's one of our council strategic priorities to get Lakeview Business District going. So I will turn it over. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Fletcher because I always get it wrong who's doing things.
In this case, you would have nailed it, Mayor.
Donnie.
So in the interest of time, we'll forego sort of introductory remarks and turn it over to the team to do their introductions and get on with the presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Donnie George, Director of Engineering Services, and I will be co-presenting with Christina Peter, Director of Planning and Development, and Victor, Director of Finance and Strategic Services, and Michael Erickson, Director of Economic Development. We also have the cross-functional team members joining us online from across the organization who have contributed immensely towards this report and have worked tirelessly over the past year and a bit and are available to answer any questions that you may have at the end of the presentation. I want to take a moment to recognize that this was truly a multi-departmental project, and many team members came together to form the Lakeview cross-functional team who were critical in developing and assessing the opportunity before us to invest in. We are here today to present the conceptual servicing recommendation and the accompanying project charter for the Lakeview Business District for your consideration of approval. The agenda covers the report objective, which is to present council with a project charter for servicing Lakeview and to seek approval. We will also discuss the project background and how it came about, the scope and funding for the project's alignment with council's strategic direction and financial strategy, followed by project milestone and investment readiness. We will conclude with the recommendation and questions at the end. The report objective is to seek approval from council on the project charter ENGS 085, estimated to be about 2.7 million, presented to initiate servicing Lakeview Business District. The servicing scenario is called Opening Lakeview, which formed the basis of the project charter presented. We will cover the details of the servicing and how it came about later in the presentation. The Lakeview Business District, as shown on the slide, colored in lilac, is part of the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan, which was approved by Council on September 3rd, 2024. This district is an area of approximately 617 acres of gross developable land that has been designated for industrial or employment land use, of which 173.26 acres is city-owned land, as shown in blue, of which approximately 100 acres are net developable land before accounting for municipal reserve and infrastructure. As shown on the map, Lakeview Business District is a development area that offers connectivity to the CN Rail line in the north and efficient connectivity through Ray Gibbon Drive to either Highway 2 to the north or Anthony Henry Drive to the south. The area is currently accessible through rural and non-urbanized roadways, and the land is not directly connected to municipal utility services such as water, sanitary, or storm. Through initial investment and completion of targeted new infrastructure that services the broader area of the business district, the land will be enabled for expedited development. Current municipal utility servicing exists to the north of this district and is the shortest direct link to services. Servicing the area requires consideration of connectivity and investment of infrastructure, such as lift stations for sanitary and road network. This becomes impactful when investing servicing scenarios for potential temporary infrastructure investment. Next, we will cover the project background and servicing scenarios and how it all came about. To analyze servicing scenarios, two council objectives were considered. One, attract development that increases the non-res assessment in the shortest period of time. And two is generate maximum revenue by selling city land in Lakeview, which is further discussed in detail. First, before we move into servicing concepts analyzed, a good overview of city's capital investment to date towards the west is worth noting. The MDP direction was to focus on growth towards the west, and therefore the recent past investment had been focused towards the west. If you were to consider only the projects that would benefit Lakeview Business District servicing, there are about 51.5 million or approximately 52 million combined investment that went into Ray Gibbon Drive, phases 1 and 2 improvement, and for bringing servicing to the west of Ray Gibbon Drive as shown on the map. In addition, there are 3 major studies and 1 preliminary engineering work that the city has invested in, such as MDP, ASP, NP, and Carrot Creek, Regional Master Drainage Plan, which was partially funded through grants, and preliminary engineering for major arterials within Lakeview Business District, equating to 2.74 million or approximately 3 million. Please note that Project 9 sanitary sewer trunk is not included here, although it was a substantial investment by the city. It serves much broader catchment than just the lands west of Ray Gibbon Drive. Future investment of Ray Gibbon Drive phase 3 and 4 will also be additional investment towards the west, approximately an additional 45 million, mostly a provincial contribution. Administrative time commitment that are unaccounted for is the staff resource dedication towards the strategic push to go west in the last decade. In short, total investment, both previous and planned towards west, is getting approximately closer to 100 million, of which provincial contribution is approximately 35%. Now, before moving to the opening Lakeview, the preferred servicing scenario that was introduced earlier, it is important to note that the city administration investigated multiple development options with council's strategic priorities in mind, and 3 major scenarios were identified or shortlisted that are briefly explained below. First scenario lended itself to developing a preliminary design only for arterial road network, waiting for the development community to come and at a later state. This was the least costly and least risky option, as no hard infrastructure is being built, and recommended as a starter investment option, but not to stop with it. Second scenario was to look at city-owned land investment, focusing on city land servicing initially and no further investment to attract the majority of the Lakeview Business District was discussed. This was at a moderately high cost and valued at high risk investment and not recommended to proceed. Third scenario was to advance the major servicing to whole of Lakeview, including city-owned land. That is opening all of Lakeview and letting overall market demand determine which areas will develop initially. This was valued at a highest risk and highest cost option and not recommended to proceed. The examination criteria and the general assumptions used in the scenario analysis are discussed in the next 2 slides, followed by the examination of the recommended hybrid scenario opening Lakeview, which resulted in the project charter creation. If at any time council desires to discuss the scenario options analyzed and its results, an in-camera discussion is recommended. To examine and evaluate the scenarios, a cross-functional team called Lakeview CFT was gathered that brought the perspectives of engineering, planning, economic development, utilities, government relations, and finance together. The Lakeview CFT examined each scenario as related to the following insights. They looked at initial investment cost, construction timeframe, estimated land sale price for city lands, estimated timeline for settling city lands, offsite levies payable by the city, offsite levies we could recover as the city, the debt impacts of each scenario, potential taxes we could collect and the timing of it, potential taxes we may have to pay, and alignment to council objectives. Next, we will discuss the assumptions that went into the analysis. Council may also appreciate that administration is essentially evaluating scenarios based upon future impacts and opportunities. To fairly examine and compare investment opportunities, the team was required to make assumptions that were maintained throughout the examination of all scenarios. Overall assumptions were required in areas associated with development, construction, and finance. We will first examine the general assumptions. General assumptions made for all scenarios are that the St. Albert West ASP will be approved and acknowledgement is made that servicing exists to tie into the north of the district. This is largely influential when considering any staging or starting point for construction. It was also acknowledged that certain projects in vicinity are impactful to the area in process and planned, such as Ray Gibbon Drive Phases 3 work that is planned to start in 2025. Next, we will examine assumptions in finance and assessment area. A 30-year timeframe for evaluation of the return on investment analysis was considered, an expectation that all investment will be made through debt funding and debt is through a 20-year debenture. Assessed values and taxes are based upon the 2023 rates, which equates to $37,000 per acre. For the offsite levy costing, the 2024 offsite levy rates have been applied, and there will be a total of $18.8 million in levy payment owed by the city for the 2 parcels owned. Timeline for cost recovery for all offsite levy applicable costs are in alignment with our city's offsite levy model, which is 25 years. Next, we will examine the development assumptions. As previously discussed, the larger Lakeview area will provide for approximately 617 acres of gross developable area and 350 acres of net developable area. The city-owned lands offer approximately 170 acres of gross land and just over 100 acres of net developable land. The term improved land is used for state of land development. It's referring to when buildings are constructed on the development site. The improvements of land is typically starting at 2030 when significant completion of construction is anticipated to occur. Next, we will examine the construction and cost assumptions. Opinion of probable costs are in 2022 values when applicable. However, in these scenarios, there has not been any detailed design performed, and the values are within a Class C estimate, which means a 30 to 40% range of anticipated accuracy. As an example, on some roadway classes, we have a concept of road cross-section and a linear construction estimate. The construction cost represents the opinion of probable cost for construction and the net offsite levies paid by the city. When we refer to a break-even point in the upcoming slides, we are discussing the anticipated point at which the city recovers cost from investments, and these costs are inclusive of the engineering and design, land acquisition and construction and offsite levies, as well as the debt cost. Break-even is the point where cumulative revenues become equal to cumulative cost. For fairness of this evaluation and the expectation of the results, the influence of applying these assumptions is to keep the evaluation of the scenarios fair and effective to capture a best investment recommendation and feasibility based on cost and potential return. The analysis applied a macro style model, and this needs to be kept in mind when receiving outputs of values and timelines. This brings us to the recommended hybrid scenario called opening Lakeview, which also went through the same examination criteria and assumptions as presented earlier. Prior to arriving at the preferred scenario, as previously mentioned, we have analyzed multiple scenarios that ranged in estimated cost from 8 million to 173 million. As you can see, the preferred option, the cost fell in the moderate range of 63.5. For Lakeview, the low investment actions are not enough to truly incentivize development, and the two scenarios of moderately high to the very high investment exemplify levels of risk and non-sustainable practice for the city. Because of this, a scenario that was expected to depict a more typical practice that may be aligned to future applications, resulting in low to moderate risk and requiring a moderate level of investment with good return, was generated and analyzed, and it's called the opening Lakeview scenario. In this scenario, there is acknowledgement of the desired priority development area in the north and southwest with access and connectivity to the district. This scenario would deliver scope associated with engineering design, road right-of-way purchase, and construction to accommodate possible connectivity for full district servicing via Meadowview Drive and the new alignment of Range Road 260. As shown on the map, the yellow line is the Range Road 260 realigned, and the purple line is the Meadowview Drive. Although not part of this project scope, it is acknowledged that planned work to the north with Township Road 540A planned as part of the Ray Gibbon Drive Phase 3 program from Ray Gibbon Drive to Range Road 260. The scope also included necessary utility infrastructure construction, including a lift station and a force main along Range Road 260, storm and water lines in a storm outfall. The construction of this scenario should be expected for completion in 2030, and its opinion of probable cost 63.5 million as mentioned earlier. Please note that the charter values are slightly lower to account for the ongoing work through ENGS 082, preliminary engineering work, and some lowered contingency. It is assumed that the city lands will be held by the city to allow this work to spur the broader Lakeview development, and it will generate increased cost and demand for city lands. However, the city may consider sale of the lands at any time without consideration of the risk in investment if a feasible and beneficial offer were to occur. In the Lakeview area, this investment is expected to create an environment where 15 acres will be improved annually. The benefits of this scenario is the opening and accessibility delivered to the entirety of the Lakeview district, with work reflecting investment towards infrastructure related to the desired southeast quadrant of the district. This moderate level investment offers low to moderate risk in comparison to the other shortlisted scenarios, and the work of advancing arterial roadway and offset levy applicable projects has been performed in the past and is consistent with the city practice. The larger portion of work of this scenario is leviable, meaning less risk to the taxpayers. And in the end, subject to results of investment, the city's investment may be scaled and future next steps considered when or if appropriate. Because we are considering and estimating pace of development, and identified risk in this and all scenarios is the potential of delayed development. However, the investments made in the scenario truly act as incentive to the developers, and the result of work will increase city land values, which are in direct alignment with Objective 1 and indirectly aligned to Objective 2. So as a summary of scenarios analyzed, the graph presented here is an illustration only, showing how the recommended hybrid option fits among the other three scenarios analyzed in terms of potential cost, potential risk, and how each might align to two council objectives. As an example, the third scenario, whole of Lakeview, is the highest costly option with the highest risk, although it aligns strongly with both council objectives 1 and 2. As a reminder, two council objectives are attract development that increases the non-RES assessment in the shortest period of time for the whole of Lakeview, and 2 being generate maximum revenue by selling city lands in Lakeview. As you can see, city land option, which is also costly option with moderate to high risk, aligns strongly to Objective 2, but not Objective 1. The hybrid option, opening Lakeview, offers a moderate cost and low to moderate risk investment option that is mostly aligned to Objective 1 and indirectly and partially aligned to Objective 2 of council, that gives the best bang for the buck scenario in the current and anticipated short to medium term market condition, and could attract investment towards whole of Lakeview. As suggested earlier, if any time council desires to discuss the scenario options in detail, an in-camera discussion is recommended. From the preferred scenario analysis completed, the proposed charter was created from the opening Lakeview scenario. The details will be discussed next. This scenario expands beyond the current state of preliminary engineering and design, ENGS 082 preliminary design, and utilizes the recommended acquisition of right-of-way to construct key infrastructure that unlocks the wholeness of Lakeview while maintaining a moderate investment level with low to moderate risk to the city. Opening Lakeview servicing comprises both offsite leviable and non-offsite leviable components of scope at an estimated total cost of 62.7 million, inclusive of 25% contingency. Specific scope of the charter includes preliminary design of all arterial roads, those not included in the ENGS 082, including the east section of East-West Neighborhood Road to access the city parcel. Detailed design of select sections of arterial roads, road right-of-way purchases of all arterials, construction of the full corridor of Range Road 260 South and Meadowview Drive from Ray Gibbon Drive to the new Range Road 260 South. The construction includes the associated utility infrastructure in the road right-of-way, storm outfall structure, a sanitary lift station, and force main, all depicted in the map in front of you. As previously noted, opening Lakeview servicing comprises of both offsite leviable and non-offsite leviable components of scope at an estimated total cost of 62.7 million, inclusive of 25% project contingency. The funding is being requested in full amount in 2025. The offsite levy portion is approximately 76%, which equates to 47.7 million, and non-offsite levy portion is 24%, equates to approximately 15 million. The offsite leviable portion includes road right-of-way land acquisition, preliminary and detailed engineering design work for arterial roads and the sanitary lift station with force main, and construction of the arterial roads to a complete urban cross-section and the sanitary lift station with force main. The non-offsite leviable portion includes water mains, storm lines, and storm outfalls, each with associated appurtenances. While not offsite leviable, the majority of the costs associated with this additional infrastructure are expected to be recovered through future servicing agreements with the owners of benefiting lands, other than the portions that are deemed to benefit the city-owned development lands. Exact benefiting lands and allocations will not be determined until detailed engineering design is completed, and the timing of this cost recovery is unknown at this time. Now let's get into the project alignment with the strategic direction set by council. I will now pass on to Christina, who is joining us online.
Thank you, Donnie. As Donnie has previously discussed, the city has prioritized employment growth within its strategic direction. The city has clearly communicated its targets and priorities within the municipal development plan entitled Flourish. These goals and principles of a robust economy outline what the city aims to achieve, while the policies in Flourish describe how these goals will be successfully realized. At the core of Flourish's growth plan is the expansion and development into greenfield areas, specifically to the west. This approach prioritizes growth of the employment lands. The Lakeview Business District, which are the employment lands, is identified as a prime location for this employment growth, which is essential for enhancing the city's economy and non-residential tax base. One of the key goals of Flourish is to create an overall assessment split of 70% residential and 30% non-residential. The Lakeview Business District is crucial for ensuring that the city has enough land available for additional non-residential development while supporting economic growth and increasing the non-residential tax base. Next slide, Donnie. To implement Flourish, the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan was approved by Council on September 3rd, 2024. St. Albert West is a key growth area for the city, featured valued natural asset areas, the Chiro residential neighborhood, and the employment lands found within the Lakeview Business District. With the ASP now complete, the final stages of the neighborhood plan for the city-owned lands are in development and are expected to be finalized and signed by Q1 of 2025. The land use bylaw update has incorporated the new industrial districts and and enables development, will enable in development within these lands. According to the findings of the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan, the Lakeview Business District will significantly enhance economic and employment diversification in St. Albert, creating an estimated 5,000 new jobs. This planned light and medium industrial business park will aim to transform the city of St. Albert into a city where more residents can proudly work, live, and recreate. Next slide, Donnie. The Lakeview Business District is designed to accommodate light and medium industrial uses, professional office spaces, institutional uses, and complementary commercial services to meet the needs of local employees. It is an ideal location for the city's focus sectors, which include advanced manufacturing, agribusiness, clean technology, construction, life sciences, and transportation and logistics. Additionally, there are opportunities to incorporate civic, educational, and government-related institutions within the employment areas to support the growing population. The Lakeview Business District is particularly important for the city as a critical local employment hub aimed at fostering economic growth through job creation. Past municipal census data has shown that many St. Albert residents travel outside of the city for work. Therefore, the employment areas are intended to provide local residents with a variety of job opportunities and enhancing travel convenience. Developing the Lakeview Business District is essential for economic and fiscal sustainability. In order to achieve our assessment split, the objectives and policies outlined within the following section, within the following section of the municipal development plan will ensure that the Lakeview Business District accommodate a range of non-residential uses, enabling economic activity and job opportunities. With that, I will pass this presentation on to Mike, who will discuss the alignment with the strategic plan.
Thank you, Ms. Peter. As Ms. George alluded to at the start of the presentation, in developing this servicing concept recommendation and project charter, administration was focused on supporting council's strategic priority of economic prosperity. The project will serve as a driver for development and investment in Lakeview, opening up new opportunities for industry and job creation within St. Albert. Availability of services is a key factor for any business or investor looking to locate, expand, or develop. This servicing concept will help provide greater clarity and certainty for businesses considering a new location or an investment in Lakeview. This in turn will help the city with two key objectives that will provide long-term benefit. The first is accelerating the attraction of private development and investment to Lakeview, which will increase non-residential assessment and help shift the city's overall tax split. The second is the potential to generate revenue through divestment of a portion of the city's land holdings at some point in the future. This project charter is also aligned with council's top advocacy priority and demonstrates that St. Albert is committed to walking the walk and doing our part to invest in projects that will stimulate economic diversification and job creation. It's our hope that this investment will demonstrate our commitment and solidify opportunities for additional cost sharing and partnerships with other levels of government. And finally, from my area, this project charter is imperative from a local market perspective. St. Albert is almost out of industrial land. There are very few development-ready industrial parcels remaining within the city. And of those, some are remnant parcels or challenged sites. St. Albert's industrial vacancy rate is low, averaging around 3.9% over the last 4 years. And for a period of about 6 months, the industrial vacancy rate had dipped down to below 1%, which is essentially no vacancy. With low supply of new industrial property coming online and with low vacancy and limited opportunities to lease, it's becoming increasingly challenging for our local businesses and for new businesses to find industrial space to operate from. Compounding the supply issue is the fact that demand for industrial space in St. Albert has been strong in recent years, Absorption rates have been at a record level since 2020, as we've been averaging almost 20 acres absorbed per year. With that, I'll pass to Ms. Victor.
Thanks, Mike. One of the key goals of the MDP is to achieve an overall assessment split of 70% residential and 30% non-residential assessment base to promote sustainability and reduce reliance on residential taxes. The following slide follows St. Albert's historical progression towards this split. It is a gradual change in the assessment base moving towards the non-residential, growing at an average rate of approximately 0.1% annually. A good demonstration of Lakeview's estimated impact on the assessment split is to measure the impact of Lakeview as complete in today's values. Once Lakeview Business Park has been completed and improved, it would shift the City of St. Albert's assessment split from 85% residential and 15% non-residential, as you can see on the left, to the 80% residential, 20% non-residential on the right, essentially shifting by 5%. That may not appear like a large move at the outset. However, considering the last 10 years of market movement, St. Albert has moved the dial towards non-residential by 1%, illustrates one of the key benefits of investing in Lakeview is the diversification of revenue towards that non-residential tax base. Lakeview would provide an additional $875 million in assessed value as improved. Currently, our total industrial base is $812 million, thereby effectively doubling that industrial assessment. Considering industrial is one of the two major components of the non-residential tax base, it equals a 41% increase to the total taxable non-residential assessment base. This is a pivotal move in achieving the 70-30 assessment base. Translating that assessment base into municipal tax dollars and revenue received by the city would equate to an estimated total revenue of $326 million over the next 30 years. This will not occur quickly. To put this in perspective, we cannot divide the $326 million over the 30 years and expect $11 million in our first year. Revenues will be more heavily weighted toward the mid to later assessment years, closer to 2034 onward. The initial years of construction will take time to generate any revenue, as servicing of the development is scheduled for the next 2 to 3 years. So for example, significant revenue uplift is when construction or warehouse improvement begins. This change in the assessment base would shift that residential, non-residential tax split closer to 70% residential and 30% non-residential to more closely align to our mid-sized comparators, creating more revenue and a diversified tax base. Now that we've discussed assessment revenue, we'll move on to how we're going to debt finance the project. You may recognize these charts from the Northeast servicing discussion, and they are the same charts. The following graph includes all projects within the 10-year municipal capital plan with the addition of Northeast servicing and Lakeview. By updating timelines on some of the municipal capital projects, this enables the city to stay within its current debt limits. It's always important to understand that the current listing of projects is not an exhaustive list of growth capital projects and will increase as long-term plans mature. 3 of the projects that were deferred to future years were community amenities, Range Road 260 road construction, and police building. The remaining debt limit available with funding these projects in 2026 brings us to $242 million in outstanding debt compared to our internal debt limit of $318 million, which would leave approximately $76 million in available capacity. As with any investment, this will put pressure on the number of projects competing for funding within the remaining borrowing limits. As Donnie mentioned, the city has already made significant investments to support development west of Ray Gibbon Drive, and this next step aligns with generating the tax base to sustainably grow. Next chart shows the debt servicing limits and demonstrates that the city is able to finance all the debt discussed in the preceding slide, which includes Lakeview. The cross-functional team conducted a cost-benefit analysis to determine the overall value of opening Lakeview. Factors included assessment revenue, debt servicing costs, development and operating costs, off-site levies recoverable and payable by the city, and the sale of city lands. Some of the assumptions utilized in this analysis were that the 47.3 million in offsite levies recovered will cover the debt servicing portion of the project, which equates to 76% of the project. As the servicing of the debt will be funded from that offsite levy recovery fund, there is no tax impact on this portion. The debt servicing on the remaining 24%, or approximately 15 million, will be funded through taxes. This investment is expected to create an additional 15 acres to be improved annually. The city lands will be held to allow this charter work to spur the broader development, and holding on to these lands would generate increased market value for sales, which have been factored in the 10 to 15-year range. It's always important to note that there are external risks, such as global market fluctuations or shifts in supply and demand that may occur, which could impact the forecast assumptions used in the model, leading to different results. To mitigate this, the analysis factored in a 30-year forecast based on historical trends. Through the analysis, it was determined that the return on investment was positive, with payback occurring in 14 years in 2038. Based on this, administration is recommending funding Lakeview Business District to diversify our assessment base, which supports the long-term financial sustainability of our city. I will now pass on to Donnie to discuss the project milestones and investment readiness.
Thank you, Anne. In terms of anticipated project milestone, if council decides to approve the project charter today in the amount of 62.7 million, which includes the 25% contingency, followed by associated borrowing bylaw of 78.375 million with an additional 25% borrowing contingency, project road right-of-way purchase and detailed design may get started in 2025, and construction completion can be expected by 2030. In terms of timeline of project-specific delivery, once the project charter funding approval is in place, work will continue through remaining 2024 and to Q2 2025 to apply approved funding from ENGS 082 to complete the preliminary engineering and design work. If the proposed plan is supported, administration would use the completed design work to finalize necessary right-of-way acquisition in 25 and begin the work of final detailed design engineering to empower construction to begin in late 2026. It is expected that construction for the whole scope will require about 3.5 to 4 years. However, staging and planning of work may be applied as the design phase progresses, and if efficiencies are found, excuse me, the timeline may get shortened. The priority of effort is focused on Range Road 260 South and Meadowview Drive, as the north section of Township Road 540A will be completed with the planned phase 3 of Ray-Given Drive work starting in 2025. Timelines shown here are approximate and construction may be completed in stages. The actual construction timelines and staging are dependent on the servicing needs and development commitments from other property owners within the Lakeview Business District. In terms of meeting the strategic goal of providing investment-ready Lakeview Business District, once the anticipated project charter and corresponding borrowing bylaw is received in Q1 2025, investment readiness can be celebrated in that quarter of 2025, as it demonstrates council's commitment to advancing plans for development in the Lakeview Business District and creating a positive environment for development. It is the logical progression of providing municipal services to the west side of the city and builds on past infrastructure investment made by the city, including partnering with the province on the Ray-Given Drive corridor investment. This investment also means that while the city advances the implementation of Lakeview scenario, the developer industry could start their planning and investment work in parallel to realize the dream of collective development of Lakeview Business District and economic prosperity. Therefore, in conclusion, that council approve the proposed capital charter entitled ENGS 085 Lakeview Business District Servicing and associated funding in the amount of 62.7 million. This brings us to the end of our presentation and want to thank council for the opportunity to present along with the whole Lakeview CFT and opening now for questions. Thank you.
I think I looked at the clock and it was 6:40 and now it's 1:15, so you said 25 minutes close. Pardon? 35, yeah, not bad. All right, open it up for questions. Councillor Killick.
Thank you, and I apologize if my voice fades in and out here, but I'm absolutely thrilled with the presentation and the direction that we're going for all of the right reasons, diversifying our tax assessment, businesses, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to know, however, what exactly are we getting for the $62.7 million? And I'll try and be more clear of that question. So when we say a urban cross-section road, and maybe we could refer to slide 12 is probably a good one. That it shows Range Road 260 realignment, totally makes sense. In an urban cross-section, is that a 2-lane road with street lights and at a width that would serve an industrial park, or is it a 4-lane road like Giroux, or what exactly is it? I just want to be very clear that I understand what we're getting here.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, the short answer is yes, and I would probably ask Dean to expand on the scope of Range Road 260.
Yes, thank you very much, Donnie, and to you, Councillor Killick. To be quite honest, at this moment, we're still doing analysis on the traffic demands and whether or not the Range Road 260 itself will be 4-lane or 2-lane. We want to create and build a roadway that's actually appropriate for the demands and what's being required in that area. Meadowview is known to be a 4-lane cross section. It's anticipated that segment that's going to be constructed from Ray Gibbon to the new Range Road section is 4-lane, likely diverting down to a 2-lane cross section further west of that new Range Road. But Range Road 260 itself, we're still doing the analysis and in process with the preliminary design to ultimately deliver what's going to be best for that area.
Okay, and we're confident that if it came back at a 4-lane, like Giroux versus Villeneuve, 2-lane versus 4-lane, that we could do it within the 62.7 million?
That's correct. Yes, we anticipate when we look at it, the segment of roads, ultimately they widen out at the intersections. And so there are segments, of course, that would be, wider for the 4-lane as would be expected from a 2-lane. But the costs that have been provided anticipated for a while now that they would be 4-lane. So we're very confident the costs, providing that the assumptions all fall in line with what's been projected, do come to fruition, we will have the appropriate. And to further answer your question, the urbanized cross-section does deliver on, the necessary supplemental work, the landscaping, the storm management system, the street lights, like you mentioned. That's an urbanized cross-section of roadway.
Okay. The other question is along Meadowview, where the dotted line section is. I understand it's going to be the 4-lane from Ray Gibbon to the new location of 260. And I just wanted to make sure that the rest of Meadowview is also included in scope to be improved, because it's a weird little section there where Sturgeon County stopped and it turns into just a million potholes. And the other associated question with that is, do we own the bridge? Is the bridge in scope to be any work done on that as part of preparing it to have more truck traffic on it? Assuming that we get things built out, like we're going to do some work there as well.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Killick, for the questions. So to break it down a little bit, what you see in the dash lines is not proposed for construction. So it's outside of the scope for actual construction delivery with a proposed charter in front of council. The preliminary design work will be done for the dashed area, so west of the new Range Road 260 alignment of Meadowview. That'll be designed and prepped, and we'll have stronger cost estimates. We'll get the further review completed, inclusive of considerations for the bridge crossing Carrot Creek on Meadowview Drive. But the scope of work to improve the bridge is not part of this charter either. And because it's an existing structure, that would be part of the RMR projects or bridge program. And it is one of the 3 candidates in the, I'm going to say, moderate timeframe that will require work. So in and around the timeframes that we likely would see necessary improvements to Meadowview Drive, there would be hope and anticipated coordination of work with the bridge structure and the further road work on Meadowview west of Range Road 260.
What was any consideration even given to adding an additional 1 million, or I don't know what the number might be, to finish Meadowview? And like I said, the other side of the bridge is, perfect new pavement done by Sturgeon, and it kind of doesn't make like a very good entrance into or out of St. Albert with that little chunk of road left. There must be some efficiencies that could be gained during construction to, do it all at one fell swoop kind of thing?
To answer the question, likely there could be efficiencies, but ultimately in meeting the main objectives of servicing the area and primarily kind of focusing on the best influence of lowered costs, but best investment. Knowing that the target investments in the development area are really focused around access and connectivity to Ray-Given Drive from this area, that was our primary focus. Absolutely, there was initial discussion to say, the complete corridors of Meadowview Drive, inclusion of consideration of Township Road 540 or Giroux at the north end. But ultimately what this scenario delivers is what is the best investment to meet the 2 objectives of council and administration. And so with that being said, it's not a case that the scope has been forgotten or, it's a case that scope didn't necessarily result in the best focus around those objectives and would be considered with other opportunities. And with the bridge work and whatnot, it's likely to be a substantial cost where providing that segment of Meadowview west of Range Road 260 with the bridge will bring back a fair amount of market value and like best economic benefit of combining that work together, even with just that scope alone.
Okay. The other question I have is then when we talk about shovel ready, how do we, and when does it come into play that services not provided by the city, gas and electricity? So we're gonna do our thing. We're gonna get the road in there. We're gonna get the storm in there. We're gonna get the sewer, water lines. And then we're gonna say, oh boy, it's shovel ready. But there's another step that has to take place with the deep utility providers. How do we mesh those 2 together so that the land really is ready?
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, if you look at the project charter, we have elements of coordination with the shallow utilities companies as part of the preliminary engineering design. Now, typically, they would invest in that at the same time as we go with the road infrastructure. That's yet to be coordinated and the timelines need to be figured out. But it's part of the scope to coordinate with them.
And they would do it just as at the same as we're taking a little bit of a risk to build out this land, they would see the value in putting in their services at the same time. Is that, I want to make sure that we're not going to put all this money into it ourselves as a city and then, 3 years later need to get gas or electricity in there, and developers would look at it and say, oh, now I got to wait for those guys too, kind of thing.
Through the chair to Councillor Killick, so that's the whole point of having them come in with their infrastructure at the same time as we invest in. So initial communication has occurred already, but as we advance once the project charter is approved, we can advance further into the preliminary discussions with the shallows to come up and align with our timeline of investing in this infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg. They want to know that we're committed.
Yeah.
And moving ahead, I imagine, before they make any comments or even commitments either.
Yeah. The same goes with the CN rail crossing and intersection improvement with the CN rail as well. So these two coordinations are expected to occur in the preliminary design phase.
And my last question would be, maybe going back to Anne, in terms of the 76% offsite levy and 24% supported by tax and equating to a 0.9 tax increase. When does that actually start to hit when does that tax increase to start paying that portion of the investment off? When does that hit taxpayers?
Thanks, Councillor through the mayor. That the impacts would hit in 227, we have approximately a 0.6% impact, and in 229, it would be 0.3%, equating to a total of that 0.9%.
So it's much later in the life
That's
cycle.
estimated based on when we're taking out the debentures and the timing of the.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's lots of assumptions there. I totally get that. I just wanted to get a sense of when that was going to come into play. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
You kind of asked my question there, Mike. So we have that. So basically, we're just going to be saying that when we do the construction, that the 2027, 2028, that's when the construction is going to happen. That's relevant to tax dollars, because we have. Is it just going to be a proportion of the total, or is it like this project is going towards taxes, this part's going to OSL? Is it just going to be like for every dollar we put the 15% towards, or 25% or whatever it is, 25%
contingency
towards taxes, and the rest of it goes, it's just going to be like proportionate as we spend it out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
So it sounds to me like we're beginning the construction 2026 and we're expecting to be finished by 2028, right?
2030.
2030.
4-year timeframe, yeah.
Okay. So why would the two taxes be in 2027, 2029 if we're still going to be building until 2030 and we're doing it proportionate? Just so I understand.
We were aligning it with the estimated dollars in the project charter. So we were aligning with that we would take out the funding and then we would have the tax impacts on the following year. So we were aligning it with the draws that were projected in the charter.
So are we going to basically have all the debt taken out by 2028? But because we normally do it as we do construction, right? So why are we not spreading it out so that it'd be like 29, 30, 31 if we're still doing construction until 2030?
I could pass on to Stephen Graham if he's on the line if he has timing on when we did the draws according to the charter.
Yes, Councillor Hughes, the issue really was with the model. There was a limitation in terms of how many draws we could put in. So we had to adjust the timing just a little bit to make it work properly.
Okay. And so if we're beginning the construction 2026, when could potentially development be actually like operational? Would it be like they would be by 2027, that if they were in the right spot on the land that they could actually be up and running? Or what are we thinking is the best? Not promising you that you're going to deliver it. What's our best operational, like actual time for a building?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, the assumptions that went into the analysis is that we'll start the construction on Range Road 260 first, so we'll draw upon the existing servicing that exists to the north side of the district and come south. So which means the northern locations can essentially start in parallel and kind of finish in the 2-year timeframe. So we are expecting within the first 2 years, they should be able to connect to the necessary servicing to advance.
Okay, so by 2028, if all goes perfectly, that would be and when our first debt payment would be in 2027? Okay, so what are we going to do for that year between 2027 and when we have the first, or they're paying the OSLs as the actual, before the build happens, right? So, and I'm just doing math and I may be wrong, but I'm looking at this thinking that with the 63 million, let's assume that we blew the whole contingency of 63 million. And, you know, because it could be potentially less. That's going to be a debt payment of about 4.4 million is what I'm looking at. And I could be wrong. But is that what you guys are looking at? Is that through offset levies and combination of offset levies and taxes? That when the whole thing is built out, it'll be, but we won't have the whole thing built out. I'm talking as we do this. So it'll only be partially built out in 2027. So we won't have a $4.4 million debt load at that point, right? I just
So
talked
if
in
I'm just
circles.
trying to understand what you're asking, so we are taking out, so what we estimated of the total of the 60.7,
Yeah,
we estimated 15 million to be
okay,
funded like tax through debt.
yeah.
And then what we'd carry, but we'd only take out the draws as we needed them.
And so by 2027, when we have our first debt payment, it'll still be relatively small, is what we're saying. I'm looking at a lot of nodding here, right? So because that's actually probably gonna either have to come from our draw of our current OSL bank, or it'll have to come from taxes to make up that difference for that 1 year. Right? Or is it just that, okay, hold on, I'm just trying to, let me talk this out in my head. So what I think you're saying, so just ignore everything I said before. What I think you're saying is that we're going to develop it and we're hoping that development will still, in fact, they won't be open. We'll still be paying the offsite levies in time for the debt when it comes due. Is that right? And that's why we won't have a risk to the taxpayers for the OSL.
Keep in mind that the offsite levy payments would be funded from that offsite levy recovery fund, which we
Yeah.
have a current balance already. So we wouldn't be waiting
Okay.
for them to make the payments.
Okay,
Does that make sense? But we
Yeah.
are, of course, expecting to be paid back in
Yeah.
the future, and then that offsite levy reimbursement fund would get
okay.
paid back, which we would use as a balance. But we always make sure there's a minimum balance in that reserve to make those payments.
Okay, I talked myself through my concerns and then I'm happy again. If you just let me just keep talking, eventually I'll be like, oh, no, it's okay, Sheena, it's okay.
Suzanne Finley is on too. She can.
No, you know what? You don't have to make it worse. I've already done enough on my end. I understand it'll be okay. That's all I need to know. From like a 3-year-old level, it'll be okay. So from the taxpayer's perspective, they need to understand that the only real risk to them at this moment is the 0.9% that's going to be on the taxpayer's burden. And that our intention is that the rest of that 47 million, the debt payments are coming in gradually, and we're hoping that it will still be enough to pay for it. And if it's not, we do have a small amount of contingency to cover it in the off years.
That is
Because,
correct.
okay,
And you are right, Councillor Hughes, there is a risk, as any, if that
Yeah.
growth doesn't match the investment, that there is a risk at some point that the offsite levies wouldn't be sufficient. So it's a good question. So
yeah, it's
that's
just.
when the city's front ending, but we do keep that minimum balance in there in the contingency.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it like when it's fully built out and when we have the full debt load, like fully on our shoulders, that at that point, the development has to start coming in and sufficiently enough to pay for it, and it's going to need to be substantial. But we are rolling the ball slower to try to get it up there, and then hopefully that will actually have momentum. I just think from a taxpayer's perspective, they care how much do I pay and what are the chances I have to pay more? And so I'm hoping that will answer anybody's questions that are worried about this decision. I also really quickly just wanted to say that 35-minute presentation took 2 billion hours prepared. And I just wanted to acknowledge how much work went into it to explain it so clearly, with the right diagrams, the right pictures, and probably 14,000 practice sessions. And I just want to acknowledge that work you put into it. That's it. Thanks.
In a 35-minute presentation, hopefully eliminated hundreds of questions from council. Because I don't see any hands up. So this is still the project chart. Oh, Councilor Brabantski, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one quick question with the debt servicing amount. Are rates starting to go down now? Will that change? And what term will you pay those amounts out in? Because sometimes you can't pay the term out early, right?
Through to Councillor Bramansky, the rates that we estimated in the model were at 5.87. Once we take the draws out, it'll be dependent on the market rate at that given time.
Okay.
And so that'll be at the 20-year term. So we will only take the draws out as they're needed at the given rate.
Okay, and what's the payoff term of each draw, so to speak?
So we're estimating the 20-year term.
20 for each one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We will review and analyze as we take out the draws to look at the concept of the overall debt strategy with the laddering. But for larger draws in a project like this, we'll likely be utilizing the 20-year terms. And that's what we used in the model.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
All right, is any, oh, you put the motion on the floor? Go ahead, that'd be awesome.
I'm just conscious of my poor fellow counselor Wes, who is at 4 a.m. there. And he's got to get up at 8 o'clock to catch a train to Ravona, Italy.
Stay up.
Anyway.
Just stay.
All right. And that the capital charter entitled Engineering -085 in the amount of $62.7 million provided as attachment 1 to the agenda report entitled Lakeview Business Districting Servicing dated October 15th, 2024 be approved.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is an once in a probably a career on council opportunity right now. This will, by approving this, not only do we impact many of our strategic priorities that we set as council at the beginning of the term, but also even prior to that, as we looked at what our key growth areas were and how we were going to look at how generating massive economic, even generational impacts to our community. So this is a historical moment in time, and will certainly have significant impacts on not only our employment diversification, but our economic opportunities. And it just goes towards supporting long-term financial sustainability for our communities. So as it's been identified in questions, this was obviously a monumental task on behalf of your cross-sectional team, and congratulations on all your work and time and effort and coming up with a hybrid opportunity for us to start as soon as we can and start to reap some of the benefits that outlined in the report and in my opening comments.
No, I appreciate that. I'm actually just thinking that you should make all the big $60 million decisions at 8 o'clock at night. Although I do see a couple hands up. So I don't know who went first, but I'll let Councillor Broadhead go first.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and great comments, Councillor Mackay. But I don't have much to add other than we've been talking about Lakeview Business District for some time now, and it has been a priority of council, and we are finally at the day where we're putting those plans into action. And I certainly want to thank administration for their reports, both the written one and the public presentation today. They were very informative, and they described the rationale behind the decision that we're making tonight in a way that I thought was very understandable. I want to thank them for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Killick.
Just briefly to echo all the other comments, I won't do that, but I think it's important to note that we have already invested, as it was said at the beginning, almost $200 million along the west side of St. Albert, with all the road developments, Ray Gibbon, support from our provincial government partners in funding that, servicing, et cetera, et cetera. So this is just a great opportunity to leverage that investment that we've already made. A huge opportunity to finally start to see some movement, as our finance team said, in 10 years, we only moved our tax assessment split 1%. This is an opportunity to really make a difference. Yes, it's a long-term strategy, and yes, it does come with some risks. But I'm confident that when we explain to residents that we're able now to start to move that dial on tax assessment, finally, that this will be very well received, and kudos to the whole team for bringing us forward an option that we hadn't even originally considered. This was kind of a hybrid option that came up purely from the team experts, and I really appreciate that.
Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Councillor Rod had said we had so many discussions about this, and not nearly as many as staff have had, but we've had so many discussions that are brought to the table. And the one thing that I know the public is going to realize is, yeah, there's risk involved in this. And there's no way to avoid having the risk. But the discussions that have happened, especially in the past this calendar year, have really been on a focus of how do we achieve this while minimizing that risk. And so this has been what the compromise has been. That's what the presentation was trying to explain, in case some people, weren't involved in it's over their head for one moment, that this entire thing was, how do we develop this while minimizing the risk to taxpayers, minimizing the risk to that debt payment, and still achieving the goal of developing that land, because we do have a need for industrial land. We've gone over that many times, and yet there's just no one stepping up to the plate to offer that valuable piece of land that we needed to do to make that tax split change. So that's the one thing I just want to acknowledge, is that this could have gone any which way. It's been really easy to say in some ways, just finance the whole thing and hope for the best, or don't do anything and hope for the best. And in this case, we're going to try to service it and still hope for the best, but we're doing this in the most risk-controlled, balanced way that we can. And so the thoughtfulness that's gone into this, I just want to really acknowledge that, because it's easier for us as a council to say yes when we think that the plan makes sense, and that we can see that out of all of our options, this was the best one that we had. So yeah, I'm not having a problem trying to move forward with this, and let's just go to the next step.
Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. I'm happy to support this. It's wonderful seeing a project that's been a priority in our strategic plan for I don't know how many years, kind of move to the next step. So thanks so much for everyone who's worked on this, and I look forward to seeing shovels in the ground for the next however long. Thank you.
Councillor Bermansky?
Thank you. Somewhat repetitive. I'll thank administration as well for presenting us a moderate cost, low to moderate risk, and I'm looking forward to the great return on our risk adventure. So thank you so much.
Get to work, Mike. I have nothing further to add. So Councillor Mackay, this is your motion. I'll let you close.
Great comments from everyone, and I have nothing further.
Okay. All right, call for the vote. We're done. All right. Vote is closed. That motion passes unanimously. So we have a project charter. Now we need a boring bylaw. So is there a presentation? Because we kind of were blending the questions between that one and this one. So I have Brenda.
Yeah, I'm online, and it's not a formal presentation. I've just got a few words, and yeah, because you've heard quite a bit of it with the project charter. But good evening, everyone. I'm here to present the first reading of the Lakeview Business District Servicing Boring Bylaw. This is a $78.4 million boring bylaw to develop land in a section of the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan into industrial and employment land. The capital charter for this project, as you've heard, was just approved at $62.7 million. And with the 25% contingency, this brings the bylaw to a total of $78.4 million. A borrowing bylaw sets the maximum amount that council may borrow for a project, but the actual borrowing on this project will be aligned with total project costs, cash flow needs, and may be secured in smaller denominations as the project proceeds. This ensures that we only borrow what is needed when it is needed. So as mentioned, the city will be responsible for 100% of the project, of which 76% of the cost is offsite leviable and 24% is non-offsite leviable. And the debt servicing components will be from the offsite levy recovery fund and taxes respectively. And that concludes my presentation, and I will take any questions.
All right, go ahead, Counselor Hughes.
Just one question. So we already have a 25% contingency to make it to 62.7, and they're putting another 25. So I always thought when we did a project that we did it, like we thought this is the amount, and then we did 25%, but we're doing like a $38 million cushion on this. So, right? Like, cause it would really be like 47 and then 57, 67. Okay, $30 million cushion. So
So this is the borrowing contingent.
yeah,
That if we ever have to
correct.
go back.
yeah,
And so it's not what we have to borrow. It's just that if we had to go back, we don't have to do another borrowing bylaw. So it's
Yeah.
still set at that project
I know.
maximum that matches the charter. So this is
Okay.
just a borrowing contingency.
So do we normally do this? Cause it's
Yes.
just we're doing a double 25%, but we just,
This is normally.
This
Okay.
is standard. Yeah, correct.
okay.
Yeah.
And so are we actually thinking that the project cost could optimistically be like 50 million? And is really what just so that we're realizing what our realistic payment risk would be? Is it that we think it could be 50, but we're putting in a cushion, or do we think it's going to be
I
62?
think it's just standard to always put that number in, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, in any project, we
Yeah.
allow certain contingency.
Right.
This being only at the concept level, we allow a 25 to 35%. That's kind of the range. We opted to go with 25 because we have some preliminary engineering happening already. So there's some confidence in the contingency. So it's a project contingency because we haven't gone to the market to ask for the design dollars or the construction dollars. So subject to market condition, there's so many variations that could come and hit us. So that project contingency is to take care of all of that unknowns that we might.
So what I'm hearing is we don't know if it'll be 57 or 50 or 62. So we're going to go with 62 until we hear otherwise.
The maximum 62.
Got it. I wasn't suggesting we lowered. I was just trying to figure out what like if you tell me you think it's actually going to be 50, I'll be really happy. You know what I'm saying? I won't be like, what are you doing? Like, I would be okay with it, but you're saying, well, we don't know because we need to design.
When we did the estimate, it came to around that 52 million and
Okay.
that we added the 25 to get to the 60.
Okay. So it could be
Could
as low as 52.
Yeah.
Could be,
Could be.
but we'll see what we dig up for surprises. Okay. Thanks.
Do you remember the pleasant surprise when we had a $40 million project charter and
Yeah. And it came in way less.
and then the boring bylaw was way more and we did it for 24. for
Yeah.
project nine.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it
That's what
could
we-
be good
that's what we
news.
Expect.
Yeah. We got great dirt here. So it's going to come in at 52. I can feel it.
All right,
Okay.
I have no more questions. This is just first reading of a boring bylaw. There's opportunities for more questions at second and third. So do we want to place this on the floor? Anyone? Councillor Killick?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be very, very pleased and honored to bring the recommended motion forward that bylaw 26/2024 being a borrowing bylaw for Lakeview Business District Servicing Bylaw be read a first time.
All right, any further comments on this?
It ties in perfectly with all the questions and comments and huge amount of work that was done by our massive and fabulous admin team members. So this is just the final step in everything that we spoke about earlier in the evening.
All right, anyone else have any comments? Zoom, I see no hands up. I see no one here. I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. There was 10.2, which was the municipal elections first reading. I'll read it into the record. But it was approved on consent. That bylaw 27, 2024 municipal elections be read a first time. 12 is civic and external agency updates. Can we, I'm fine to postpone this because we're almost at our hour, 7 hours. So agenda planning will reschedule that. And if it doesn't come till next month, you guys will have to do 2 months worth of updates. Any information requests, notice of motions or announcements? You don't want to put any amendments to the land use bylaw on the floor? Not yet. Before we move on to item agenda number 14 in camera, I just texted Mr. Fletcher. He said he has nothing pressing. So you don't need to go on camera, Bill?
Certainly don't need to, but I'm at
Okay.
your disposal.
So I will leave it up to a member of council. If you have something you would like to discuss with our city manager and camera, we can do that. If not, we'll skip over that and I'll ask the same question for 14.2. Do we need to go on camera for council dialogue? Seeing none, I will adjourn our meeting at 7:49 PM.
Good night.